We are live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Freedom Forum. I am your host this evening, ye old guardsman. How is your day? How is your night? How is the freaking day treating you after all of the fun shenanigans this morning? Yes, I decidedly said to myself, well, fuck it. Let's open up the Freedom Forum. So without further ado, share son, link more. Greetings, KP. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. And right quick, let me go ahead and do this real quick. Open up the Freedom Forum to whoever does choose to come up here. Subs only. So we're clear. Yeah, it won't let me do longer than that. Whatever. It works. Yeah. Another fun-filled day in paradise. You're absolutely right about that. So, I went ahead and I opened up Freedom Forum. Anybody who does want to come in, if you are a subscriber, by all means, have fun. I'm going to sit here and write some more of my book, and y'all can have as much fun as you like. Let me see here. What? All right. Yeah, as you can see, I'm writing my book. So, like I said, everybody's welcome. Have yourself a good old time in the Freedom Forum. We will not be having the troll issues this evening because I decidedly said, yeah, enough of that bullshit. And if you're not verified, trust me, I do verify. If you're not verified, you will not be coming up here. Just because I'm tired of the fucking drama. Nothing personal. Other than that, by all means, have fun. Enjoy yourselves. Crack a beer. Chill right here. Have a good old time. And set this up so as I can see the forum while I'm doing this. All right. Some of the things I tell you. Some of the things. Try to be a nice feller. Instead, you have to be a fucking ice nailer. Just the way it is. And like several others, my political affiliation, in case you're wondering, is Rifle and Mountain. Shout out to Pacific Northwest Guerrilla if you are ever interested in actually hanging out, dude. by all fucking means. Otherwise, it is what it is. I'm going to continue writing my book. Unless something happens where somebody decides to FIFO. Yes, it's another long, fun-filled day. Long, fucking fun-filled day. Woke up to find out somebody's been in my backyard. Decided that they were going to be little shitheads and didn't realize, hey, there is a big fucking dog in that back fucking paddock right there that will eat your ass if you decide to break in. They found out. Which is why I tell people that sign is not just for fun. It's not just for shits and gigglies. It's there to tell you, hey, the sign says beware of dog. It means keep your fucking ass out. Unless I'm standing there with you, keeping my dog from eating you. Yeah, they found out the hard way. They walked in and was about to go and try and snag shit, and Houdini fucking lost his shit against the back door, woke me up. I came up awake, and dude fucking hauled ass out the fucking damn gate and said, no more, never again. Yeah. See, you don't have to worry about the dog, really. You have to worry about the owner. Because I've got zero fucks to give anymore. My life ain't worth a goddamn. You know? Least ways at that moment it ain't. So, I got no more fucks to give, you know? Somebody facked around and found out real fast, hey, you better have some fucking light under them feet, boy. Yeah. Rifle raised from the woods to the place, huh? Honest God truth. Only difference between me and most southern folk, I was raised on rifles. Shotguns were were like, something fun to go out and do the damn thing with. Rifle was the big deal. If you couldn't use a rifle, you got laughed at in my family. Pistols, those are good. Don't get me wrong, it's good to have that training, but if you couldn't use a rifle, you got made the fucking laughing stock of the family for the entire year until you showed up and actually showed up. My thoughts on RFK Jr. Wow, boy. He's a politician, career politician. You know my thoughts on career politicians. You ever want to see, a politician lying, watch and wait until they start talking. They open their mouth and their lips are moving. Words are coming out. They're lying their asses off. 100%. I don't fucking see any kind of sideways to it. Doesn't matter who you are, what fucking political side of the aisle you stand on. Don't trust you. Why? Because I've seen too many goddamn rhinos in my day. I've seen way too many fucking Democrats sit there and tell me one thing and then fucking do a dastardly backhanded other shit. And then tell me, oh, well, you weren't paying attention. See, I told you before, you fuck me over, I'll turn it around on you. You won't like it. I got a knack for it. Always been good at that. Not happy about it, but always been good at it. I don't really like career politicians. Even the ones that appear to stand on the righteous, you know. I've seen too much in my life to trust it. The only thing I trust is that a politician will do whatever the fuck they have to, slimy or otherwise, to get reelected. So, yeah, no fear. That's my life. That's my line. No fear. Yeah, never a good thing to take away a man's maybe making a living. You're right. Hell, it's even worse to try and stop a man from making a living in the first place, in my opinion. You want to see someone get better, that's how they do it. So, anyways, as I said before, welcome to the Freedom Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy yourselves. As long as you have been a subscriber for more than fucking 20 minutes. Because it's all that fucking ScrewTube will allow me to fucking, modify the chat for. I think it's kind of fucked up in my opinion. Because I would have put it on a 24-hour thing. But, no sweat. Yes, make yourselves be known, be heard. Freedom of speech is protected here. So long as you ain't some dipshit. This is not a rant video. This is the Freedom Forum. The only thing that will stop you from actually being allowed to be here is if you threaten another person's freedom. Boy, you want to see a bunch of fucking mad-ass rednecks. You do that, go right ahead. That'd be a fucked up day for you. Hell will freeze over before that shit doesn't fucking go south and sour real fast. Like I said, so yeah, enjoy yourselves. This is the Freedom Forum, y'all. I had to go and deal with one of the trolls decidedly running through my old videos and sitting there trying to do shit on the sly. just gonna be fair and honest with you. You pull shit on me, and you're gonna get caught. Just how it works. If you weren't privy to it, well, I don't know what to tell you. You missed it. I have me a good old time sitting there just, basically making somebody feel like absolute garbage for coming in and trying to make me look like a piece of garbage myself. So, turnabout's fair play. Fuck around and find out, right? Hmm. Yeah, they're gonna do that too. Worst part is that foreign seafood is far more toxic than any seafood we get from our oceans. But what do I know? I mean, I only studied radioactives as a young man, what they do to the human body. Ugh, raise goosebumps on you, man. Turn down the light here just because actually causing my eyeballs to hurt. Feel free though, like I said, have fun. This is Yo Guardsman Nom, and you are on the Freedom Forum. So do enjoy yourselves. And I gotta check that again. So this is all part of the writing process when it comes down to it. I gotta back check with my story, what I've already written, just so that I don't have conflictions and stuff. And there's one thing if you segue into a plot twist or things like that, but it's a total different story when you contradict yourself in a story. It ruins the aura of the story, as it were. I had to go check back and make sure that I did not kill off a character I'm using. uh, oh, my head. A little bit more energy there. A little more light. Because I'm having to look back and forth and it's causing my eyes to go. It's making my long range eye actually hurt, which is not normal. It's fine, normal for my other eye to hurt, but Not for my right eye to hurt. Did not kill off Mudland, I don't think. No, it was Mallory. That's right. Major Showstick caught a bunch of shrapnel. Marlene's still not out of any kind of injury. Okay. In fact, I believe I sent her back with Red Heart. No. No, that was Murphy and Jaffe. Murphy and Jaffe. Yeah, they went back. So Marlene went through the whole damn battle and came out unscathed. Right. Yeah, okay. So hard work, actually, funny enough. It's hard work on the brain. It's not so much hard work for anything else. But, you know, there's a difference between writing a really good story and then a story that just does not track for shit. You have to keep the whole series in mind when you're actually writing a series. Characters you kill off can't come back to life all of a sudden. I mean, it's one thing, you know, there's certain mechanics in this story to where they can have some form of, you know, return, but at the same time, it really ruins the story if you have them in a physical, corporeal form and they just all of a sudden are standing there when they were dead 20 minutes ago. That's what we call reverse plot armor. It's pretty stupid, in my opinion. I've actually read books that had characters that just out of the blue just came back out of nothing. Like, wait, wasn't this one dead? Which is why sometimes it's hard to actually stay with certain stories. The other one is when you come up with you know, measurements that don't make any sense to your human audience, and what was the other one? Oh, outlandish claims. Anything that, you know, is so outside the realm of possibility, especially in sci-fi or sci-fantasy. It's so far out the realm of possibility, it's no longer fantasy. It's dude, that it's just that doesn't make any fucking sense. It makes it hard to read. It makes it hard to believe to the point where you can't believe it. You know. So like, yeah, it's a different story. All of a sudden, you know, it makes it a worse story, in my opinion. That's why I spend actually a lot of time on what I write, because you know, there's a lot that goes into writing a book. It's not just I'm just gonna throw a bunch of freaking letters at a template and hope they kind of fall onto the page right. You know, you could stick a fucking million chimpanzees on typewriters, and you know they're not gonna give you Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. They're gonna give you gobbledygook, because as long as they're punching letters on the keyboard, they're getting sugar cubes, and there you go. No, it doesn't work, man. What works is actual thought goes into it. Even AI cannot write like a human being can. I've seen that. I've actually had AI come out the woodwork and be like, "You dumber than a freaking box of rocks." It's kind of funny. AI was sitting there trying to write a story, and I was like, man, this is just garbage. Person was using Chat GTP to fucking write a story, and I was like, wait a minute, dude. This shit's contradicted itself almost 4 or 5 times in the last chapter. I can't do this. There's one thing, it's got 4 or 5 plot twists in a chapter. That's fun. Contradictions, on the other hand, are just like, nah, that just ruined the story. So yeah, that's why I'm sitting here. I'm back and forth, and I got to check this one, and I got to check that one, and I got to make sure of that, and I've got to. These are the characters I'm using at the time, and it's actually a lot of work. Garrett, I have not heard of this. Go ahead and let us hear. Do speak, be heard. Oh, are you talking about ATM versus YSU? I mean WSU? Yeah, okay. I got you. That wouldn't be YSU. YSU is in Utah. Oh, shit. Choking on my own lungs here. Yep. Okay. Not Texas A&M. It was TSA. God, that's fucking funny. I'm sorry, but it is. I mean, I know it's TSU, but it's funny when you say it TSA. You got to understand. Clemson Tigers, son. Arkansas's bread, Arkansas's blood. One day, my boots will sit in Arkansas's mud. All right. Whew. Alice. Yeah. No. I had trolls decidedly try to be pieces of shit, and then a neighbor try to be a piece of shit. They realized, oh shit, big dog. Oh shit, humans awake. And went running out the back gate. So, no, I didn't have a good day in this here clown world. And a freaking shit soup sandwich without the bread. But it'll work out. It'll look up. Things will get better. This I know. I will have a good life. I will have some point in time happiness will come to me. This I know. So I've never stopped pursuing it, and I will never stop pursuing it. Even if I'm all by myself. See, Alice, I showed them the gun line. You showed me that one. I showed them gun line. Oh, I says, we ain't got no fences here. No, you see, what we got here is the gun line. If you run, you will be shot. If you survive, you will be shot again. If you survive, you'll be shot again. And my men are incredibly good shots. I had to, you know it. Well, after a fashion, life happened. My day could have been better. All I know is I got a book I'm writing. That makes it a little bit easier. Swamp ass. You got yourself a case of the swampus. That's pretty funny. I'm not laughing at you, but I am laughing at you. I'm just not laughing at you, like, to be mean. I'm laughing at your misfortune, and like, if I were in there, you know, I'd put my hand down, and be like, "Here, honey, get yourself back up." Well, I thank you. You know, there's this person on the Reddits. It was just like, "You write really good." I'm like, "Thank you. You flatter me." And I know them. I think. See, man, I God. If you didn't know, I'm dying inside laughing. I'm not laughing at that though. Okay. No, I'm not laughing at this. That's kind of messed. You know, I'm sorry it happened to you. No, there's someone on the internet, on the Reddit page and whatnot. It happens to hang out quite a bit over here, and they were sitting there singing my praises. I was like, "Thank you, really appreciate it." When I said, you know, this is why this hasn't been released, because I tried to release it, but you know, Barnes and Noble decided that my politics are taboo to be having such a damn good story. They said, nope, we're not going to publish you anymore. So I sold 2 books, and that was it. It's happened to me before. Stepped in a catfish hole. It's actually, funny enough, that's where I first messed up my knee, my right knee. I was about 4 years old. I stepped in a catfish hole. sat my ass down on a freaking mud bank, and my dad came over and says, "You all right?" And I said, "It hurts." And he said, "Well, don't get up again. Here's your fishing pole. Here's a can of worms. And you sit there and you drink your Capri Sun and have a good day." Jake, how you doing, man? Good to see you. The Patriot Publishing Companies, they probably look at my book and go, it's a good book, man, but damn. I mean, fuck, you blew up America in it. I mean, how can we actually get behind that? Like, no, I didn't blow up America. The fucking bad guys did. I tried to stand for America. But, I just know how things go when you've got a certain way of going about things and you do certain stuff. And yeah, they lose their shit. They hate on you for it. So, yeah, you're right, Forging. You are absolutely right about that. Barnes and Noble is as good of a place for information as Burger King is for seafood. They will literally suppress everything, man. They have a fish sandwich. Kinda. Yeah, it's made of poi, brother. It's made of poi. um, I was thinking, I ain't gonna publish with Amazon. They tried to steal one of my books already, and that's like the other real option with the kind of book that I'm writing. So kind of sucks, man. I'm relegated to self-publishing. Straight up, I have to publish myself. I can't actually get a company to do it. Yeah, that's right, Fortune. It only taste of bad decisions. They say it's made with 100% solid cod or whitefish fillets. I'm like, "Ugh. Ugh." No, it's not. It's made with whitefish poi. If anybody knows what poi is, congratulations. You actually do have ties to Hawaii. Yes, I do know how. That's why I've been uploading it to Reddit, Alice. Yes, I know how to do a poor man's copyright. You upload it to like a social writing forum, and then they copyright the material in your name. It's another way of doing it, but the way I really like to do it myself is I take and I download everything onto little zip drives. That's straight from my editing software, and that way I can prove that it came from my computer through the metadata that shows the syncing and linking between the zip drive and the computer. On top of that, I also post it to a social forum where the one of the upsides of that is that even though it's fucking Reddit, but the upside of that is that they will literally place a copyright on your material in your name. So that's another little secret trick of the trade that most people don't know. If you plagiarize somebody's work on Reddit, they will actually go all the way and sue the people for you. Yeah, that's why I use the zip, because me having to email it to myself actually causes trouble within the system that I use. Google doesn't like you emailing stuff to yourself. They actually will block your emails that go to yourself and send them straight to your spam folder. And my spam folder self-deletes itself. One of the downsides of Google. The upside of Google is that it's really fucking easy to use, which helps a lot. It does help a lot. Yeah. Only problem is, allow me to show you. It's Chromebook. In order to get this thing to print, I got to have a special printer for it. Or I have to have a special cable for it. Or I have to have a syncable printer. None of the three I have, you know. Yeah, poor man's copyright does not hold up in court. However, the Reddit copyright does hold up in court because it has a stamp time and date. It also has a original content posting watermark, which is why I posted in original content. Because it does. It helps quite a bit. That's why I use Reddit. A lot of people don't realize, that, I deal with the trolls and the assholes because it is a tool. And that's all it is to me, is that it's a tool. Yep. Billy. I know that. I know that name. Howdy who? Howdy do.
Hey Blaine, how are you, man?
Well,
What's going on?
a whole lot of shit, brother. A whole lot of shit.
Why?
Because I'm writing a book that makes a whole lot of lefties butt hurt because it takes shit that, the content that they actually like, and it flips it on its head and makes it patriotic.
Are you sure that's gonna sell?
Oh, dude, like more than just Alice has sat here and said it's a good story. All right. I'll says that much. I do know it will sell because shit, straight out the gate, I sold 2 copies before Barnes and Noble shut it down because they didn't like the fact that I was politically leaning that direction.
To be fair, I don't I just showed up, like literally. So I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about. But I believe in it, right? I really don't know what you're talking about. If you can enlighten me, or if I'm being too rude, you can kick me off. I don't care.
Oh man, you're not
We can
gonna
talk.
you're
That's
not gonna
fine.
get kicked off, man. You
Probably pissing everyone off in chat because I'm lame.
nah.
But what's going on, man? What's up? What's
Oh.
up, badass? What's up, badass? You want to be a badass? You want to be a
I laugh
badass?
so
Come
fucking
on.
hard when people say that. Look at you. You think you're such a badass. No, motherfucker. I don't think anybody's a badass. As a matter of fact, when people say you think you're a badass, I think that they're actually losers because of the fact that I know that they don't know what a badass is, and they wouldn't know if it dropped out the sky and started doing naked belly dancing on their fucking head. So, Jake, the book series is called Sky Knight, not to be confused with the what's it? Is it Brian Habermeyer who wrote Sky Knights, plural? That is actually a story about World War II fighter aces, whereas mine is a story about um, the United States militia after a alien invasion and the subsequent story of one individual in that militia that decides to fight back and continue the fight and never stop, and then turns it around and ends up being placed as the emperor of the alien society, and then renounces that uh, in the end because he can't bring himself to be a ruler over others because he's an American. And in so doing, literally defeats every single entity that decides to go and destroy the sovereignty of the individual right. Yeah, aliens are just a cool way of of getting the story to grow legs and stuff, but it's a good plot, a plot tool.
Wow. That sounds a little bit too badassery for me. I don't know what you're doing, but sounds pretty cool.
uh, the character in the book is actually a badass, whereas I am not. Right, exactly, Forging, exactly. The definition of a badass is irritable bowel syndrome.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
Yes, my friend. Yes, that is absolutely 100% true. Thank you. That was funny.
What's going on tonight, man?
No, nothing. Freedom for him, man. Like I says, what's been going on with you? You cooked any good filet mignon? You had any nice wine?
Yeah. What is that? A Chateaubriand? Yeah,
Chateaubriand. They're drinking freaking
I'm out to be your
champagne.
I'm out to be your best troll. I don't, I actually just made some hamburgers tonight.
Hamburgers, those are good.
Well, I went over to my mom's house and it's frustrating. I got a lot of stuff going on and then my parents are getting old, dude, and kind of have to look out and start taking care of them. So I'm becoming once again the caretaker that uh, our dear friend Joe Morgan has been playing, and I've played with him before about this, being a caregiver and stuff. And I don't know, that's what I'm doing, I guess. I don't have to do anything, so I've been taking care of my parents, I guess. I don't know. I want to get away. I was supposed to be down in Reno this week, and it's over, so I hadn't made it down there. I'm usually down there. They had air races and stuff, and I don't know. I'm just hanging out. Fuck, I don't know. Bunch of
Well,
bullshit.
life, like I says, life has a chance and a tendency of catching up with you. We all get old, brother.
Yeah, what was up with that earlier? You were saying that you were some sort of grand martial artist badass fucking
Oh yeah, it's just basically sitting there
dude.
telling people,
Come
like there's no.
on.
The whole thing is like you can brag fine, but I can brag better. You're never gonna beat me. This is my channel, sort of, thing like that. It had nothing to do with, oh yeah, I'm some super secret squirrel operator, this, that, or the other.
Dude, I
No, I.
would love to be a super secret squirrel operator, man. That would be awesome. Cause there's a lot of squirrels over at my mom's house. Fucking love to take them out, man.
That's not what it means, man.
What are you talking about?
Okay, super secret squirrel operator. The
Come on, dude. I'm serious.
Okay, super secret squirrel operator is basically the way that most actual special forces make fun of people who LARP.
Who LARP?
Yeah, or go out there and do the stolen
LARP?
valor thing. One of the two.
How do you spell LARP?
LARP.
Losers!
Live action role playing. See, the thing is that in reality, it's really hard to live action role play with live ammunition.
Live action role play with We used to play war with BB guns. Does that count?
No. If you used actual modern air rifles, yeah. Of course, you probably wouldn't be here to have the conversation about it. So,
Well, people got shot nonetheless. I don't know. I remember going to school and people got shot in the ass and getting the cops called and shit. But
I got shot in the face with an actual, as close to a modern air rifle as existed when I was 13 years old.
when I first started watching you were telling me that well, you were telling all of us that you got smashed upside the head, and your head looks all right to me. I don't know. You said it was all caved in on one side. Remember? You look all
There's
right, Blaine. You don't look bad to me. You look like a normal dude.
Yeah, that's because most of it's actually grown back.
Oh,
Oh yeah, here you go. Here you go.
what is that?
Example of secret squirrel ops. I was part of such a secret team that if I tell you about the things I've done, you and your family would be in serious danger. Eagle cries in the distance.
Nice. You probably get Don Shipley after your ass at that point, right?
Yeah, that would be like, Don. That would totally be Don Shipley bait. Like, dude, that's seal bait right there.
Right on, dude. Cool, Blaine. Right on, dude.
That's why I says, no, I'm not some secret squirrel operator, this, that, or the other. No, I'm a minute man. That's all I've ever been. That's all I ever want to be.
Well, I think that's all we need, man. Ain't no big deal. As long as you know how to operate all the proper feathers, I think we'll be
Right.
all right. Cool. Well, thanks for letting me out. I'm your greatest and bestest troll, by the way. You said it so earlier, remember?
Yeah, I know. I was joking about that, Billy, but joking in deadly
No, you
earnest sort of
weren't.
thing.
No, you
Like I,
weren't.
like I said, joking in deadly earnest, because I knew you'd get a kick out of it. But the very simple fact of the matter is that the first thing you did when you came into my, into my chat and onto my panel was troll the shit out of me.
Well,
But
you
you
were
did it with
right.
some
You were
class.
right, though. You were right. I was wrong.
You did it with some class, unlike those other fucking cheese wads that don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just doing it because it's like, oh, let me get my jollies off.
Well, if you're not
With the keyboard
genuinely
waves.
interested in someone and their plight, then I don't know, you're selfish or something. I don't know. I like you, Blaine, and I always did, so fuck off. That's all I can say. Doesn't matter where you're at. I'm very interested in where you're at, though. You went up north, and I seen you eating out of the ground. I'm like, man, that's a man right there. I'm serious, dude.
Well,
Wow,
yeah, I
that's
grew up.
incredible.
I
That's
grew up,
crazy. Never
growing my own garden,
been
hunting my own
spoiled
food,
by.
fishing my own food.
What was
Protecting
that?
my house with a freaking pellet gun. I mean,
Yeah, well, I wouldn't want to get shot by your pellet gun. Are you kidding me? What are you talking about?
nobody wants to get shot by my pellet gun. Holy shit, that's not a pellet gun, brother. That's a freaking
It's a
um.
fucking cannon, dude. Basically.
Yeah,
You're like,
that's a
oh, we
modern
can
air
do this
rifle.
and then put that in there and then kaboom. Like, yeah, I got it. Fucking whatever. C4. No, not interested, dude.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I still have a Red Ryder BB gun.
Yeah, me too. I love that thing actually. I don't, but I have it. I actually need to like rub some oil on it. You know the little leather. They had a little leather. I have it. I don't. It's not in arm's reach, but there's a little leather loop, like it's a boot string, literally a boot string that needs oiled up. But yeah, that's great.
Hey, did I show you my Yaki holster?
I have no idea what that is. A
Okay,
Yaki.
it's a no. Before anybody gets a freaking weird ass thought in their mind, I am not trying to take my pants off and flash you. I'm
As
trying to take
you're
my
in the
holster off
show,
my belt.
everyone can see you. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I'm so afraid. I'm so afraid of
Okay.
everyone seeing.
This is a Yaki holster. Okay. It's kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can get some light on the subject. Damn.
What the fuck is that?
Really?
Never heard
Okay,
of
hang
it.
on a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulty. Do please stand by while I fix my lighting situation. All right. Now, that ought to be better. Hell yes. There we go. This is a Yaki holster. And I will go ahead and There you go. Just a simple loop of leather. All right. It's all tied together and tensioned. It has this little tension flap on the back, which actually causes it to cock sideways on your belt. And, give me just a second, your pistol sits in the Yaki holster like so on your belt. Doesn't move. You can sit there and run around, jump around. This is all the movement it gets. It's actually a really good holster.
Is that just for revolvers?
Well, it works best with revolvers, but you could slap a semi-auto in there. I mean,
Is that on your belt?
yep, at all times.
Where at on your belt? Like on the side or in the back or in the front?
I normally wear my holsters at 3 o'clock, just easier to grab. But sometimes I wear it at the 6 o'clock position. And I've heard a lot of people say, well, that's dumb. How are you going to sit down? You don't. Duh. That, or you take the pistol out of the holster and then this thing collapses. Watch. It literally, it's soft. It's really soft leather. I could crumple this up and hold it in one hand, all crumpled, and see, it's soft leather, but it holds a pistol as if it was a full-size holster. I'm gonna slap that back on now because that is my around the house carry holster. That's what I wear as, around the house, or basic in public kind of carry. Basic in public carry. If I was doing the whole, I'm going out in the woods for a long period of time, or for even a short period of time where I might end up getting stuck out there or something, I'll still wear the Yaki with me, but I carry my other holster and gun belt.
How do you spell that?
Yaki?
Yeah.
Yaqui.
Well, I'm not like particularly interested in that. Which is fine. I don't care. And you shouldn't either, but if you listen to your trolls, maybe you shouldn't be carrying that. Maybe you should turn that gun in and like maybe get a food stamp or something.
What's the old saying? You can have my gun when you pry it from my cold, dead hands. This is my gun and gun belt. I mean, my gun belt and full-size holster.
What the fuck is that?
The full-scale freaking web belt and combat
Dude,
holster.
You got more drag on that than I see in some school districts, man.
Yeah, I honestly I like big guns. I like a gun that if I pull that motherfucker out, it makes more of a statement just by me pulling it than me pulling the trigger.
Now, remember earlier you were talking about the Model 99 by Savage? That's a fucking nice gun, dude.
It's actually my favorite. It's the one that
they couldn't, like, in the late 1960s, early 70s. Well, probably more towards like 77 or 78. they were saying that it costs more to produce that. That gun is positive, dude. That gun is awesome. They the technology, it would not allow them to. It costs more to develop and make that gun than they could sell it for.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why it was
That's
discontinued
history.
completely.
I know all the history about that. 99E. I'm pretty good about all that stuff.
Yeah,
That
I had the 99 California Damascus with
well, back
they had
then
the
there
Damascus
was.
plates on the action, had the Damascus laver, and had the little brass refinements on it, and the brass strap loop, Weaver scope
Well,
mount, all the nice stuff, dude.
the one I have has an octagon barrel. The gold
Yeah,
plate,
mine had a
or
smooth barrel.
well, what's that?
Mine had a smooth barrel, the smooth
Oh,
outside
the round.
round
Yeah.
barrel.
Well, mine is my old man had it. He used to shoot deer in the head. That's all he did. Headshot. I
Yeah,
know that he was within 100 yards, but that's all he ever did.
yeah,
I
that
actually have a
rifle.
really good story about, if you want to hear a really good story through the generation. Um, my dad shot a deer one time and he brought it home and he didn't know where he shot it. So when we were skinning it, I'll tell this story over and over and over and over and over and over again. My dad shot a deer. Okay, big deal, whatever. He was feeding his family. He brought a deer home that had no bullet holes in it. And we hung it up on the porch and skinned it. And what we realized was he shot that deer through the mouth, and that bullet, a 308 bullet, went right through its mouth, right through the back of its skull, and followed the spinal cord all the way out its rear end. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
With a
So
308, that's impressive. Like,
yeah.
you know,
So
I I've done some pretty impressive shit with my 50 caliber air rifle, and I've done some pretty impressive shit with a 22 long rifle, but that is hella impressive. The old Texas heart shot reverse style, like, whoa.
all right. So once we hung it, and and well, we both realized it at the same time, is when we seen the if you looked at the tooth of the deer, there was a circle cut out of the tooth where the bullet went through the mouth, did not damage the lips or nothing. And that bullet
So,
exited the anus of the deer. Okay,
molars or
fast
ivories?
forward. What's that?
Molars or ivories?
I'm
Because
just
deer don't
fucking
have
with
incisors, but they do have
I'm just fucking.
molars and ivories.
Stop. Hold on. You're missing it. You're missing it. 25 years later, I went up to the mountains with an AK-47 and shot a deer the same exact way with a 7.62 round, and it went through its mouth and right out its butt.
Can't say I'm not. I
There's
can't say I'm
something to be
surprised.
said about that, man.
I can't say I'm surprised. I mean, like, I'm a firm believer in the grand circle. Self-perpetuating self and all that shit. But so I expect that.
I got 95 pounds of I got 95 pounds of return on that because I paid a butcher to do it. But
I'm
now I
surprised
butcher
you
all
got
my.
anything off of that, shooting it through the mouth, the spine, and then the asshole. Dude, if you hit a deer in the asshole, that meat is gone.
No, I'm shooting it through the mouth, down the spine, and out its ass.
Right.
There's literally no damage to any of the meat whatsoever.
But there's damage to the intestines. See, Billy,
No.
you're talking to an actual hunter here, brother. You got to remember, I know all about what
Wait,
happens
whoa, hold on here.
if you punch a hole in a deer's asshole. Yeah, there goes the back half of the deer, at least.
That's not what I'm saying, man. What I'm saying is that, one of my dad's glory shots, I shared with him later. He
Okay.
can shoot a deer through its mouth, and the bullet tracks right down its spinal cord and out its ass and never damages anything. That's a true story. I've done that. That's
Okay, I'm
pretty
just saying
awesome.
you're talking about a 1 in a million shot.
Well, I don't know about 1 in a million shot, but when my dad did it, it was a pretty big deal. And then when I did it, it was a pretty big deal too.
Yeah,
The
like I
only
said, it's
difference
one in a
was
million shot.
when I was doing it, um, the
I'll,
problem I had
Billy,
was
I'll
when
put
I
it
was
this way. I used an actual Navy SEAL trick in order to make a 22 long rifle bullet take a deer down within 75 yards of shooting it. That being said, I still ended up having to cut its throat in order to actually humanely kill it. Okay? Yes, it can be done, but that doesn't mean that it's that shot is going to be, even though it's a 1 in a million shot, I hit that sucker right through both lungs and into the freaking heart. It doesn't matter because the point remains that the bullet that I used was not enough for the job. And I knew to shoot through side on heart and lungs because if you hit the liver, if you hit the spleen, if you hit the guts, if you hit the intestines, all of that's dead. All of it's gone. It's useless. You cannot eat it. If you eat it, you will make yourself sick. Ask me how I know. By all means.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about spoiling the meat on the hike back to the truck.
Well, why would you do that? I don't know why you would do that. I'll tell
Because you
you what.
accidentally liver shot a deer and it punched its intestines. Believe it or don't, done it once
I've
with a
never
bow.
done that. I've ne Now, that's not saying a whole bunch. I'm a pretty good hunter. I like hunting. I've actually never did that. Actually, I take that back. I did that one time. I went into the woods with a 356 Winchester, lever action, 336 Marlin. I think it was a 336.
See, I shot.
I got so close to the deer that I was shooting over. It was the first time in my life that I literally walked into a horde. I don't know how else to say it. Of doe. A lot of doe. Right there. Now, let me finish. I walked down in there and there was doe everywhere. And I started shooting and nobody moved. And I wasn't hitting shit. I had a, three, what was a Marlin lever action 356 win, and I kept shooting, but I don't know if I was shooting over or whatever. So I hit a deer and dropped its guts right in front of me. I had to pull out my handgun and fucking pop it in the head.
Yeah.
And
Now,
then, right then and there, I knew how to deer hunt, but I had to back up. If I go deer hunting tomorrow, which I might, I know for a fact I will walk amongst them. But it's almost like I need to go away to take any of them.
so I dropped a 500-pound pig with one of those out of an air gun. For a
How'd
little
you
bit
do
of perspective here. Those are soft lead.
How'd you do that?
Punched it
I
in the
can't even
armpit and it
kill.
came out its neck. Well, almost came out its neck. It stopped on its shoulder blade.
You
And
hit it where?
mind you, like forging says, it is incredibly irresponsible to fire on an animal while it's facing you. I was up a tree. I was shooting down at an angle, and I was shooting at an animal that was facing away from me.
Why is it incredibly?
Because the animal will jump the shot. The animal will jump the shot, and if you hit when the animal jumps the shot and it just injures the animal, now that animal's injured running off into the woods and is not necessarily going to die quickly. Instead, it's going to suffer.
I've done
now,
all
most
that.
people would actually have a problem with that, but I know you don't. So
I do have a problem with that, but what I'm saying is that has happened to me. I don't like it, but how are you killing a hog with that? Is what I want to know, because I kill hog every year, and it's
with an air gun, with a 50 caliber air gun.
No, I don't. But I have to. I have to kill a hog coming up here pretty quick.
So how did I do it? It's very simple, dude. I took aim.
Where do you aim?
Okay. Right.
Where do you aim? That's what okay.
There. Right. There.
Oh no, these are my pets. I have to shoot them in the head, dude. That's the hard part. They don't fucking die when you shoot them in the head, dude.
Yeah, if you shoot a pig, see, I was hunting wild pig. That's the difference. I shot a wild sow, a 500-pound wild sow.
I actually put together a rifle to do that. I told you that shit last year. I put together a rifle to go down to Texas and shoot those stupid things, but I never did
it, huh?
But I got the rifle. But at the same time, now listen, at the same time, I have my own hog, and I shoot them in the head. They don't always fucking die. Now I'm asking you, how in the fuck are you shooting them in the head with an air gun and they're dying? Or maybe you're not shooting them in the head. Maybe they're running around for an hour.
Here's the funny thing about terminal ballistics.
We have a
when you shoot a round and it's subsonic, especially if it's a solid, like a monometal bullet, like either lead or copper, instead of exploding on impact, what happens is that the bullet just punches a long track right through it.
Yeah, it's a monolithic.
Monolithic, same thing. Anyways, yeah, it just punches a hole straight through. Whereas when you shoot at high velocity, it's got so much energy in the bullet that it actually turns the bullet into powder once it hits and goes in far enough, because it's dumped so much energy so fast that the crystalline structure of that metal just separates. This is something that's proven physics.
Kind of like it.
So, anyways, yeah, I hunt with an air rifle because it just has better terminal ballistics across the board. Now, mind you,
I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking
it doesn't
you,
have as
how
much
the fuck do you
energy
kill a
dump
pig
on
with
target.
air
It
gun?
doesn't dump as much energy on target because it's not like, okay, the bullet I'm flinging out there on target maybe has 190 foot-pounds of energy. It's about the same as a 22 long rifle, but it's a 50 cal. All right. Like say you shoot them with a 243 Winchester or something like that. You're dropping about 2,300 foot-pounds energy on that tiny little fucking bullet. I mean, it was tiny, but it's this long. You got that long ass little skinny fucking bullet and it just shreds itself. So there's a difference. You're talking the difference between, both of them are lead slug or both of them are monolithic copper or whatever, but one is moving incredibly much faster than the other one. And that amount of much faster energy is enough to obliterate the bullet on impact. So it's like it goes in like a rifle, but, it hits like a shotgun on the inside. Whereas with my air guns, it's more like a black powder gun where it punches a hole going in and it just keeps on taking material with it as it goes out. And it will go all the way through. Mind you, I use Nielsen ammunition, Nielsen specialty ammo, which for the most part, this is air gun ammo. Oh, no, let me see if I can show that. Or there it says ballistic advantage under my hand. And then it says on this side, if I can get it to focus, you fuck, accurate air gun ammo. Yes, this ammunition is made for air guns, even though I use it in my black powder pistol. I would not suggest you doing that. But yeah, I use slugs in my air guns. I don't shoot pellets. I shoot slugs. I mean, my 25 caliber pellet rifles shoot a slug that would make most, wildcatters actually.
What's the difference between a slug and a pellet?
Well, it's fairly simple. A pellet is very light. It looks kind of like a shuttlecock, like badminton shuttlecock. And after about 75 yards, it's lost all the ass behind it. It won't do much after that. I mean, yeah, it can still kill small game just fine out to about 100 yards. Sorta. But a 25 caliber slug, on the other hand, will drop a coyote at 100 yards. Drop it. Like it was a fucking hot potato.
Is that a PCP rifle or is that a...
Yeah, that's like the PCP rifles that I've shown you. I mean, look. Pick that fucking thing back up. These are all air gun ammo. I showed you the 50 cal, so I'll show you my 25 caliber ammunition that I use for stuff like coyote hunting and deer hunting and stuff like that. This is an air gun slug. Okay. It looks some more light here. It looks like a tiny little rinky-dink Sierra boat tail nothing or other with a hollow point. If you can see it there. A big old freaking hollow point.
Looks like
this bullet is 52 grains. And it's moving at about 850 to 900 feet per second, depending on the rifle I shoot it from.
How many?
850 to 900 feet per second.
How far?
Like I said, I could take a deer to 75 yards. I could take a coyote to 100.
Well, we're not going to argue about any of that.
Yeah, because you don't have any way to be able to verify it, man. I do.
Why bother? Why bother?
Because firearms, especially modern firearms, are really difficult for a lot of people to get their hands on. And
Yeah,
yet,
but
anybody can buy a hunting license. And when I say anybody can buy a hunting license, I mean you literally only have to take the freaking hunter safety course.
I want to
Doesn't matter if you're a felon or a freeman.
I want to tell you
Take
about
the hunter safety course, and
First of
then
all,
you buy your hunting license.
that's true. Hey, listen, I wanted to tell you about that. First of all, I know that you have a special sauce that you can put behind those bullets and get them going faster, and you never shared that with me. And you wouldn't.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you remember that way back in the day?
Yeah.
Now,
I'll give you that.
You said,
Okay.
I got some fucking shit, and I'm gonna put it in my bore, and those little pellets are gonna go out way faster than you, Diesel. You, fuck you. Okay.
Yeah.
And the second thing is,
it's like shooting a Magnum. You're right.
What was the second thing? Something about. Oh yeah. Well, no. I'm gonna retract that for a minute. You can eliminate on that bullshit, but I'm kind of drunk, actually, to be honest with
you. Yeah, I kind of noticed.
There was something else that was a pressing issue, but gosh, I can't. It was pretty good.
Yeah, because of my knowledge of chemistry, I was actually able to design
that's
a type of powder for an air gun.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I was like, tell me what it was. Tell me what it was. And you're like, no, I'm not going to do it. And
no, I'm not telling anybody what that is, because you put too much of that in your air gun and you won't have an air gun anymore, and you might have no eyes anymore too. So
yeah, the only thing that you didn't say that, oh, you're gonna blow up your rifle.
You can blow up your gun. Yes, it's just like sitting there and putting smokeless powder in a black powder pistol. If you don't know what you're doing, you can blow your fucking hand off.
Well, right on, man.
So, yeah, that's why I don't go putting that out there like this is how to make this shit and all that, because in all honesty, it's 100% safe. You literally can't blow it up without high pressure air in a container. And it has to be instantaneous high pressure air. It's literally a dieseling action that causes it to prime, and then that causes the deflagration, which causes, the release of the energy in the
powder. I put everything, well, not everything, but I did the whole, YouTube search and all this shit, and I put the little dabs of oil and all that other shit, and I never really noticed any difference. And
well, that's because most people don't realize this, but with like if you diesel an air gun, especially PCP, they are really only capable of what the barrel itself is capable of as far as retraction is concerned. So the maximum that you're going to get out of an air gun is going to be about Magnum speeds, maybe 1,500 to 1,800 feet per second. In a different kind of barrel, like maybe one that's made for a firearm, but you use it in an air gun, you can get those 2,000 to 3,000 feet per second pressures. But, again, you do that at the sacrifice of the action of the air gun. So it's always a trade-off. You got to know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, you can do this sort of stuff and keep your air gun running like fucking pristine, man. My 50 caliber air gun to this day will drop a fucking pig with just air alone. But I like having that little bit of security of just, a quarter teaspoon of the powder, and then slap that action closed, and that bullet goes all the way through and out the other side, like I'm shooting it with a 44 Magnum or something.
What are
So
you doing? What are you doing to secure that accuracy? Like, do you have like a badass scope on it or something? Or like,
no,
what are
with
you
my
doing to like make sure that that one single shot gets exactly where you want it to be?
watch what I do. Literally, deep breath in, and as you breathe out, squeeze the trigger and let it surprise the fucking ever loving shit out of you.
Well, how do you go through a rack of rifles and find that one that lets you do what you're talking about? Because
Okay, and here's the other flip side of it. This is why air guns and firearms are inherently two different objects. Air guns are built specifically with accuracy in mind because you don't have the luxury of tons of freaking energy to where if you just miss slightly, you know, it's still going to do the damage. An air gun works off of penetration and hemorrhage, not off of energy dump. Even though energy dump does play a little bit of a factor because, yeah, you have the temporary cavity and that gives you more hemorrhage. Um, because of the fact that, I'm slinging a slug that's, 50 caliber, 250 grain at about 730 something feet per second. And this slug then hits the animal and it opens up on impact, but it's punching through this animal. All right. So it's slowing down the whole way. And what you're trying to do is take basically a thing of rebar and throw it through a fucking animal. That's basically the same thing you're doing there. So
yeah.
in that respect, you take that inherent accuracy of the air gun and you give it that little tiny bit of extra oomph from the bigger slug. And now it has just enough energy to make a hole that's about this big around instead of a hole that's that big around. You see what I'm saying? You only have this much hemorrhage going through that animal instead of, say, like if you're shooting a firearm, like a modern firearm, you have about this much hemorrhage.
Well,
About
I'll
a
tell
pie
you
plate,
what.
about as wide as my hand going through that whole thing.
Um, it's a thing. Every year, I am in a position where I have to put down hogs and uh steer and
Or
um
I could do steer with the 50 cal humanely, brain shot. I could do a steer with the 50.
well, that's the
I
whole
could
deal.
do hogs with my 25 humanely as long as I can get them to face me and not move their head.
Well, that's the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. Like I said, uh it's not as easy. You can get, you know, I don't even know what to say. Hogs are hard enough to kill. But they're easier than the steer because we're a small outfit. One time, last year, we shot a steer right in the forehead with a 20 gauge slug.
I know the story.
And I had to
The
walk
thing
up
got
to
back
it
up
with
and
the
looked at
old.
you like, what the fuck was that?
It was bad, dude. So, as far as like the air gun, and I guess it really doesn't matter. It just takes a lot of work to get what you really want to do. And what I was like my caveat, I guess what I would say is that if
Forging actually said it the best right here. Air guns push more than pop. That's the difference between an air gun and a firearm. They push more than pop.
yeah, I should get a sword. I think that it would actually, well, the piggies you can't do it because you cannot catch a pig. I don't care how big they are. It's
No,
fine.
you kind of have to shoot them,
If you
and
walk up, no,
sometimes the
if you
bullet will
walk up
stun
to the
them,
cow,
sometimes it'll kill them. What you
I
do with
raise
the
my
pig
hand.
is if you stun them, then what you got to do is you got to cut them right here or right under the armpit,
Yeah,
right there.
okay, we got forging thought says I raise my own beef. Steer will drop where they stand. Pigs be roaming around and shit. Yeah, I raise my own steer too, and that's what I'm talking about. You can't. There's no like readily. Some of them drop, some of them don't. I drop about last year. I dropped four. I think the year before I dropped six. I don't remember, but there are paths. This year I might drop two. You know, I deer hunt. I do all kinds of bullshit. Uh, it's not as easy. The pigs are the hardest because you can shoot them over and over and over again. You know,
Yeah,
I always,
there's two spots you
we,
can actually. There's two spots you can actually kill. You can stun a pig
this
from.
is on a private farm, so that ought to, you know,
Yeah,
this
two
is
spots
not
you can
a,
stun a pig from. One spot that actually is an instant kill. Okay, the two spots you can
yeah, but
stun a
it's
pig
not
from
the
is
same
here
every time, you know. It's just
and
it's
here.
difficult. Some of them drop dead and some of them don't, and I don't know what
Right.
the fuck the deal
The
is.
way that you
You
kill them
guys jump in
instantly
there.
is right there because the bullet hits and then deflects and goes sideways and cuts the
Oh, I
spinal
got it.
cord right at the end.
I use what they call a what the hell is that called? Oh, there's a big knife and butchery that I use to cut that jugular vein. You shoot them, you cut the jugular vein to let them. You try to kill the animal to where the heart doesn't stop. So you don't want to brain them too bad. You don't want to hit the stem of the brain. You just hit the
Right.
brain.
It
And
depends
then
on
you take the
what you're trying to
scimitar.
do.
That's what it's called, is a scimitar. And we don't have the scimitar. We have a like a knife that's a lot uh thinner in profile to bleed them. Then hopefully the heart is still going and they can bleed them out. Then we hang them on the tractor and move them and stuff. It's coming up. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we're doing. And then the scimitar is complete butchery, but yeah,
It works.
we're doing it. We do it. We do it every year. So, well, last 4 years now. This will be 4 years now.
See, yeah, foraging. I do have a sword. I make
Kill
these.
hog. We do chicken, hog. Uh, we haven't done goat yet. We have goats. We do sheep though. You know. What else do we do? Goose, turkey. I guess turkey's coming up. I don't even like turkey. We have turkey. We're gonna do turkey. But so back to the point is if we didn't have repeaters, I guess we couldn't do exactly what we're doing as far as what you're saying with the even the PCPs or the the just big 25s that you're talking about, the anything under those 25s I don't think would even, you
No,
just dent the head off of them
you just
steers.
piss them off. You
Yeah.
just piss them off
Um,
if you shoot them with anything less than a 25 caliber because it does not have the punch.
we do the sometimes when we need to take out some roosters or something, we use the 177. I love
Yeah.
that rifle. That thing is accurate as shit, dude. That thing is badass. I don't know which one it is, but That thing's sweet.
Real quick, Forge. I use 5160 or *01. That's what
IMD
this is. But the
independent
difference
revenue.
is that this is
See, I do.
monocarbon nanotube forging, which is a technique that my dad taught me when I was really young. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of work, and a lot of fuel to do it, but you can turn a piece of 5160 steel into, for lack of a better term, a gigantic fucking lightsaber. But anyways, yeah, go back. You said.
Oh, that's good, dude.
All right. Well, anyways, so yeah, forging. I actually have this in a live stream. It's called the Freedom Forge. I showed one of the techniques that I use for this, which is to cook the steel. Basically, doing the most taboo thing that most blacksmiths will turn around and tell you is the worst thing you could possibly do when making a blade. I learned how to actually turn that to my advantage, because what I can do is, in turn, is I can make it perfect as long as I air harden it. That's the secret. You have to air harden it. You cannot oil harden. Once you've turned it over to be that carbon nanotube, you have to air harden it.
What's HIA mean?
Homeless in America.
Oh, I didn't see Homeless in America up here. I subbed him a long time ago.
Forge is a crucible furnace. It's homemade. Okay, so yeah, okay, so if you're doing that, then you could probably pull off what I'm doing, because my forge is a they call that a Tamagami forge.
You don't have to get Japanese on it. What is that? Because I want to. I
It's a
should
Japanese forge.
with the coal and the
Yeah, you
trough.
use the charcoal, and it's the big long trough with the 4 blowers in it. Yeah, but you actually have to get it to get so hot that it will cook carbon right into the blade. And then you have to know it, basically, by sitting there and testing the blade steel itself harmonically, to be able to tell when you are done putting the silicon into the blade in order to balance it. You balance with silicon, you harden with carbon.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, see, that's why I said most folks that do bladesmithing would look at me like I'm crazy,
I've made my
because
own knives. I've got a whole collection of knives that I've made.
the method that I use is actually, it's
I can
so
show. I
freaking
guess
good of
I
a
could put the
method.
camera on and show you all some of the
I've
knives.
never been able to teach people how to do this. Funny enough, my dad taught me how to do it, but I've never been able to teach it to others. I've tried. Most people don't have the patience. It takes several days, weeks, even months to do one of these.
Okay, forging thought. Are you running propane?
Crucible furnace. A
Are you
double.
running
Oh, the forge
propane?
is a
Because
double ribbon burner. There's your biggest issue. Yeah, you're
double what?
running propane.
No, it's
See,
not a big issue. I used to run stainless steel through propane. What are you talking about? That
that's
shit
the
gets
point,
hot.
Billy. He's not. He's not impregnating the blade with carbon. He's pulling carbon out of the blade because he's using a low carbon source instead of a high carbon source.
Well, we'll let him say what he's doing because I don't know anything about the stacking, and I've never
Yeah.
done.
Double ribbon forced air blown propane. It means he's running a low carbon source in order to heat his steel, and therefore it's actually pulling carbon from the steel while he's heating it rather than impregnating the blade with carbon. Carbon is an impurity in steel a
One of
lot of the
my
time. There is a certain point, a perfect point, where the steel becomes more of a jacket around the outside of the carbon itself. And the way that you
because
tell the difference is once it air hardens, it has a low hum when you hit it with your knuckle instead of a high pinging noise. If you go high pinging noise, it's too hard. If it goes to if it's kind of got like a clunk to it, it's not hard enough. So it's like this really perfect little spot, and it's so hard to hit it. But once you hit it, you can't do anything else with the blade, or it's done. You'll never fucking fix it.
what I have a Coke forge also, but it's so freaking hard and spendy to get a hold of it. I hardly use it. I wonder what that means.
Okay, so I use a charcoal forge. It's basically the same idea as a coke forge, but it has more carbon to give. That's part of the secret. You got to use a very high carbon source. Most folks that do forging nowadays, they don't, especially bladesmithing, they don't use a high carbon heat source. Your high carbon heat source is what makes the difference. Whether you're pulling out or you're carburizing, meaning you're pushing carbon into the steel. That's the difference. It's really difficult to know what you're doing and get it absolutely perfectly right. I've been doing this since I was in my 20s. I've been forging blades like this. And my dad actually sat me down and had me work it out. And yeah, you have to normalize it like crazy. Oh my God. O1 is a pain in the ass if you don't know what you're doing. However, if you know what you're doing and you're actually able to cook it just right, you can turn a piece of O1 into a piece of A10. Okay, and anybody that knows anything about steel, A10 is air hardening to a 10 Rockwell hardness. This shit is basically as hard as fucking diamonds. I could cut glass with it.
Well, I think that forging has a better idea of what's going on than we do, obviously.
No,
I can tell you
Huck, it's
my
not about
background a little bit. I worked for a pretty highfalutin uh fabricator is kind of how I learned how to forge. And my bladesmithing has been a little bit like after that. And basically what I like to do is cheat a little bit, like a lot, and get blades that are already made and reforge them. So
so
that's a whole nother I guess dichotomy, if you wanted to call it that.
a trick for
I
those of
make
you who
very
use
high-end
coke
stuff.
forges, real quick, if you use a coke forge, if you use a mixture of kitty litter, borax, and
You don't have to go
charcoal
there.
dust,
Nobody's gonna fucking care about that, man.
you can make your own coke.
Nobody's gonna care about that.
Forging thought might, because you can make your own coke at home for pennies on the dollar.
I'm sure he already knows how to do that.
Okay. But I use that same trick in my forge.
Now that might be something that I need to learn or have something on you. Like you can show me how to fucking do that because That's a pretty good idea. Color is always a good indicator of temperature, and that's about it. Blue 567 Hondo, Fahrenheit, straw yellow, tempering. Red hot is forging temp, and that's the way I was taught. I was taught that
Yellow hot
from
is
the right
not forge
beginning,
welding temp.
from the
Yellow
very
hot
time I was
is
born.
I can move this steel really quickly and I can get it to almost homogenize. White hot and throwing white sparks
And
is
then
forge
after
welding
that,
temp.
if you can retemper it, well, that's I shouldn't even said that. Never mind.
See, like I said, I've been doing this since I was 21 years old, man. Since I was a security guard,
Yeah,
this
I
used to be my
definitely.
hobby. When I was when I first started out as a security guard, was making swords and blades and knives and all that fun stuff. Now I make world class blades, and that's
Dude, you
again,
do?
it's still a hobby.
You do?
However, yes, this is probably a $4,000 blade that's
I've
gonna
been
when it's
making
done,
my
I'm
own
gonna be
chef
holding to.
knives for probably 7 years now. 8 years, 9 years.
Okay, well, chef knives are not combat knives. There is a difference, and they are chef knives are more difficult to get right when you're doing the tempering, but they're easier to do in the forge. It's kind of like the flip side from doing a sword. They're not the same animal. In fact, they're like complete opposites. When you're doing a sword, the hardest work you do is in the forge, and the easiest work is actually during the hardening and tempering phase.
Yeah, throwing sparks is good.
But if you didn't notice that all of that pitting on the side of the blade here, I know it's not easy to see, but you can kind of see it there. All of that pitting is exposed carbon on the inside of the blade. It's on the inside of the steel. It goes all the way down to the core. This is all actually carbon, and it's just
Yeah,
enveloped in steel now.
the heat treatment product. Well, once you isolate what exact metal, or once you realize what you're dealing with, then if you treat it, once you harden, you want a specific harden. Like the hardness that I run, like, well, I butcher, so I give it to who's that, Victorinox, and what's the other company? They do a great job.
For
I
utilitarian
don't
blades
even
that I'm
fuck.
going to
I
beat the
just
shit
buy
out
their
of,
knives. I don't. They do the best job in the world. I don't even fuck around.
for
But as
utilitarian
far as
blades I'm going to beat the shit out of, I buy a basic Walmart special. If you look, that's Ozark Trail right there.
I
Yes,
don't do
that
quite
is a
that.
freaking Walmart
I
special.
my
If I'm going
my
to beat a
I
blade up,
make
that's what I'm
mine
going to do.
too. So that's
If
what I
I'm
do.
making a several $1,000 blade, I'll make it myself.
My favorite chef knife I built, let's see, probably 7 years ago. Actually, when I first met you and started talking to you, it wasn't 7 years ago. It was probably 5 or 6 years ago. Uh, I built a knife off of a Chinese, what do you call those big square? I don't even remember what the hell they call them. I built a knife off of one of those, and I still have it to this day. I blued it like a gun because I was in the guns and all that shit, and I've got the bluing worn off of it, and I made sure that the bluing wasn't like cross contaminating the food and all this shit. And maybe it
That's what
wasn't that
this
long
is.
ago, but I was there. I don't know.
This is gun blued, by the by.
Yeah,
It
I
also has a ground edge,
cold blued.
but
I heated it up. Well, I tried my best. So
If you look at this, you'll notice there's
I
something
still
there.
have it. I still run it. It's fucking badass, dude. It's like the best. It's almost like if you studied like like earlier today, like whatever, you think that or okay, let me take that back. You want to say that you're some grandmaster at fucking people up. If I got my chef knife in my hand, dude, it's over, dude. It's
Well, see,
over.
that's the thing, though.
I will have you laid
If
out on
you have
my
a knife
cutting
in your
board.
hand, Billy, if you have a knife in your hand, do you know
It's
what?
over, dude.
Do you know what the method for defense against a knife is in martial arts?
Yeah,
I could say it in one word:
go ahead.
fear. Fuck everything
No,
and
that's not what
run.
it is, dude.
That's exactly what it is. You fucking run away because that's the only way you survive unscathed
Unbelievable.
in a knife fight.
Come on, man. That's not right.
I can tell you right now, if you're gonna go at them holding a knife, you're gonna get stabbed. You're gonna get cut. It's gonna happen.
Wait,
And if you
okay,
think I'm
okay.
lying, I could show you the scars to prove it.
What is knife in Japan? Japanese. What is knife in Chinese or Thai?
What's knife in Chinese?
That's right.
I don't know. What's knife in
Yeah,
Japanese? Bo.
Thai, whatever. What do you want?
It means blade. It
No.
could be a
What?
sword, it could
How
be
do
a
you
knife,
say
but
it?
it's a bow.
I'm not gonna go there, you fucking idiot. Jeez.
See, I did learn a lot about Japanese martial arts. I really did.
You can't say knife in Japanese. You can't say knife in Japanese. You don't.
Depends on the knife,
Can you
but
count
most
to
of them
10 in
are either bow,
Japanese?
boo, um,
Can you count to 10 in Japanese?
bido,
Can you count to 10 in
boo,
Japanese?
kyo.
Say it.
What? No, I don't know how to speak. I don't know how to count in Japanese. Like I said, I just know some of the martial
You
arts. I
told
studied the
me
theorems.
7 hours ago that you were a master
A
mixed martial artist.
grandmaster in the art,
Grandmaster. That's right.
in the arts, not in the language, jackass.
Pete's got
The
it going on
arts.
here. Pete's got it going.
That's what I was saying, dude. It's like, don't get shit confused.
Okay, let's get back to a real reality. What I'm saying is I would love to like make my own little because I don't have a kiln right now. I'd like to fabricate a little kiln to where I can like make some knives because there's a lot of badass profiles and stuff. There's a lot of knives out there. That SOG knife that they had back in the 90s is just that's the sexiest fucking knife I've ever seen. That Special Forces SOG, I don't even know what the fuck they call it now. You used to be able to get it for like 120, 130 bucks. I don't even think you can catch it for 500 now. I wouldn't mind building one of those, with the hammer and I got an anvil, whatever.
Yeah.
I think today you have a lot more opportunities today because of the internet and you can download like I could get on and download the profile and find all the measurements and just forge my own knife and make it exactly like I want, except it would be mine. That would be really fucking cool. So,
So, what's knife in German?
are you asking me?
Yeah, I know you're German, Billy. Come on. What's knife in German?
How do you know I'm German?
It's kind of self-declarative in your facial structure.
I'm fucking Scott, dude. I haven't spoke
Basically, just
German
German
in
bastard. But
30
anyways,
years.
yeah. See, 300 had it right. It's Messer.
You don't know
See,
that.
you want to sit there and you want to say, well, you don't know all this stuff about this, that, and the other. Guess what, dude? Yes, I do. I just don't try to go out there and make myself looking like a dumbass by saying Naifu, because it sounds stupid in English. It sounds fucking retarded.
Yeah, I can read. Well, go ahead. What the fuck? I'm your number one fucking
Dude,
troll.
Bo,
What are you
Wu,
talking about?
Kiwa, Shondaki, Weko, tons of different freaking words for knife. Except I'm not gonna sit there and say Naifu
Gave you
because it
an out.
sounds like waifu.
I gave you an out. What are you talking about?
My
What are you
point
talking
was,
about?
I know all these different ones for swords and knives, and yeah. What's the word for war knife? Kriegsmesser.
I didn't say
Believe
that
it or
because I'm
not, that is not grand sword. That is not big sword. That is war knife.
I don't care.
I'm talking to forging with that. Anyways, I know you don't care because dude, you're drunk.
How do you know that? I'm not. I'm not.
Because you said so.
Oh, I I probably lied.
Oh my lord.
I was just trying to get along with you, dude. It's all right.
No, my dick is bigger. No, my dick is bigger. No, my dick is bigger. It's what it always turns into when
Yeah, in reality, his old lady's pussy is tighter. That's what really matters.
Ooh, burn. Coltello?
No, we're all good, dude. I just
Sounds about right.
what started it was when you were like earlier today, you're like some
No,
grandmaster
that
martial
was
arts
me
fucking
trying to.
guy, and
That was literally me
that's
trying
what
to tell
started
dude,
it.
like, I don't care
You
who
said
you
it.
are, how big or your balls are, because the reality is, you're in fucking Sweden. You're not gonna get up off your ass and prove it. That's what that was about, dude. Yeah, I'm a
Yeah,
master
but I don't
martial artist in
care. But
4
if
different
you're gonna
disciplines, and I
say
practice
something,
6. Okay, big whoop. But at the same time, it was dude was literally sitting there. Well, I challenge you to a
well,
mixed
don't
martial
take it
arts
out on
match.
me, dude. I didn't tell you that.
You brought it up,
Yeah, I brought it up. You said you were some grandma. Come on, motherfucker.
dude. I could do this all night.
I know you can.
That's why it's like, what the fuck, man? I mean, I know that you actually saw the short video that I made way back in the day that goes, Avengers Assemble. I mean, come on. You know I can do this all day.
Well, what's that have to do with anything? I don't know what the fuck we're supposed to be talking about, but obviously it's not this.
Oh my god.
I was calling you out on what the fuck you said earlier. I don't know what the fucking
That's why I was
hard
basically
like I
pointing
give
out
a
to you,
fuck
Billy.
really. The
There's no
older
such
I
thing
get,
as a grandmaster, dude. There is no such thing as a grandmaster.
no
Okay?
shit. Yeah, there is on TV or something.
Exactly. It's
Hardcastle
bullshito.
McCormick or something.
Yeah, Ken McCormick. Yeah, it's bullshito. There is no such thing as grandmaster. Okay? Even in freaking Wing Chun, which I actually practice, there's no such thing as a grandmaster. It's
That's
you are either a master or you are an apprentice. And even the master is his own apprentice.
Billy, don't
That's
act like Muhammad. I'm not gonna act like Muhammad. Come on, man.
that's my point.
Jeez. Jeez, dude.
You're some kind of grandmaster. I also put 76239 nose to tail through a deer without wasting the meat.
I did that. Hold on, I said that. I did that. Well, I didn't say without wasting the meat, but I actually did that. And I told you that before. My dad did that with a 308 too, which was pretty cool. I said that.
You didn't even say that you said it, dude. That's what's fucking hilarious. He was saying Steven Seagal said it. He just trolled you, man.
I don't care what Steven Seagal said.
Keep up, Billy. He'll make a dinner, son.
And there's a great story behind that too, because when I was gutting that deer out, I didn't have a knife. And the only knife that I could find was a utility knife behind the seat of my truck. And it was getting dark and I was getting really afraid about a bear coming up on me. And I got the deer gutted out, and I had to stick I couldn't split the pelvic bone, and that was an issue. And then I had to drag the deer up the damn hill and up over my flatbed truck that had sideboards on it, but I didn't want to take the sideboard off of it because I didn't have any leverage on the deer to get it to flop over onto the... It was a mess, man. I was pretty scared too.
I don't doubt it.
That's a true story, dude. My dad did the same damn thing, except he didn't have to. He wasn't by himself. I was with him, and we took that deer home, and he didn't realize how he killed. He's like, he thought that this is back in the day where he thought the bullet was so fast that the percussion knocked the deer out or something. And then we found out that there was a punch hole between its mouth, and it was pretty cool because my dad did this. I did the same thing that my dad did, and I don't think that that's very. I don't think that's very common. Like, not too many people.
That's why I told you it's a 1 in a million shot.
And that bullet will my dad shot that deer with a 308, and I don't know how many yards that was. He probably shot it at 50, 60 yards. I shot the same, and it was probably maybe 50 yards with the 7.62 by 39, and it did the same thing. That bullet went through its mouth, caught onto its spine, and went right out its butt. There was absolutely no... It wasn't about the meat being ruined or nothing. It was just like, wow, I couldn't believe it.
My God, really, it's Jason Bourne. Anyways, to answer your question about the sword forging, this was based off of something called a footman's messer or a footman's saber. Okay, it's a short sword normally used by a coach footman in order to defend the occupants inside. It was much quicker in the wield than, say, like a longsword like a rapier or otherwise, and was actually capable of still doing hacking, slashing, harassment, cuts, and stabbing. And it was also capable of doing full quarter parrying against things like broadswords because of the ricasso, which runs right to about here. So it's about a hand's breadth ricasso on that blade. It also should have an oyster shell or clamshell knuckle bow on it, but I haven't finished that up yet.
Huckleberry says, I'm surprised if a Sasquatch isn't involved in that story. Well, I have size 14s, and I don't know what my dad wore. I think he had 15s. So yeah, Sasquatch could be. You're right. Be funny. Actually, I don't think my dad's feet were as big as mine.
Yeah. You are part Squatch, bro. But anyways, this is the knife that my dad made as a replacement for the one that he lost out in the woods in order to just fill up the, funny enough, the sheath that he bought with the original. And if you look, it actually has the brand of the original lasered in there. That's right. It's a Winchester. He remade this entire blade. And then he made a second one with a shorter, stubbier little knife point blade that was only a blade about yay long. This right here is an actual deer hunter's knife. Most people think, oh, that thing's got a gut hook on it. That thing's made for murdering people. No, jackass, it's for skinning deer. You make a little tiny incision in the belly, then you turn it over, you take that gut hook and you open it up like a zipper.
You know, it's kind of funny because I don't have one of those, and I should have one of those because we zip open hog. We had one of those kicking around, but we couldn't find it last season. Hopefully this season we can run into one of those. Those
Here's
are
a trick for you, Billy.
tools.
See how I cut my blade like that? 2 fingers underneath there.
No, hold on. I'll have to. Now I'll fucking switch over to here.
Okay. Here, I'll
Okay.
solo this shit so you can see. You take and you cup the blade in your fingers like this, and then you take the same little tiny hole that I told you about. You cup your blade with your fingers like that, and then you just run the blade right up through.
Yeah, that's
same way.
It's still kind of a pain compared to a gut hook or the.
Yeah, compared to a gut hook, it is a pain in the ass. You're right. Yeah. Greetings to the Erie Coast. How are you doing, Mad Shad?
Mad Shad's here. Nice.
That is actually a pretty nice knife, forging. The Buck Vanguard. It's actually a pretty nice knife.
I have to run for another cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Sprechen Sie Weichen. I need one myself. Some 50 weight would do fine.
Coffee.
Yeah, this is not a cavalry saber per se, forging. This is what would be considered to be a coachman's saber. This is the predecessor to the coachman's shotgun. So here, let me, besides the blunderbuss, let me go ahead and set this thing up on the thing so you can actually see this thing in all its glory. All right, there we go. Now, I will stand back. So now you can kind of see, if I can get that thing to focus on me instead of the light ball there. There we go. That's better. So now you can see an actual saber. It's actually a pretty nice long blade. It's as long as my arm, easily. From the pommel, it's up to my shoulder. It's incredibly well balanced. Has a wicked little freaking tune to it as well. And let me see if I've got something that will do just right. All right. Here you go. Put your head next to your either you got to have your earphones on or put your head next to your little speaker there on your phone. It's a very low hum. It's almost inaudible. It's more of a hum you can feel than a hum you can hear. It's a single-handed, hand and a half sword. It's made for being fast, being able to fence, being able to slash, stab, parry, and come back with it again through a post. This is quite literally an officer's saber for a coachman. And that's why I like this sword, because it's just long enough to make a difference. You know, it's hard to actually see the full size with me holding my camera, but you know, that's literally resting the tip on my shoulder and my finger is touching the pommel all the way out at the end. It is 100% short sword.
What's the biggest porterhouse steak you ever seen in your life?
72 ounces.
I just gave my aunt Jerry a porterhouse steak that weighed 6.7 or something like that.
Pounds.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I told her to thaw it out, and I told her that one side's the strip loin, the other side's the tenderloin, and she could like divide it up and then repackage it and refreeze it, and it wouldn't bother it. She's like, "You sure about that?" I'm like, yeah, you can thaw out beef and refreeze it and rethaw it out. You won't know the difference. You'll never know it.
Yeah, beef's just fine out of a freezer as long as you keep the freezer burn off.
Well, what I'm saying is you can freeze it, thaw it, refreeze it, and thaw it again. You'll never know the difference. I'll guarantee you that. That's a fact. Done it tons of times. And I'm a cook, so that was pretty awesome. I don't know if I have a bigger one than that. But they were
72 ounces. For those who don't know, that's about 3.5 pounds.
Yeah, and what I'm talking about is way over double that.
Yeah. Well, more than 3.5. It's like 5. It's like 5.5 pounds. Sorry. It's a lot of fucking meat.
No, this is almost 8 pounds. I think that's what
yeah. You're talking about a much bigger chunk of steak.
Yeah, it was either that or a blade roast. I have some blade roasts that are pretty fucking far up there too. I wish I was closer to you. That way I could kick you some of this shit because you could probably use it better. My aunt.
Dude, you have no idea, man. I'd fucking... I would be like, here, let me trade you a chicken or two or something, dude. Like, let me make you a sword or something. You know?
That's terrible.
Because, yeah, I need food. More than anything else. That's really the important part. I mean...
Yeah, I have chucks. Chucks are, I'm in Wyoming. Chucks are, I was either going to do that or the chuck, but the trick was, the whole thing was, like I vacuum bag all the shit, and I was digging through the freezer to give them, because they were coming up for, my brother OD'd and he died a couple years ago, and they're going to come do something for a memorial, up at his gravesite. And I was digging for like a blade roast or something, but I found this huge porterhouse that the vacuum bag let loose, because when I shuffle the shit through the freezers and shit, sometimes I lose vacuum on these vacuum bags. And I was like, oh, just take this, and that way they can cut it up and refreeze it or whatever the fuck they do. But I thought it was impressive because it was 6.7 something pounds. 6.7. I didn't read the last three numbers. I don't like giving that kind of shit away.
Yeah, that's a lot of meat to go and toss to someone, man. I
Plus
mean,
it's a
even if it's your
porterhouse.
mama, that's still a lot of meat to throw at someone.
Well, I gave him that and about, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 pounds of hamburger, 6.5, wait, 10 pounds, wait, 3, 2.5, so that's 12, and then some pork, about 2.5 pork, but I don't know, we're creeping up on butcher season again, so I don't know. Cows are very expensive this year. I don't know if I mentioned that before, but
I just had to take part in that, Fortune. Sorry, man. I thought it was too funny.
yeah, my cat, if I had a cat named Porterhouse, it wouldn't weigh that much.
It's just too funny, man. I'm sorry, but it's too fucking funny. Plot twist: his cat's named Porterhouse.
Give me your email address. I'll mail you some pictures.
You have my email address, Billy. I'm pretty sure.
What is it?
I mean, I did make it public knowledge, so gotten more freaking porn spam than you could possibly imagine.
Was it Blaine?
Thank you, Spoogle Goo.
I don't know I never had your email address, I don't think.
I'm sure I gave it to you, Billy.
I'll give you mine, and then you can email me if you want.
I think we actually swapped them back when we were talking about Idaho and Utah when I was living up there and going to hot springs and whatnot.
Isn't that funny how far we go back?
Oh shit, that's funny.
A lot of meat to throw at someone. My ex been talking about me again. I knew it. Well, it's my mom's sister, so I don't have much good things to say about her, but I don't know, decent.
So yeah,
fucking Shad's awesome, dude. I love that motherfucker, by the way.
Yeah, dude. Mad Shad is awesome shit, man. That motherfucker is some solid motherfucking shit, dude. I like that dude because I'm gonna be very square and honest with you. Mad Shad is like when I was having some serious fucking drama here on the interwebs. Mad Shad took a step back and said, "You know what?
We're Pistol Brothers."
He's like, you know what? I could fucking care less, man. Because let me point something out to you. That shit is all just nothing but bullshit. It's all just drama, and I'm not feeding into it. So, I'm gonna choose to be your friend, Blaine, because you're a cool motherfucker and I like you. I was like, well, thank you. Shit, that means a lot more to me than just about any fucking thing, man.
My wife's family is a bunch of Norwegian Mormons from Utah. That state scares the shit out of me. Yeah, it should.
It probably should, man. Fuck. I moved out of Utah when I was a kid, and honestly, I'm not Mormon.
Wow.
I'm not Mormon. I was raised Roman Catholic, so imagine that. A Roman Catholic in a Mormon state. It did not fucking go over well.
Were you ever led on to know Christ?
What?
Were you ever led on to know Christ?
Yeah.
Well, that's all that fucking matters.
See, the worst part is they would show up at my front door,
The
and
Mormon?
yeah, the LDS, they'd show up at the front door, and they'd sit there and they'd say, "Would you like to hear about the good Lord's works and all that?" And my dad, he'd be sitting there in his fucking t-shirt with upside down fucking pentagram on it, with the words "burn in hell" underneath it, and holding a beer. And this motherfucker would literally just straight up stare him in the face and go, "I kill priests, fuck nuns, and drink beer. Want a beer?"
You're crazy, dude. Are you kidding me, dude?
Yes, it's a joke. Fuck. You feed too far into shit, man.
Well, I'm probably. Well, it's getting late, man. Gotta give me a break, dude. Gotta give me a break a little bit, at least a little bit of a break. It's getting late. I had a big day. I got a lot of shit done.
Yeah, he was asking if I was born again, and yes, I was into Yohakohetia.
Oh yeah, that's totally what I was doing. Homeless in America. I was exactly right.
Roman Catholics are not born again Christians. They're not. They don't believe in.
Well, I don't want you to say that. I don't want you to.
Well, they do believe in the rebirth, but they don't believe in the rebirth of people, of you and me. They believe in the rebirth of Christ.
There's probably more. There's probably more Roman Catholics that are not born again Christians than there are.
Yeah,
possibly. That's a very ignorant perspective that I'm coming from. By the way, I do know for a fact that the Catholicism is not conducive to born again Christians at the same time. So I just don't want to overstep my boundaries on that.
Yeah, Catholicism and Christianity both lack in one great sphere of influence, and that is the Old Testament.
No, because Christianity does not lack anything.
Because they believe that because Christ came to earth to take away the sins of the world, no longer are we held to those laws that were to govern us before, as is set in Deuteronomy. However, I would beg to differ, because Christ said in the gospel himself, "Do so listen, therefore, to the words of my Father in heaven, and pay him heed."
Yeah, that's nowhere in the Bible.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Prove me wrong then. Read it.
No, you're the one that
exactly
told me that. No, you tell me, because I'll look it up right now. I don't have a problem with that. What word do you want me to go off of?
Okay.
Take heed. No.
When he was being tested by the Pharisees and Sadducees, they asked him, "Lord, do we listen to what you say, or do we listen unto what the Lord, what the God in heaven says?"
Yeah, I agree with
and
that.
Jesus replied, "Are we not one and the same? And yet I say unto you, you should adhere to the words and laws of my Father in heaven."
Yeah.
And I don't know the freaking, I don't know the word, the chapter and verse anymore. You know why?
It's all cool.
It actually got so irritating to me when they would sit there and go, "Well, read me the chapter and verse." I'm like, "No, thank you," because it's fucking out of context.
Nah, forget all that bullshit, dude.
The whole point of it is that I can do the out of context shit too, but it doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference. All right? Christ literally said, "The laws of Leviticus are the laws of my Father in heaven."
Yeah.
He also, when they asked him, "What is the greatest commandment then, therefore?"
I think the
Lord
greatest
said, "Love thy neighbor as thyself."
Yeah, 100%. 100, dude, 100 fucking, dude. You nailed it.
I told you, I was raised Roman Catholic.
You nailed it, motherfucker. That is 100% motherfucking true. I couldn't. You got it. There's nothing for me to say to you.
So, this is funny shit right here. My mom was Roman Catholic and my dad was Irish Catholic. I don't know if they believe in born again ideals, but I know all Catholics believe in violence.
That is pretty good. That is pretty good.
It's true. We do believe in violence. Or they believe in violence, I should say. I walked away from the church because of a couple of things.
Doesn't sound like it. Sounds like you are the church.
No, I'm not. Because I have a very unpopular opinion about what happens to the human soul that the church would never adhere to, and they would actually they would turn around and they would extricate you from the church, and you know, basically you could go back into the church and whatever and go and pray or whatever, but you can't take communion. They won't forgive you for anything.
Listen, homeless in America, that's completely not true. You can't say that.
So,
do you remember the verse about the lion and the sheep? Do you actually remember that, homeless in America? And tell me where that is.
So, here's my unpopular opinion that, my fundamental understanding of the soul that makes it so that me and the Catholic Church will always go head to head.
We don't have to do that. You don't have to do that, man.
And that particular
you don't have to do that. Go ahead.
That until you get everything absolutely right, that the grand designer is asking for, God, for instance, if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you don't get everything absolutely right, you have to return to Earth repetitively in a new body to learn. And that learning process is what we call the circle. That is what Yoaha Kahetia is. We live circular because we have not learned everything we need to know, because we've never been worthy enough to learn everything.
Yeah, you need to drop that motherfucking clown. Yohaka or whoever it is. You got it straight from the get-go. You don't need any help, dude.
Exactly. I don't need any help. The difference is I know what the answer to the eternal question is.
What?
But
what's the answer?
For some reason now I can't, or I have not been able to experience complete death. So there you go.
Hey, Mad, check out, man. Good seeing you tonight.
So, yeah, thank you.
That motherfucker, by the way. Chat.
Thank you for coming by, Chad. I love you, brother.
Taking off, man. Now we lost our foundation.
No, he just does not like Christianity. Personally,
that's all right. That's okay.
I could give a fuck less.
He's a
I know
Viking.
too much about it to actually want to continue in the same vein, because the reality is, I'm gonna piss all of you off right now. Fuck it.
What's up? Well, hold on. Before you do that, let's see what Huckleberry has to say. He says, in my honest opinion, the Bible is plagiarized and sewn together with plagiarism. All the
Paganism.
stories. Oh, yeah, okay. I missed
And
that.
he's right.
All
Now-
stories can be traced back to older scripts and texts like the. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Enuma Elish, the Nag
I
Hammadi,
don't believe
and the
that.
Sumerian texts, to name a few.
Well, I have the Hebrew.
I will
and
actually
Greek
go
text.
one further. I will go one further and point out to you that the origination of the Catholic Church, and therefore the Christian Church in the Western understanding of the Christian Church.
Well,
Not talking about Gnostics here. We're just talking about the Western Christian faiths. We're talking Roman Catholic, and Irish Catholic, and Greco-Catholic, Greco-Roman.
Yeah,
I mean, not Greco-Roman, Gregorian Catholic. Those religions specifically were all started by Emperor Constantine in the year 300 AD. That's 300 years after Christ was born. So it's so far removed from Christ that it's to be insulting to his name. And then on top of that, this is the foundation for your religion. You turn around and you says, well, we wait for the rapture and the forgiveness of sins of all souls. You don't even know what rapture means, because the real meaning of rapture comes from the Latin raptura, meaning to be taken by predators. And if you don't believe me, there's plenty of source material on that.
Yeah, well, the source material on the raptura, like you're saying, hasn't happened yet.
To be taken by predators, I beg to differ. It's been happening right under your noses, and you want to sit there and tell me, oh, well, yeah, this is wrong. We shouldn't be doing this to children, but, the rapture hasn't happened yet.
That's not the same raptura that you're talking about? Is that what you're saying?
That's the raptura.
Oh, okay. So that was John Dewey, probably in 1847 or something like that. They come up with that bullshit.
No.
Is that true?
No, it's not.
Right about that?
No, you're not.
Okay, what was it?
John Dewey did not come up with the word raptura. Raptura comes from the ancient Roman Latin.
He invented. Hold on, I'm not saying that he invented Greek. I'm saying that he started talking about like a pre-rapture.
No, this has nothing to do with pre-rapture at all. It has to do with the actual meaning of the term raptura, which is where we get the word rapture from.
What does that have to do with what does that have
to do with? Because it was translated into Greek and then translated into Latin. The Greek, it says something of the level of to be taken by predators. In the Latin, it says raptura, and in the English, it says rapture.
Yeah, but I don't get that out of the Bible, is what I'm saying. Like,
I understand you don't get that out of the Bible.
What were you bringing it up about then?
History. Documented history.
Okay.
It's actually the reason why they won't let you into the archives down in the Vatican, because all of that shit is literally documented.
I don't understand why you brought that up then. It has no perverence. It has no
It has a perversion connotation because of the fact that Constantine, before he switched so-called to Christianity, practiced the Carneia.
What the fuck is that?
The feast of sexuality and bestiality. In other words, predation. He was part of the practitioners of Raptura.
I never even heard of that, dude.
Surprised you haven't, because funny enough, it's in the movie 300. If you've ever watched the movie, when he goes to the Oracle of Delphi and asks if they could go to war to protect Sparta, she says it is too close to the feast of Carnea. The feast of Carnea is the Greco-Roman feast of sexuality, bestiality, and indulgence.
I don't know. You lost me, dude. I was just
dude. I learned history. I can't not pick up intelligent facts. It's just there, man. When it's there, you kind of just go, well, fuck it.
Pennsylvania EMT says he needs a proctologist to get some dental work done or some fucking shit. What's up with that? That ain't right.
From needing a dentist to quickly needing a proctologist.
What is this? I've been to war. And cancer
took my daughter. According to the Bible, Yahweh decided all of that was what he wanted. Yeah. There you go. That's according to the Bible.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, he's talking about your little deer hunt thing that you were talking about. From needing a dentist to needing a proctologist. It's kind of funny. How can the devil have dominion over earth when he was created by Yahweh and servant of Yahweh? Also, the Bible says all evil is the will of God. Yes, that's true.
Let me ask you this.
It does say that. And that he did actually cite the chapter and verse for you. So if you want to go look it up, go ahead.
Where are we at? Homeless, how can the devil have dominion over earth when he was created by Yahweh and the servant of Yahweh? Also, the Bible says all evil is the will of God. I'm not really sure about that. What I can say though, which might be interesting, you don't have to take this as fact because if you don't have
Samael was the favorite until he fell.
If you don't interrupt me, it'll be all right. If you don't have a choice to love me, as opposed to you have your own free will, maybe has a lot to do with that. You can figure that out.
Well, let me put it this way, Billy. I put up with you.
What's that?
I put up with you.
Well, you ought to, motherfucker. No shit, man.
Yeah, no, I put up with your ass, but at the same time, I am no longer a Christian. I don't have the same form of patience as other people do. If I think it's fun, I'll let it continue.
Well, what does that
if I don't think it's funny, I put the kibosh on that shit.
What does that have to do with you putting up with me? I'm just another
Because you're funny, motherfucker. I said you're funny. Don't let it go to your head and understand looks aren't everything.
How fucking funny do you think I am? Are we in casino?
Pretty funny. Looking, that is.
All right, we're getting ignorant now.
Hey, you walked into it, man.
No, yeah, I'm just saying, like dude, I said, you know. If you have a problem with suffering in today's world or yesterday's world, if you have a problem in suffering, I view it like this. you have a choice whether to love or to hate. We intrinsically have the ability to, we have choice. What kind of God would you have if you were forced to love him?
I would beg to differ and point out action reaction. You have the choice to not react, being that you have consciousness. However, if you don't react, somebody else will. So there will always be that reaction, even though you didn't react.
I can't say anything though. I don't know. I can't say anything. I can't argue with you.
It's kind of hard to argue with physics, man. The
reason really that I believe, I can tell you this. The reason that I believe is because I have the freedom whether to deny you or accept you.
Right.
No matter what you do.
Exactly.
You could persecute me. You could do anything that you want to me.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do that because I'm not that evil.
Now, if you took that choice away, you are forcing me to either love you or hate you.
But see, there again, if you choose to not have anything to do with me, then either one of two things happens. Either you have enough hatred in your heart to be able to forget me, or you have enough love for me to not want to have something to do with me while I am in that particular mindset. So in a nutshell, you still don't have the choice because it's action reaction.
It's pretty deep, man. We're getting pretty far down there. You know,
like, Billy, I could do this all day.
Oh. Start flexing, motherfucker. Go ahead.
Oh. String bean arms and shit.
Well, there you go, homeless. Evil is the opposite of God, so you have both. You have one or the other. You can float in the middle. You can be lukewarm. Forging thought. I didn't see your last pass.
Well, there again, though, Forging. I would argue that they are historical instances.
For their 6 sins. Oh, yes, they will, my man. Oh, fucking
I would argue. I would argue this: everything that happened in the Bible is historical instances, specifically because human beings of the time needed metaphors in order to understand certain aspects because they did not have the scientific knowledge to be able to understand the technical aspects of it. So instead, a pillar of fire instead of, say, a fire tornado. God pottered the waters because at the moment that somebody who actually knew enough about science sat there and commanded the waters to go because he knew it would happen, the tide went and left the area and gave them just enough time to walk across, and then the waters came back in, the tide came back in, and because the ground became soft again, the Pharaoh ended up getting stuck in the water.
What are your resources?
Archaeology.
No, like tangible. What are your physical, tangible? What resources?
They found the
No,
chariots
you?
and the bones in the Red Sea where supposedly,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
guess. Who told you that?
who told me that?
That's right.
The Vatican and
The Vatican.
also the Smithsonian Institute, and I could
The
go on.
Smithsonian.
Oxford. There's
Oxford. You mean like the Oxford English Dictionary?
no, I'm talking about the school that the Oxford English Dictionary was actually
Okay.
created at. um, and then there's also others. But my point remains, dude. It all comes back to there's plenty of actual tangible physical proof that all of these things actually did happen. However, that does not prove that they had anything to do with God. It just means that human beings at the time would have seen things that they could not entirely explain, and they would say, well, it must be the hand of God because nothing else has this ability.
Well, I'm not gonna try to sit here and convince you of anything. If you do the research, the due diligence, you would probably find yourself in agreement.
Let me put it this way. I have no problem believing in a grand designer, a greater power, and all of that shit. Okay? I also understand that these these situations, these methods, these physics, chemistry, biology.
Here's the problem. The problem is you are taught to believe that you are nothing and you just happened out of some slime in a pond.
Not true.
The
Not
facts
true at
are.
all. That's not what I was taught. I was actually taught that Christ made a man out of dirt and breathed life into him and then pulled a rib out of that motherfucker and then made a woman with it.
Okay, what happened? Where
That's
did
what
it
I
go
was
wrong?
taught.
Where did
And
it go
then
wrong? Where did
I
it go
asked,
wrong?
but how is it that there are all of these, all of these other tangible, factual pieces of archaeological evidence that are there that are thousands, even millions of years old, but somehow mankind was there at the beginning.
What?
See, this is what I mean by man at the time could not understand the actual scope of things. There was too much time involved for our little monkey brain to figure out. So we said God.
So let's push it off on Blaine and make him think that he's in the same situation as we are and he doesn't have a fucking idea what's going on. Beings that you came from a good base.
Okay.
You don't have to believe any of that bullshit.
Here's the question.
Dude.
Here's the question. What do you call a firmament?
The ground.
Okay. And there was a firmament between the heavens and the stars.
Right.
And God thought it was good. And he made darkness and light. And he thought it was good. And
That's
said,
right.
let this be known as day and as night.
Yeah.
Now, the firmament between the heavens and the stars. Do you know what astrophysicists to this day call the Kármán line, the point where the atmosphere becomes so thin that it no longer becomes, it's no longer, atmosphere, it's more a imperfect vacuum?
Run that by me again. I'm slow. It takes me a little bit to comprehend what. Go ahead.
Okay, the Kármán line.
I don't know
What do they also refer to that as?
I don't know what the Kármán. I never heard that before.
Okay, the Kármán line is the point where space begins and the gaseous atmosphere. If you wave your hand around in the air, you can feel the gaseous atmosphere. Okay, the particles in the atmosphere, you can feel that. That's the point where you stop being able to do that. There's not enough pressure to keep the particles together. They call it a firmament.
All right. Well, I don't know. I'm not that smart, dude.
See, I did study this stuff. I learned all this stuff, and that's why I'm like, I can't.
I was born again Christian when I was 18 years old. I'm 48 years old now. That's a long time ago.
I was
30
I was
years
baptized. I was baptized into the Catholic Church at the tender age of a month old. I was brought up in the Catholic Church. I was brought up in both the Catholic and the Protestant faith because my grandmother was Protestant.
You're smarter than that, obviously. You've already proven that. What's your question?
My point is that, see, according to the Bible, man couldn't start stone on fire, right? He couldn't make a fire out of stone. Yet, for some reason...
Wait a minute. That's a false pretense. I don't know where you're coming up with that. That's not true.
Elijah was able to take, and with a simple word from God, light fire on stone.
I don't know that. I don't know that as a born again Christian in the Bible study.
It's there, and it's up to you to read it. That's why I keep on saying I don't believe that people sit there and listen about and actually pay attention to the Bible that they keep on talking about. They keep on saying, well, I studied the Bible. I read the Bible. I'm like, okay, well, did you read Elisha?
You're talking, yeah, probably. Well, it's been
that story is in Elijah.
All right, I'll look it up right now. Let me turn on my light. Fucking look it up. Let's find out.
That story right there is in Elijah.
So what is it?
He struck the stone with his hand and spoke the name of God. And the stone caught fire and burned without burning up.
All right, I'll look it up. Dude, I don't want to, I'm going to look it up.
This is my point, dude. Look, people with a little bit of knowledge of physics and chemistry would have been able to look like gods to people who did not have this knowledge. That's what I'm saying.
Stone. Elijah.
This is what bothers me. This is why I don't prescribe to a religion. I don't prescribe to religion.
I prescribe
I believe Christ was a great man and did wonderful works because he had a certain knowledge of healing and capability.
I don't want to sit here and say I didn't find it because that's bullshit.
I also prescribe to the fact and knowledge that there is no way that without some
4042. Here we go. I think I got it.
Okay. Without some effort by an outside source, there would not be life.
That's Ezekiel. That's not Elijah. Hold on here. Maybe you're not. Maybe that's not.
I might be getting those two mixed up. I used to always get Ezekiel and Elisha mixed up. So there is that.
4042. I don't know. Let's see if there's Isaiah. It could be. I don't know. Let's
And he
answer the
struck the
question.
stone with his hand and called forth the name of God,
All right.
spoke it, and the
So I
stone
can,
caught fire and burned without burning. Is referring to the fact that there was some sort of fuel that the stones had on them that he poured on the stone. And when he called out the name of God, basically he probably custed freaking blue funk because he smashed his finger in between a couple of rocks trying to kick off a spark.
well, you might as well talk about the burning bush then, you know.
It's again something that we could probably do, but at the same time, have you ever heard of the thing called gas plant?
No,
Because I can light stone on fire. See? I lit steel on fire. It's a miracle.
I'm just not seeing it in here, dude. Should I look up fire, maybe?
This is my point. They actually did a full-on special on this shit in freaking National Geographic.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna trust them. I'm gonna definitely.
And you know what they were able to come up with?
Has anybody else got it?
Naphthalene and sulfur.
Catholics are Satanists. Okay, false pretense. I'm gonna head out. Religion is $1 trillion a year business. Yeah, that's absolutely 100% there. And the Bible's free, so there you go. $1 trillion business, but the Bible's free. I wouldn't start quoting Isaiah if you're trying to defend the Bible. Why not? Isaiah is a pretty important book in the Bible. There's no doubt about it. All right, I'm lost. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna fucking look this shit up.
Okay, Chariots of Fire.
I can look all this shit up. Chariots of Fire? Really? I don't
Yeah,
know
this
this.
is going to be fun for you. And he
How do you
flew up to the
spell it?
heavens upon chariots with wheels and wheels made of tongues of fire.
Well, there's that one time that they crossed that place over and
What would you call an aircraft with jet engines
chariot.
if you were back in the times of before Christ
So
when
you
this
got
technology didn't
chariot,
exist?
you got chariot, Genesis, Exodus, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges. Let's see, chariots of fire. And burnt their chariots of fire, horses and burnt their chariots of fire, with horses and chariots very many. Let's see. Pursued after your fathers with
Oh,
chariots.
there you go.
Which one do you want?
Ezekiel 28. Forging was able to come up with it for us. Thank you, brother.
Where are you going?
That would be the and
Ezekiel 28.
he cast upon the stones a spell of fire and called out the name of God.
All right. That'd be awesome, dude. We love it.
And the stones burned
Went through like
and yet did
5,000
not burn.
Let's see if I can remember where Ezekiel was.
See, this is why I'm sitting there going, I get shit freaking mixed up with the Bible. That's why I don't quote passages.
I got 11:9, 16:13, 17:3.
Ezekiel 28.
All right. 28 what? I'm here. 26, 28. The word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, Thus saith the Lord God, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a God. I sit in the seat of God, in the midst of the seas. Yet thou art man, and not God, though thou set thine heart as the heart of God. Do we have any? Well, yeah, 1940, great. Where are we heading at? Because 28, you want me to read the whole damn chapter, I will, but
It's the specific passage that has to deal with Ezekiel proving that God exists because he spoke the name of God and the stone caught fire and burned without burning.
oh, that's the burning bush, isn't it?
Mm-mm. It's the burning stone. It's a little different.
Some translations have it setting the stones ablaze. Some have it as walking on the stones of fire. Well, you guys are a little smarter than I am. I mean, I have it, but I don't know where to find it. The actual point, I think, is that God is, he is.
The point that was trying to be made was that basically because he spoke the name of God, he created this. However, the simple fact of the matter is that it's so easy to do through simple chemistry and knowledge of flammable liquids, which they would have had access to back in those times, specifically something that they knew as naphtha, which we know as naphthalene. It's a petroleum distillate, and it's one of the few petroleum distillates that has existed for at least 4,000
Naphtha?
years. Yep.
I have a bottle of naphtha. That's lighter fluid, dude.
Yep. Kerosene light.
Well, what's that have to do with all this rubbing around in the Bible and the Strong's Concordance that I'm doing over here to do with naphtha?
Because
You think that God came down here and squirted naphtha on a bush and it just burned it?
I'm saying a man did and then blamed it on God.
Well, I guess I'm at a loss. I feel, I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's my whole point right there, Borging.
What?
I have literally debated this with people to the point where I've gotten blue in the face and they won't
Obviously
listen
not
because they want to
enough.
think that God did it all. The difference of it is that God didn't do it all. He worked through man. He literally utilized man's ability to manipulate each other in order to create a facade.
Oh,
And called it a religion.
Fucking bet. I think man did that. I think man did that. I think you got that 100% backwards, dude. That's why.
Well,
That's
one
why
way or
people
the
don't like
other,
God.
one way or the other,
That's
it
exactly
still
why people
happened.
don't like God, because they have contrived their own bullshit and projected it on God, and that's why they hate God, and that's why you see people going, Jesus Christ, and holy shit, and screaming at God. The
Nope.
people that profess not to believe in God say they scream at God.
I was raised to believe in God.
I wasn't.
That's the difference here. I was raised to believe in him. I wasn't brought to the church. I was born in the church.
Yeah, that's what fucked you up. Because I wasn't. I had to find them on my own. You already had some preconceived notions that fucked you over. And that's like
I
a
can still,
lot
to
of
this day,
anxiety.
recite the Nicene Creed as if it was yesterday
I
that
never
I
even
first
heard
learned
of
it.
that. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
The Council of Nicaea, the creed that was created at the Council of Nicaea, goes as such. We believe in one God, the Father, the Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, of all that is seen and unseen, of all things holy and unholy. We believe in one baptism for the forgiveness of sins and to life everlasting.
Yeah, that doesn't even make any sense to me whatsoever.
It's actually that's comes from the Council of Nicaea. And the
Yeah,
Council of Nicaea was in 300 AD when Constantine accepted Christianity as the creation myth, mythos, whatever you want to call it, and then stated
ethos.
that
It would be ethos.
I call it mythos because of the same thing. Um, he accepted it as the foundational religion of Rome
Yeah, I feel bad for
and
you.
cast aside the original Roman religion.
Yeah.
And this is because Christians were getting more and more power, politically speaking.
I did a study about that when they decided to comprise the canon. Man, I'm really rusty on this stuff because that was a long time. That was probably a long time ago
Yep,
when they
it
were
was.
forging thought. When they were forging through probably how many books? How many books were set aside? I mean, if you look at the Catholic Bible, there's probably I don't know 14 or
See,
16 books added. And then if you go back before that, I think they subtract, like, say, the Book of Enoch, all the Maccabeuses,
that's
all
wrong.
that.
The book of Enoch is retracted, but the Maccabees, the Trials of the Maccabees, is actually canon in the Catholic Church.
Yeah, that
So,
I said
and
that.
the Council of Nicaea is the creation of the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I don't believe any of it. I barely believe what I do believe.
See, I don't, because I was told to believe and not question, because those who question God
I wasn't.
allow Satan into their heart.
I wasn't told that.
And then I was told, do so, question your faith, because it will reinforce your faith.
I wasn't
Evangelism.
told that either.
And all of these things confused me so to the point that I sat back and I
I
said, wait a
bet.
minute.
Yep,
The
I
Bible has
bet.
been changed so many times throughout
I don't
the
believe
history of
that.
mankind, and I'm surprised you don't because it's actually historical facts. But
I
the
have
Bible has
it
been
right
changed by
here.
mankind so many times
I
that
have it right
the
here.
very
Greek
the
and
the very
Hebrew.
text in the gospel would be wrong. Not
I
one
have
jot
it.
nor tittle of my Father's word shall be changed until the end of times.
I don't
Well,
know what
then
that is.
the end of
Why
times
are
would
you
have
saying?
been 300 years after Christ was born. But if it was 300 years after Christ was born, then Christ would be wrong because what he said was he would be coming back in 2,000 years.
That doesn't
So,
make any, how are you saying that? What are you saying? That doesn't even make any sense. What are you
but
saying?
it's all in the Bible.
Say that again so I can try to get a grip on this.
Okay. Not one jot nor tittle of my Father's word shall be changed until the end of times. The Council of Nicaea changed the Bible, and what was accepted as canon and what was accepted as not canon and to be rejected as heresy. That was 300 years after Christ was born. Now, Christ said, I will return in a time of 2,000 years or 2 millennia. That is in Revelations. So, who's lying?
Well, I'm thinking I'm thinking. I've never heard that before. I'm not. You know.
The book
I'm
of
just saying.
Judas was
I've never heard
removed.
that before.
The
What?
book of the book of Judas was removed. The book of Peter II was removed.
I don't know. Yeah,
I
you're getting
mean,
me up against a wall here because, like I said, I've done that study, but it was a long time ago, and I know that there are like a lot of books that did not
a lot
make
of
it into
discrepancies.
the canon, or well, actually, it was all in the canon. It had nothing to do with the New Testament. I don't believe so. And also, let me throw this out there to you. The God that I worship, I believe, has the power to not, or in other words, protect his word.
Like
Why are
I
you
said, I'm gonna
trying
piss everybody off
to
because
do
of
it?
all that I know about it. I just did, dude. That's
You
what
don't
I
have to piss
said.
me off. I'm not pissed off.
Could have fooled me
What do you mean? Just comparing notes.
because you're allowing your emotions to rule your vocal patterns. That shows me that you are angry even if you are not trying to be. And like I said, I'm going to make people angry by what I have to say about it because of what I learned. See, I haven't lied to you once. Difference is that I'm just not going to sit there and try and quote, the chapter and verse because like the song says, the actual song that one of my favorite songs says, I can't quote the book, the chapter or the verse. You can't tell me it all ends in a slow ride in a hearse. You see how that works? I can't
Yeah,
quote
I'm
the
not
chapter and a
upset.
verse.
I don't know what you're saying because you
I,
you're just
I haven't cracked a Bible since I was 23.
I listen to it every day.
I try to avoid it because I try not to get into these conversations about religion because I know I'm going to piss people off with what I have to say.
They're important though.
See,
It has to do with
evangelism,
your soul, dude.
my soul is going to come back at some point. I'm going to be born into a new body and I'm going to live again and again and again.
I don't believe that.
That's not up to you to believe or not. It's up to me to believe because that's what I believe.
Yeah, but I don't want you to be astray. There's no factual evidence.
4G, 4G, I could actually answer that question as to why, if God is all powerful, why did he decide suffering should be a thing? To quote the Bible specifically upon this particular, one must understand the bitter in order to prize the sweet.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I believe that that gives you the choice.
It actually is, the words specifically are, one must taste the bitter in order to prize the sweet. But that's having to do with Passover. And yeah, like I
Isaiah
said,
45:7.
I grew up in this.
I think that well, I guess it doesn't really fucking matter because I'm nobody, but
Brother, we
we
are
we're
literally
not
grains of sand in the Sahara by comparison to the cosmos. And if we are grains of sand on the Sahara, and we, by comparison to the cosmos,
What is the
what importance do we have? At the same, the efforts that we make in life, the legend that we leave behind, that I would argue is of greater importance. You could choose to be an evil motherfucker and do a lot of bad shit. Or you could choose to be a good person, do all good works. But you are the one who chooses that.
Let's read this Isaiah 45:7. This is pretty intriguing. It's not to be diminished or dismissed. Let's read this. Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. And it's exactly what Forging said.
This is the comfort because God's use of Cyrus.
Let me put it this way.
From above and let the skies pour down righteousness. Let the earth open and let them bring forth salvation and let righteousness spring up together. I, the Lord, have created it. Good call there, Forging Thought.
Yeah. See, that this is my point, and it comes back to you choose to be good or evil. What God shows you is a moral way of living. Sure.
Here's the caveat. Woe unto him that saith unto his father, what begettest thou? Or to the woman, what hast thou brought forth? From the light I created darkness, I make peace and created evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. That they may know from the rising of the sun and from the west, that there is none beside me. I am the Lord, and there is none else. You know, that's a pretty good. I'm gonna bookmark that.
Yeah, because if God is everything,
I'm gonna
then
do a
there
little
too.
study about that. Well, it makes a lot of sense to me. Not in the way that maybe I'm gonna check it out. So
Do that. This comes down to the same points I've been trying to make. You know, that morality is something that God shows us to be with that book. However, if God created evil, he did so, whether it was in order to test us or not, he did so.
well, we obviously walk around in this world with free will. We have a choice whether we hurt someone or we love someone.
We were
And
not created to have free will. We were
I
created
don't
to be
know.
servants.
Okay,
According to Genesis,
that's a good question. Answer me this. Were we walking around in goodness with a choice? Or were we exposed to hate?
we were exposed to the knowledge of good and of evil and of all things reality.
Before that,
Before that, we had no knowledge except what God created and what God told us. You see the difference there?
Well, we're working on it.
See, it comes down to, yes, we have choice.
Well, without choice, we don't have love.
Hmm. I don't know.
I do know. Without choice, you cannot love.
Hmm. See, I would put it like this. I don't have a choice but to love my dog.
Yes, you do. You might not like that, but you do.
I couldn't choose to hate a dog. I
Yes,
can
you can.
show a dog anger, but I
It's your
can't
choice.
hate that dog.
Okay, so let's flip it on its face, and let me tell you that you have no choice but to love that dog. As good as it sounds, you have as good as it sounds, that's not true.
Okay. Well, this is my point. I can't hate a dog. Even though, say a dog were to attack me and make it so that I have no choice but to put it down because of the rules of our society, it still hurts. And it hurts more than I could possibly relate because I still love that dog, even though I would choose not to. So, in that sense, no, I cannot choose to not love a dog. I can
Yeah,
still be angry with that dog for its actions, but that does not mean that I do not love that dog.
not
Rather,
that
it
not that
means
you
that
would.
because of the love that I have for that dog, I do not wish to see it do improper actions. It's kind of like a father with a son. It hurts a father to see his son do improper things. You don't have a choice but to love your son. But at the same, that does not mean that you cannot be angry with them for doing improper things.
I like this forging thought. He's got some really good shit going on. Where have you been hiding yourself? These are questions that need to be asked to the highest uh, people. Free will is a contradiction to the character of God in the Bible. Why is that a contradiction when he
Very,
spews out of his mouth, he smashes evil and he holds his faithful up high? How is that? Are you looking for the exact delineation? Are you No, that's brilliant. I don't know who this guy is. Do you have a channel?
yes, Forging Thought has a channel.
Oh, sub that shit up. Brilliant. Brilliant. No, he's smart. This is very intelligent work. Very smart guy. See
Yeah,
what I'm getting at?
for
I have read the book back and forward. Same here. And the reason I am not a believer is because I've read the book.
so I've read the book.
Maybe maybe
I've
he's further
read
along.
many of the books, the different iterations of the Bible,
Yeah,
and
I continually study not I've actually dismissed most iterations, especially most modern day preachers that get big and have to read. patent.
Well,
I don't
that's
know if it's
more
called copyright the Bible. They have to change 10% at least. So
that's more of there will come many in my name, false prophets.
yeah, be,
But
well, I
that
don't know.
and that's another well-known verse in the Bible. There will come in my name many false prophets.
Yeah, it's in Revelation.
That's Book of Revelations,
Revelation.
And
It's just
I'm
like
very
Adam
learned
and
in the
Eve.
Book
They
of,
were
of
supposed to
Revelations.
know that the fruit was taboo before they were given knowledge of what was right and wrong. Even I've thought that too, actually. I've had that same thought. How did he create the light days before he made the sun? Well, according to Genesis, he separated the light from the dark. So maybe there was a big explosion or something.
And now we
I
get
guess
into the Big Bang Theory
that's not as
that
good as that's actually not as good as the psychological stuff before. The physical stuff is like it pales in comparison to the psychological shit. Because that's what we're all here for, basically.
see, this is why I come back to saying that the Bible itself is simply historical text written in a metaphorical sense, so that certain aspects could be understood by people of the time.
Yeah, well, the shit's written. We can't understand it to this day, most of it. So, to be honest, to be very straightforward, I would say, myself, I would rather believe and be wrong than not believe. And I don't believe in religion. I'm just saying that I'd rather believe in God, Jesus, the Spirit than I can't. There's no way I can be wrong. If I didn't believe it, I could be wrong. If I did believe it, I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure that I'm not. But either
Uh,
way, I have a better chance. You know, I'm not a gambler, I
okay.
guess.
See, I'm not a gambler either. As a matter of fact, I'm the furthest thing from a gambler. I'm a realist.
Yeah, there you go. Same here. The best chances, I'm gonna go with that. And I bookmarked that.
It's not that I don't believe that things in the Bible
This is my
happened.
next study right
It's
here.
that I'm not willing to throw all of my chips into the one pool of everything in the Bible is specifically because of an entity which, when you speak to such entity, refuses to even answer.
Run that by me again. Say that again.
It's not that I do not believe that things in the Bible happened. It is that I refuse to believe that when you speak to an entity that is supposedly such an overwhelming and loving entity, that entity will not even speak back to you because they do not because you do not have that worth. Yeah, believing because it's safer is called Pascal's wager. It's a gamble, quite literally.
I should be taking notes.
This is why I try not to talk religion with my friends because I inevitably end up pissing people off.
Look how much we're learning, though. I mean, I'm
Kind of known for it.
totally with this shit. You know, they say grow some skin or whatever. Well, if you grow some skin, you can handle shit like this. If you can't grow skin, then that's where you have your problems. Because people get all, oh, you're a liar, or fucking all this bullshit. It reminds me of other people. I'm taking notes. I'm gonna write this shit down. I'm gonna be doing some research, and I appreciate every bit of this because I'm learning shit. I've never heard of this stuff. This is great.
This is
Pascal,
why I'm okay with Yohakohitia,
Paper.
because it makes more sense. The soul is a quantum energy, and therefore it cannot be destroyed. Since it cannot be destroyed, it must perpetuate itself, and self-perpetuating self is the circle.
Well, it could be Pascal's wager, but if you're walking and you're talking to a higher power, I don't know. Sometimes I feel that we as humanity, uh, as individual people, are kind of lost, running around here in a muck.
Let me put it this way, Billy. Christ said to the other apostles, look to your confederate, look to your friend here. For though he does know me, and he does know that I am, he still did not believe that I am until he felt my wounds and saw me.
Well, if you wanted proof of the existence of God, you could merely look at the Old Testament, the original canon, and look at the prophecy that has come true. I think how many prophetic passages are there in the Bible? Maybe 2,500, and probably over 2,000 of them have come to a light, and not even remotely like to excruciating detail. So I don't know if I totally agree with that. There seems to be no fallacy in the Bible whatsoever.
Yeah.
As far as prophecy goes, just one instance, say, okay, I don't believe any of this shit, but all of it has come true, except like 500 more things out of 2,500 things.
It's probably one of the most profound things I've heard said about this whole particular conversation here.
Yeah, that's
And
brilliant, but at the same time, it's deceiving.
an entity that would expect you to believe while refusing to show proof of existence, but yet would literally torture you for eternity for not believing enough. It's not a merciful or loving entity.
Yeah, that's it. That's why. That's my response to that is that whether you're talking or walking or responding or getting any information from a higher power whatsoever, you cannot deny the actuality of the prophecy that is in that book. There's no, you can't deny a lot of shit, like how the books rhyme with each other.
Okay.
I don't know how
I
he.
don't
I
know.
don't
I
know
don't
how
know
he lives in
exactly
the
where
church.
it is in the Bible because this was back when I was doing the
I
whole
can look it up. I
crack the
have the
Bible.
fucking cheat code right here.
I
I have.
understand. Listen to what I'm saying then, and you might be able to figure it out. Um, this was back when I was doing the whole crack the Bible open and it'll fall to the page because that's what God wants you to see. Um, I cracked the Bible open and it said, "Do not believe in prophecy, for they are deceiving. Rather have faith, for faith is pure."
Yeah, that's not the King James Bible.
NEV.
New International Version.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be well. Forging Thought. I don't know who this guy is. He's fucking pretty smart on it.
Yeah, Chad's a pretty smart fucker.
Pretty smart. Yeah, he's already got me busy looking up this. I'm gonna definitely check it all out. I'm not lazy about it.
See, I did all
If
this
there is,
research to the point
look,
where,
look. If there is such a thing as heaven, okay, and there is such a thing as hell, why in the world would I want to not meet new people, have friends there with me in heaven?
see, Billy, that right there actually it brings back a mind, something that I've said for years, but also was said to me when I was younger. Um, Heaven and hell is right here on earth. It's what you make of your life and your death and your rebirth.
Well, I don't believe in the I don't believe in the what do you call it? Reincarnation.
Yeah,
I'm not into that at all. So,
faith by definition is an unwavering belief and trust in something in the absence of proof.
there you
It'd be like I'd
go.
say
Muhammad, you
the
have
earth is flat,
you have
and then somebody
captured
says,
true faith. Listen, you have literally captured true faith in a higher power or a lower power or any power. That what you just described is what every true Christian strives for.
"All right, well, here's the thing. Foraging is the one who said it. I
That
didn't."
is the definition of faith, basically, is what he just said. That's
Yes.
beautiful.
See, even the people in the Bible did not have unwavering faith. Even the even the Israelites, as they were brought out of Egypt, did not have unwavering faith.
Yeah, that's perfect, dude. I don't. There's that is the definition. There's nothing else. That's uh yeah, but at the same time, you cannot have that without any sort of proof. I think that well, you it just said something in the absence of proof. There is
Hmm.
proof. That's like a whole. That's a pretty damn good discussion by it. Who is this motherfucker? Damn, he's smart.
Yes,
That's
he
awesome.
is.
How can you believe something without any?
See,
I mean,
it'd be
come
like me
on,
saying
dude.
it would be like me
Now,
saying Joe Biden is building our country back better. There's absolutely no proof to that. In fact, there's proof to the opposite. Yet,
right?
if I
But
said that you believed it, that would be faith.
my proof, my faith depends on proof. Where are we at? Faith. See, there. I don't even understand how that. This motherfucker's on to something.
Faith without good works is death.
No, I'm not even. No, that's yeah, faith without works.
No, faith without good works. Not just faith without
No,
works. Faith without good works.
you can have evil faith. Build back
That's
better.
called Satanism. See, this is why I don't. I really
This is
I
awesome.
don't
What are
do
you talking about?
religious.
This is badass, dude. We just have to have forging thought.
Wait. How is this diarrhea? I need to know how did this become a discussion about diarrhea?
That's fucking
Didn't we just
badass.
go over the idea that a badass is
Let's take a couple of badasses and fucking smash them on their faces and say, "Hey, how badass are you now, bitch?"
But didn't we just discuss the fact that badass is nothing more than irritable bowel syndrome?
Pretty good. Faith by definition.
I'm sorry, it was too funny. I had to.
I have faith, but I have proof too. That's the problem I have with that. But man, that just hits home so hard.
So it's
faith,
no longer faith then, because it's proven.
Yeah,
it's no longer faith. See, that's what Christ was talking about with doubting Thomas. Thomas was doubtful of Christ being reborn. And yet,
right.
Christ said,
yeah, remember,
look to your brother.
Put your fingers through my hands.
Yeah, he said, here's your proof. Look to your brother, for he has this correctly. If Christ was willing to sit there and say, look for the proof, I mean, come on, man. It's right there.
Forging thought, you're fucking badass. I'm gonna fucking sub your ass. In case you ever come up on, I don't even know how. Can you? Am I wrenched here?
Of course you are, Billy. And if you're not, I'll fix it. You've been around long enough to be vetted through and through, man.
No, I think I don't know what channel I'm on though. Am I Billy or am I fucking Aviator?
Turning Guns, I believe.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. If you're in Turning Guns or if you're on Billy Truth Be Told,
I'll find his channel and put it on there and sub it.
The only one I think I haven't done is Aviator, but then, again, I might be wrong about that, because I'm pretty sure I ran through that.
I'm in StreamYard, so I can't fucking do it anyways. Motherfucker.
Yeah, you can't do it from StreamYard. You gotta do it from YouTube.
Well, I'm not gonna go back there because I'll lose you guys. I don't want to fucking do that. I'm retarded, dude. I'm not very smart.
Yeah, there again.
We had a good time tonight, though. I guarantee you that. I really appreciated this night. This is awesome.
See, this is the whole thing. Whereas I come back to, when we first ever had a discussion about religion, you said that, I was wrong about religion because I've never.
Saying that you're right. I haven't changed my mind, dude.
Well, but I proved it to you. I actually walked you through Revelations where it talked about the rapture, and then you turned around and said, "No, you're right, dude," because it was right there in front of you. The proof was there, and the difference is I knew it because of my catechism. Because I spent time in Sunday school every single morning from the time I was 5 years old till the time I was 15, learning about the Christian and the Catholic faith.
Yeah.
Is it? No, this can't be the first time you've been in my chat, bro. I know that I've given you freaking Class A's before. I know I have.
I don't know.
What the hell?
I tell you what, Blaine, the older I get, the less I give a fuck about anymore, dude. some of that shit really matters to me. Like tonight, this is really good shit. The rest of the life is just I get older, I quit giving a fuck about what kind of truck I'm driving and what the fuck we're having for dinner and all this bullshit, how many cows I got or whatever the fuck. It just start it fucking just gets to what is that, annihilation or what do you call that? I don't even know what to call it, but some of this shit like tonight, I'm pretty happy. I'm glad I hung out with you and these are great questions that need answered.
Shit, I thought I gave you freaking class A's. I know I did now. But yeah, you Forging, you are better. You are more vetted than a lot of motherfuckers that come into this chat. So like, yeah, no, dude, right out the gate.
Maybe you guys can help me forge my next knife or something. You know, you guys seem to have. Well, not you, Blaine, because you know I don't like you.
Yeah, except I'm probably one of the few of us that could actually do a historical blade type, like I don't know, a footman saber or a trench dagger or a gunto.
I think this winter I'm gonna have to try to. Man, I always run my mouth. I always say, you know, I want to do this, I want to do that. I already got too much bullshit going on, and I never end up doing anything for myself. You know, it's just crazy, dude.
Yeah, I took you to the hardware store, man. Because let's be clear, bro. Like I said, you're more freaking dude. You're more vetted than most of the people in my chat rooms. Shit, I've seen you everywhere. We've had discussions on panel together before. Like, dude, me and Forging's first discussion was about flat Earth. Now, y'all know I do physics, so I do not believe in flat Earth at all. All right, and we sat there and we dissected it. Like, dude, if flat Earth was a real situation, this is how it would have to work according to physics. And everything that we talked about showed that observation alone is enough to prove that flat Earth is not possible.
I fucking put a new dashboard in my airplane and I was ripping on flat earthers about 2 years, well, a year and a half ago. I couldn't believe how they figure that the earth is flat when I'm spending like big time money trying to get my airplane going. And
yeah, and in order to have the right instruments,
no way, dude. I can't figure out. It doesn't work, dude.
Right. In order to actually have the instruments show up right, you actually have to have it calibrated for a specific
around
angle.
Earth, dude.
Yes.
The whole fucking thing, everything about it, every single fucking part is round.
Exactly, which is why it's just so stupid.
Can't do
oh my god. Dude, I learned astrophysics, and yeah, we ripped people a new asshole on that channel, and people were just sitting there like, oh, well, you flat earth this and that and the other. I'm like, dude, do you even hear yourself talking? and dude, Forging was just sitting there laughing his ass off and then coming in with the real knowledge, like, dude, like, I've got, the fundamentals to be able to go and show you experiments that you could do in your own house about this, that, and the other. And dude was like, no, it makes sense, this, that, and the other. Like, dude, we fucking got along famously on that shit. Because we both understand, no, Earth is not flat.
There's no navigation that even comes close to suggesting it.
Yep. And yet to this day, you'll still hear people be like, oh, well, we used our binoculars in the Navy and we were able to see ships that looked like they had gone over the horizon. And when you put your binoculars up and you look at it, now you can see the ship again. I'm like, dude, do you not understand refraction? I'm just going to
My
say this,
the
it's
best one,
part of physics.
the
The
best
fact
one.
that, you got to use a camera in order to get onto the interwebs, you use refraction already, but you don't understand it.
The best one I ever heard was, if the Earth was flat, how come my cat hadn't knocked everything off of it yet?
Oh, that's the funniest one I've heard, dude. Like, I've actually heard people take that argument up and be like, well, the reason why your cat hasn't knocked everything off of it is because it's too big. I'm like,
The Earth
have
is
you
not
have you
flat.
never seen have you never seen how determined a cat is to knock shit
People
off
are
of a
trying to
higher
tell me,
space?
how come airplanes always, what the fuck is that? How come airplanes are always flying level? And I'm like, airplanes are always lifting, first of all. So they're not always level.
No,
There's
they're actually flying nose up.
attitude. Yeah.
That's one of the
I can't
funniest shit I've ever heard. Why
even
do
do
planes
it.
always fly level? They're not. They're flying nose up.
They're flying up the whole time. It's
Good
called
Lord.
lift.
And it's called disparity of size.
Yeah, right. Somebody said that, I don't know who it was. They said if you took the whole earth and you put it in your hand, the highest mountains and the lowest peaks, including underneath the water, like in the Mariana Trench and all that, the earth is so big it would all feel smooth. You would never feel the mountains. You would never feel the dips
Yep.
because of the whole size of the earth itself.
Yep.
And I believe it. I mean, if you look at the highest peaks and you go, I mean, the earth is huge. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah,
But we're
there's
very
another good
small,
argument
whichever
right
way you
there.
want to look at it.
There's another great argument right there. Why, during an eclipse, is the shadow cast on the moon round and not a flat line?
It's because we live on a disc, dude. It's like a pizza. You like pizza? I like pizza.
Yeah, just so long as you don't put pineapples on it or anchovies.
Right? There you go.
That's not a pizza.
Anchovies are all right. What are you talking about?
That's not a pizza, man.
Dude, you can have
To- th-
anchovies.
no, but seriously, a pizza comes from pazia, which means bread.
No, it's Pete's. It's Pete's, dude. It's Pete's. It's Pete's. It's mozzarella, tomato, and bread.
Okay, well, you're the chef. You know that. Whatever. I just come from an Italian family where we eat
Well,
calzone
that's what
and
I said.
stromboli.
Oh, well,
Fucking love stromboli.
You're a fucking spoiled brat.
Fuck you, man. I'm not spoiled. I have to make that shit in a fucking oven at home. I can't afford it.
Good stuff. I never did like the calzone. Ugh. I don't know why. It
Oh,
doesn't make any sense. A lot of people love calzone.
oh my god, I love calzone.
Don't like it.
Love calzone.
Don't like it. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense. I like
Yeah,
pizza.
it doesn't, because dude, it's a freaking hot sandwich. How
I
does
like
that
the
not?
New Haven style pizza. Takes me about
How do you not like a hot sandwich that is baked and has all sorts of cheeses and mushrooms and all the pizza topping, sausage and all that good stuff packed inside of it, you know?
I'm retarded.
I mean, it's literally stromboli, but with the sauce on the inside. How do you not like that?
My mother was born in Italy and I grew up speaking the language. Wow. That's pretty cool. That's excellent.
Yes, forging.
It's
Every
not that
argument
the
for a
or
flat Earth is as
yeah,
stupid as a screen door on a submarine.
it's not that the flat Earth theory that gets to me. It's people that are otherwise or somewhat intelligent that double down on it that triggers me. Well, eh, yeah, but it's almost like, gosh, I don't even want to get political, but you know where I would go if I were getting political. And I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying because um, I see a lot of intelligent people. Well, I have a couple stories myself. I've known some pretty intelligent people with bigger libraries than my own, and they die lost. So I don't know.
Yeah, I can't do the whole flat Earth thing myself because
You don't like
see
Calhoun, then unfold to some bitch and add to that. You've got a pizza pie.
but anyways, the reason why I can't handle the flat Earth argument is because my granddad, for instance, just as a for instance, okay, was in the Homeland Guard, part of the United States Army National Guard before they were the Army National Guard. He was part of Homeland Division, and he was one of the guys who was the Nike missile operators. They had to calibrate for a round Earth in order to be able to fire those missiles accurately.
Oh yeah, there's
And
enough.
he literally sat down and he wrote it down on a piece of paper, all of the different algorithm, and he sat there and just like, okay, this is
Uh,
what, this is what, this is what.
my 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 biggest. Well, I don't even know if it's me. I'm just saying that. Okay, so the Earth is flat, but all along they want you to think or okay, yeah, the Earth is flat, but everybody wants you to think NASA wants you to believe that it's round. Okay, to what end? Why does why does why does everything want you to make the Earth round when it's
My
really
favorite
like there's some sort of conspiracy theory that oh, we'll fool them
money.
all by telling them that the Earth is round, and for hundreds and hundreds of years, I don't know what
Look,
who
but see, the thing that bothers me is that the Greeks were the first to come up with the idea that the Earth was round thousands of years before we even attained flight. They did so with a mathematical equation based off of the sun and the moon.
I used to know their names, but now I don't. I don't. I don't remember their names, but there was a scientist that put up a stick in one place and went over there the same time next year because it took him so long to get there and put up a stick and measured it out, and he was off. The circumference of the Earth that he figured was off by like 100 miles. So
Yeah, it wasn't by much.
no, yeah, yeah, right. It was very impressive, you know.
Yeah, it's a freaking Greek dude who did this with a mathematical equation and walking for a
Yeah, I
year.
don't remember
I
what I used to remember what his name was, but fuck, I can't remember all this shit. I get old. Doesn't matter, man.
Plantatious.
The fucking Earth is
Plantatious
round. Well, it's
is
round.
yeah. It was Plantatious who came up with that. It's actually where we
Yeah,
get the
that
name
doesn't.
planet from.
If you said the name, I would it'd ring a
Yeah,
bell.
Plantatious. It's actually where we
I don't
get the
know.
name planet
No,
from.
I'm a little bit of an aeronautical guy, and I'm aspiring to like celestial navigation through sailing. and it all revolves around motherfucking Earth. I'm sorry, you're not going anywhere. If you think the Earth is round, you're gonna end up like headbutting the fucking polar ice.
Eratosthenes. I always heard it as Plantaceous, but I might be wrong. Like you said, Eratosthenes.
Yeah, that doesn't ring a bell either.
Yeah, I always heard it as it was Plantaceous and Herodotus, who separately came up with it at different times.
Well, one guy was persecuted. Who was persecuted about that?
He wasn't persecuted for that, and that would be Syracuse. Or not Syracuse, the fella from Syracuse. Damn it. Now it slipped my mind. Archimedes?
Archimedes, maybe. That rings a bell. Magellan also comes to mind, but I don't know where it fits in.
Yeah, Aristophanes is. I got the pronunciation wrong. It's Aristophanes, but yeah, still, I always heard it as Plantaceous, so I might be wrong. But the way that I always remembered it was Plantaceous, and that's where we get the name, the connotation planet from. So yeah, like I said, I'm probably wrong about that. Forging's probably right about it. I've forgotten more about astrophysics than most people will learn about, the composition of water. So the different types of compositions of water, therefore, I know too much. When you pack so much shit in your brain, you sit there and you go, "Oh my God, my brain hurts."
Be right back. I gotta get some more coffee. I'm on the coffee kick.
Eratosthenes, Eratosthenes of Cyrene. God, it's another one. I'm horrible with those pronunciations. I might be wrong with the Plantaceous. It might be Plantaceous. That might be the one that I'm trying to think of as Plantaceous, but I say it as Plantaceous. You got to remember, y'all, I do happen to have a little bit of a southern drawl. And it creeps up in sometimes when it just screws me up. Oh, right. Oh, if you didn't know, I'm sitting here making a sheath. That's why I'm sitting here grunting like I am. I'm not actually doing anything untowards. 3rd century BC, Hellenistic astronomy established roughly spherical shape of Earth as a physical fact and calculated the Earth's circumference. Wow. So 300 years before Christ was born, they knew that the Earth was round. At least in one society, they did. Which, in a nutshell, kind of makes me giggle because apparently Christ was a very learned individual. Even if you were to not believe that he was the son of Pantarus, the Roman legionary.
Yeah, hey, that's what I was talking about, foraging.
And if you do believe that he was the son of the Roman legionary Pantarus, then he would have known about all of this scientific reality and all this scientific knowledge, and also would have understood that people would have considered him to be absolutely a lunatic for saying such, and so would have kept it to himself.
Flat Earth Dave has a bone to pick with you.
Who's that?
Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah, it's kind of like, Professor Dave Speaks. Anybody know about him? Me and him actually went head to head on some physics, and he's sitting there trying to tell me that I don't know shit because I didn't go to college for it, But yet I was able to explain, subatomic particle physics to the man, but all he could do is sit there and troll me.
Yeah.
So yeah,
forging thought. I just said that. That's exactly what I was just talking about. It's like within 100 miles.
Yeah.
Say a few 100 kilometers, 100 miles. That's pretty much, yeah, exactly right.
Yeah. It's astonishing.
Yeah, he thought it was 2,300 miles. I think this is what it would have been. Professor Dave won. You debated Professor Dave?
We've probably all debated Professor Dave Speaks. Honestly.
Not Professor Dave. Not is that the guy I'm thinking of?
No, you're thinking of Simone Watchman.
No, I'm thinking of no, I think I'm.
But yeah, Professor Dave Speaks. The man wanted to try and argue that plasma physics doesn't have any realm of possibility in the cosmos, and man, I laughed my fucking ass off at him because what do you call the fourth state of matter? Plasma. This man is supposedly a physicist.
Yeah,
no.
His flat. I'm getting confused now because there's Flat Earth Dave and then there's Professor somebody that squashes all that.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. All right, he's got a lot of shit right, but when he tried to sit there and browbeat me over plasma physics, I lit into him with it, and we had a little bit of a discussion, and then he just started to try and browbeat me and troll me because he couldn't admit he was wrong about what he said, even though the proof was there. And I literally laid it out. This is why, I do not believe that a college education is grounds for you to have such an ego. Okay? I literally learned from a library.
Well,
yet I was able to understand plasma physics down to its most fundamental subatomic particle physics.
There was a certain time where if you had a college education, you could get away with boasting about it. But anything after probably 98, 99, 2000, you're going to have a hard time with somebody that actually has some intelligence that, well, see, that's bullshit too, but.
Not really.
Kind of, but, if someone's smart, they're smart. That's all that's to it. They're not going to, it doesn't matter if they went to college or not. Now it kind of does matter because if I had the choice to hire someone from graduate school to someone that has never been to college today, I probably would skip graduate school and go ahead and hire the person.
Yeah, hire the nobody for two reasons. One, it's economically viable because
kind of loaded too. There's a lot to be there's a lot to be considered in what I just said, because one way it's bullshit, the other way it's not. Just my position.
I would rather. It's for a couple of different reasons, Billy. I mean, look at it this way. One, it's actually economically viable to hire somebody who doesn't have such an education,
Now,
because
regardless, that has
they
nothing to
could
do with
still be
money.
intelligent. They could still be
Right.
incredibly intelligent, and yet because they don't have those credentials, they can't demand as much in the market.
I haven't noticed that actually. I really haven't. I have not noticed that, and I really haven't. I've never noticed that.
Hmm.
I've never noticed that. I've had people work for me that have been pretty far in college, uh, and people that hadn't been in college. I really haven't noticed that.
Well, let me put it this way: I can do mathematical equations according to subatomic physics and calculus in the respect of on paper, and then translate that into actual real world application. However, I do not have a single on paper PhD in astrophysics. I have an honorary. Since all that I have is an honorary in such, when I went to go in and try and utilize my knowledge and be able to get a job, I got laughed out of the building
What's
because I didn't
tangent?
have a college
What's
education in it.
what's tangent equal to?
Sorry, what?
What's tangent equal to?
Tangent?
Equal to?
Tangent is equal to what? Sorry, you totally
All
just
right, never
like,
mind. It doesn't matter. All I'm saying is I've hired college grads and I've hired people that drunk all the time. And there's really no difference. I haven't seen any. You're either smart or you're not. You can figure the shit out or you can't. I just have a proclivity to not be interested in people lately because it's all about feeling. There's more of a risk. There's more of a it's more of a uh, what's the word? It's getting late and I'm getting drunk, but there's a word. You're playing with fire if you hire someone that graduated yesterday from Purdue or
mm-hmm.
SoCal, or you really are, because it has nothing to do with your work. It has to do with feelings and shit.
Yeah, which in the grand scheme of things, I learned out of encyclopedias. I learned out of books. I was a bookworm. Okay, I've always been a bookworm.
And
I've just
see,
been
four
crazy
things
psychotic
about
smart
it.
because of that.
Um,
I studied physics because I love physics, because it explains why things do what they do without having to have special connotations of, well, it's because it is, or you need to have a little faith to understand that. No, I don't need to have faith. I need to have knowledge. And to me,
well,
that's why I do so much in the field of learning
I
it.
don't I don't know how many. You didn't look that up, did you? By the way, you had the time to do it.
Tangent x
Is he?
is
Is he?
equal
Is he?
to
Are you lagging, or did you know that?
tangent x is equal to
See,
sin
now I would take
plus.
someone with that resume and be like, okay, do you can you comprehend microplastics, and bring them into my business and say, okay, uh, you're going to take this material off and put this material on. Is it compatible? And you're gonna have to do the research and say yay or nay, or
Yeah, I would have to sit back and I'd have to go, okay, well, let me go check the source material
right.
personally.
How?
And that's
Yeah.
because I know that as much as I know, I still need to research it in order to reaffirm what I know.
And then at the end of the day, you're gonna go home and be like, um, you could
Was I
brag,
wrong?
you could brag at the bar like, I'm a molecular biophysicist, and meanwhile you're just refinishing a fucking tabletop, you
Oh
know. You know.
no, my favorite one is I'm a rocket surgeon, and you actually look at what their job title is, and it's mechanic that works at SpaceX.
I like this forging thought, motherfucker. You're right. Yeah, that's when you start getting fat and not giving a fuck. That's what happens. You get lazy. You get brain
Yeah.
lazy. When you get brain lazy, you're fucked. You get brain lazy, you might as well just fucking go to Walmart and sit on the bench.
Oh dear God, Walmart. But yeah, I love learning to the point where I will literally go to different. I'll watch different cosmologists and whatnot, and I'll listen to what they have to say, and then I will try to break down what they are saying. And if I find a single thing wrong with what they've said, I'll go back and I'll check the source material that I learned, and then I'll check the newer material, and then I'll come back to what they said, and I'll try to put it all together. And if I
You know
still can't put it together, then I'll try to break it down on a piece of paper for myself.
you know what helps me a lot? Fishing.
Hmm.
I love fly fishing.
You know what actually
Takes
helped
me right
me
out of this
to,
world and to another fucking dimension, man.
you know what helped me to love physics? I mean,
Fish?
absolutely, just love it to a point where it's just it's a unhealthy relationship. My
What do you
brain
like?
does the vector analysis for the ballistic flight path of a cast object, cast, thrown, shot, what have you, object over distance without me even having to put it down on paper. It's like it's an instinctual thing for me. And I wanted to know how it actually translated onto paper. That's what got me into it, being so desperately wanting to learn all this stuff, was actually shooting. Of all the crazy shit in the world, shooting guns was what got me into physics. It was like, why does my brain do this so well? Why am I able to, know where that bullet is going to be in its flight path?
That
It
doesn't,
just, it,
hey, Blaine,
huh?
give me a motherfucking break here, dude. That doesn't mean
What?
that you're good at physics. That just means that you're good at shooting. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because
This
my
is
brain
this
does the
is your channel,
equation.
right?
My brain does the equation without me even thinking about it.
Oh,
So, I, in a nutshell, all I got to really know is the distance and the gun I'm
Blaine,
shooting. But if I were to break it down on a piece of paper for you, it would actually take me a few minutes to sit there and actually break it down for you. Whereas I can do it in an instant while I'm shooting. And I wanted to know what all it entails because for some reason it comes naturally to me. Okay. So I turned around and I started learning just, vector math, ballistics, and stuff like that. And it got me really interested in furthering my knowledge in physics. And then that got me more interested in furthering my knowledge in both chemistry and physics, which then got me furthering my knowledge in nuclear physics, which and then in turn got me interested in the cosmos.
so
It compounded itself.
you're telling me that you have a complete understanding of ballistic coefficiency?
No, I'm telling you that I could basically
you are. You
I
just
could
said
take
that you
a
did.
piece of paper and I can write down the vector analysis of the track of a bullet utilizing the equation that I know of vector and it's all the different factors in it.
You
And then
oughta
tell
take
you
a
where that
break.
bullet's going to end up, and you could probably do the same thing as I do without even thinking about that.
Blaine, why do you even talk like that, man? That's not fair to you. You don't have to say anything about any of that bullshit. Just say that you're a good shot. You don't have to explain that.
Well, I am a good shot, but that doesn't do any freaking justice to the amount of, extra that I went and I did as a child because I was fascinated with physics.
Well, yeah, but you can't explain any of it.
Yeah, determined path of travel. Thank you. Yes, the vector analysis of the determined path of travel of a bullet over distance over time, the rainbow arc in air quotes of what that bullet does according to the amount of energy that it has
All right, we're not
intrinsically
we're
and
not
the density of the medium it is moving through, plus the Coriolis effect,
we're not
plus this that yeah
there's
you
no
just
big fucking hint. There's no Coriolis effect. So. There's nowhere in the Marine Sniper's Guide that talks about Coriolis effect.
Okay.
No way. None. Zero. I used to think that too until I did my research. So,
do you know what the Coriolis effect is?
Yeah, I do. I sure do. You have to know that.
It's gyroscopics, basically.
Well, it's not.
Like a really dumbed down version.
You
It's
asked me if I
gyroscopics.
knew.
The reason why I was just saying that was because you're extending things out in trying to explain to me why you know it. I was just asking if you knew what it was and what
Yeah,
is it?
I'm telling you that I do, and I have. Look, Blaine, this is your channel. You don't have to look like a fucking idiot.
You're right. I don't.
Well, quit fucking saying that shit. You're my friend, dude. Don't look like a fool. Don't help me help you fucking do it either. It's not fair to me.
No, it's
Tell me
not
that
fair to
you're a
you.
physics
Is that
fucking whiz, okay?
what's not fair to you is that you think that there's no such thing as the Coriolis effect, but it
I know
actually does
there is a
exist.
such. Dude, you can't tell me that. I didn't say that.
All right. So if you have a left-handed twist and you are facing south, okay, is there any effect on the bullet? Whereas if you have a right-handed twist and you're facing south, is there any effect on the bullet?
Theoretically, if there's a left-hand twist on a bullet, okay, the twist is supposedly giving the mass an equilibrium, and I'm looking south.
Because the Coriolis effect also has
I'm
something to
going to
do
even.
with something called the Magnus effect, but I digress.
Do you want to answer the question that you proposed to me, or do you want me to answer it?
I'm just trying to point out, dude, that what you said actually is on its face not factual.
All right. So here's the fucking deal. I like shooting long, long way. So if I were to shoot to the east and the Earth is tumbling towards that way, you would think that I would have to aim a little lower. The opposite towards the west. Now, if I was pointing south, you would think that I would have to aim a little left. And to the north, maybe a little to the right. That's what they say. But the fact of the fucking matter is, you're never going to shoot that far.
It's actually the exact opposite. Actually, the exact opposite, and you see it more exaggerated with pistols than you do with rifles over short distance versus long distance. The reason why I know this is I shoot a black powder pistol. Shooting to the east, you have to shoot a little bit high.
Maybe I'm opposite. Do I have the principle?
You have the principle, but yes, it's actually opposite. I would have to shoot a little bit high, shooting to the east with a pistol. Okay, and at pistol distances, and then if I was shooting at the south, I would actually have to I would have to aim to the right because the bullet travels to the left due to the Coriolis effect affecting the Magnus effect, causing the bullet to climb, and at the same time transfer left.
I've tried this argument before. Never worked, man. I've tried it before.
The reason why I know this is because I actually tested it, Billy.
If you shoot F class, which is 1,000 yards, a typical cartridge would be a 284 Winchester. There is no mention whatsoever on the line, ever, of Coriolis effect. That's 1,000 yards. So I don't know how far you're fucking shooting. Maybe
with an old black powder pistol.
Maybe the Navy with those really big fucking guns might take that into consideration. But as far as small arms, it's a fucking joke.
Okay, old black powder pistol, shooting at 35 yards.
You're taking into the Coriolis effect at fucking 60, 90 feet? Come on.
Yes. Because the difference with a pistol versus a rifle is actually quite exaggerated. Because of the shorter barrel. And because of the fact that it's easier to create inflection over that distance by simple mistakes, microscopic mistakes, than it is with a rifle. The reason why I go and I put in these particular small variables is because this also has to deal with the tests that I placed. Okay. Now, the motion of the bullet. Now, I'm just going to use this as a reference here. Here we go. Come on, freaking computer. Let's do this shit. My fucking cell phone won't sit up straight. All right, let's do this. Okay. So the bullet's traveling through the air, and at the same time, it's spinning. That spin causes a gyroscopic motion in the opposite direction. The gyroscopic in the opposite direction is called the Magnus effect. The Coriolis effect, if it is affecting that gyroscopic spin, will pull the bullet in that direction. If it is contra to that gyroscopic effect, it will not be noticeable. This is why the Coriolis effect is actually important. Because while sometimes it's not necessarily important, other times it is.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm not dialing that into my vortex scope.
That's because it's already dialed in. You don't need to.
There's nothing.
This is the distance. This is the difference between 1 minute of angle and 0.7 minute of angle.
if I sight my rifle in to the east at sunup, I make zero adjustments for any of it shooting west southwest or west northwest at 5 o'clock p.m. It has absolutely no bearing on, and I'm shooting at say 400 yards. No dialing. Why are you sitting there telling me that you're going to shoot a pistol at fucking 35 yards and you're going to take the Coriolis effect? Trump around the internet a little bit and see who the fuck else is doing that. And I guarantee you're not going to find
Nobody is. Nobody is. But if you notice, when they shoot, they all shoot at the same target, the same particular direction, in the same way. They're not changing it up. I change it up all the time.
Now, I get all this bullshit, okay? I'm just saying it's not applicable. It doesn't matter for us. It has no bearing unless you're shooting miles. Would it even maybe be a consideration? Maybe.
Also depends on the type of charge you're using. Things are more exaggerated when it comes down to a pushing effect than it does with a forcing effect, but either here nor there. Like I said, I was shooting a black powder pistol, and so I saw it more exaggerated. But, you know,
all right,
again, it comes back to, you know, maybe you might see it in the Navy. Well, in the Navy, you shoot projectiles from those big guns using black powder, or rather, you know, naval powder charges.
20 fucking 5 miles?
That doesn't mean a damn thing, dude. 25 miles or 25 feet, there's still going to be that inflection of a couple inches.
Oh, man.
And it has to do with the way that it affects, because of the spin of the bullet versus the spin of the planet. Gravity has an effect.
I'm just saying, as far as small arms, there's no manual at all.
I understand there's no manual that says it.
Okay. Well, why should I?
I'm saying that it's observation in the real world that's saying this. My observations in the real world, when I took the Coriolis effect into account, because I did turn around and shoot to the north to figure out if there was something wrong with my gun, and it wasn't wrong with the gun.
And how far are you shooting?
Like I said, 35 to 40 yards with a black powder pistol. A 12-inch barrel.
I don't know. Absolutely not. I don't see it.
I'm shooting rounds that are about 1,200 to 1,400 feet per second because of that 12-inch barrel.
Okay. It's just not out there. It's not out there. I don't have any guns big enough to even take that.
It's not out there in the grand scheme of if you're using smokeless powder, due to the way that the pressure spike and the energy relation is. There again, it comes down to the physics involved. Look, the pistol I'm talking about is this one right here. Okay?
I can't see it.
12-inch barrel, competition sights. Okay?
Hold on, I can't.
12-inch barrel, competition sights. It's very simple, easy to use. Remington 1858 with a long 12-inch barrel.
Yeah, and you're telling me that you're taking it.
I have to, well, because of the type of charge that it is, I have to take into consideration the spin of the earth, because that offsets the spin of the bullet. This is a right-hand spin. Facing south, it doesn't have that much of effect. Facing north,
So,
it does have that much of effect.
so okay. So you're telling me that your black powder pistol there's more a Coriolis effect on that than say my 223 at 400 yards
Yep.
or 600 yards?
Because of the energy relation.
The bullet
It
goes.
has to do with the energy relation of how the bullet itself is getting that energy. Is it
Okay,
picking up energy, or
telling
is it
me.
forced out and now it still has the energy itself is getting its way to the front of the bullet?
Yeah, this isn't going to bode very well.
So there you go. Forging thought. He shoots miles on a full charge with his parrot cannon, and it does affect it. Look, I'm just pointing out that with this pistol, I can aim, take aim, be very careful about my aim, and depending on which direction I'm facing, I may have to actually change the inflection of how I aim due to the way that it presses back on my shoulder, due to the fact that the turn of the bullet versus the spin of the planet, it can actually affect it up to a foot.
I got it. I understand it now. Your black powder pistol at 35 yards is affected. Forging thought, his cannon is affected at 3-4 miles or whatever it is. But
the larger the projectile, the smaller the effect, and the difference in the way that the energy gets to the projectile as well.
I don't know, it gets pushed out the barrel, doesn't it?
And this is why people don't understand the difference between terminal ballistics of a freaking black powder pistol and smokeless powder.
I got a black powder pistol right fucking here, dude. What are you talking about? I know. I used to fucking shoot that shit all the time. I still do. I have this shit.
It does affect it. I don't know why people don't get this. It does affect it. It's just, what most people would consider to be, an effect of, minute proportions is exaggerated with me because of both my physical ailments, and on top of that, the fact that there is a difference between when I shoot a standard smokeless powder charge and a black powder charge and a air charge. There's exaggerated differences. They're far more exaggerated for me, but they're not necessarily that they don't exist. It's just that some people are better with that than others. I have to take these things into account because I'm more I have, like I said, more of an exaggerated stray of the bullet. See, I actually did this test last time I went up to the mountains. I went and I stood at the target, aimed at the target, and I fired. And I fired and I fired and I fired, and I found out where my group was going. So I changed my trajectory, like anybody who does marksmanship will. Changed my point of aim to where I would be having it on target. I recharged my pistol, all that fun stuff, changed my point of aim, and it hit the target. Then I turned around and faced the other direction and aimed at a tree in the other direction with the same pistol, same charge, same projectile, and was hitting in the opposite direction that same distance.
I'm just saying, I've never experienced it, so I guess maybe I'm not shooting far enough, or I'm not shooting slow enough, or whatever. It doesn't affect me at all whatsoever. It never did, ever. So I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't.
The difference is I'm not shooting from a bench.
Not documented anywhere.
I'm not shooting from a bench.
Maybe the Air Force. I don't know.
I'm not shooting from a platform. My group's about the size of a pie plate. when I'm shooting a pistol.
Well, I mean, on paper you would think, but in all actuality, it has nothing to do with it. More mirage and wind has more to do with mirage, wind, and precipitation, and time of day, ambient temperature has more to do with target than Coriolis effect ever, even.
All right. Next time I go up to the range, I'll go ahead and I'll do a video on it.
That'd be great. I'd fucking watch it. You know I would. I've been watching your videos for a fucking long time.
Well, yeah, I'm pointing out that it needs to be
First time
showcased.
I
It
ever
needs to be
watched one of
done.
your videos, you drove out to some fucking place in the desert and was shooting something. I remember that.
Yeah, that was my my air rifle, and
That was a
you'll
long
notice
time.
that at the time I was shooting with a high amount of wind. I was shooting at a moving target, and I even showcased that my group was this big around, 75 yards with an air rifle. In order to do that, you got to be a damn good shot, anyways.
I don't
Right?
remember what.
And I was facing south at the time with a left-handed twist.
Yeah, I remember you shooting it.
So, yeah.
You weren't. Where were you, in California or Arizona?
I was down in Cali. I was outside of Blythe at a place called Rice Desert Wilderness.
Yeah. Fuck, that was 4 or 5 years ago. 4 years. I don't even know how long ago that was. It's a while ago.
Yeah. Crazy enough, I still got the air rifle that I was using.
Yeah,
it's sitting right here in front of me. And yeah, I am a pretty fucking good shot with a rifle, especially. I'm horrible shot with a pistol. That being said, I was able to get about a pie plate size group with a pistol, which is, if I do say so for myself, pretty damn good. I'm not that good of a shot most of the time with a pistol. But
I don't see how the Coriolis effect had anything to do with your shooting down there, though.
All right. Well, I was more fighting wind at the time than Coriolis effect, but see, I wasn't trying to sit there and dot I's and cross T's. I was just trying to hit a pie plate that was actually flapping back and forth in the wind. And so I wasn't even taking that into account. But my group was this big. All right. And let me point something out to you. A group this big at 75 yards is a pretty large group for an air rifle. Now, if I was to take that down and actually bench rest it and be sitting there and doing all the calculations, Coriolis effect, all of that, I could take that group down to that big. Let's see if I can get something behind there. There we go. Yeah, about that big. Yeah, tiny little sucker. That's my point, though.
I don't know when the Coriolis effect actually comes into play when you're shooting long distance, and I don't know how far you have to shoot. Maybe. I'm just saying, 1,000 yards. Nobody. I don't hear any noise about it.
It has more effect on the bullet the slower it goes.
Maybe 2.5, 3, 4 miles. Yeah, I could see it, but. And I don't care how fast that bullet's coming out of your muzzle. I don't care how fast it's going down range. I'm telling you, dude. I don't shoot big caliber shit. I'm just saying that.
I do. I shoot big caliber shit. But all I shoot is air guns and black powder guns. And they do have a bit of a difference to them.
Well, I don't know how much of a difference. A 45 auto that I love and a black powdered 44, they got to be kind of close.
44-40.
Yeah.
4440 is slinging a piece of lead about the same speed, the same velocity as a 44 Magnum. That's about 1,500 feet per second. All right. And at the same time, yeah, it's a 4440 with a 12-inch long barrel. Anyways,
Okay. That's a lot. That's bad. That's good.
I'm shooting Pyrex. I'm not even shooting true black powder. But it comes down to the energy relation to the projectile. A lot of people only think about the fact that it's being forced down the barrel. They don't think about how the energy affects the projectile itself and the way that that pressure spike relates that energy to the projectile itself. See, I'll point it out like this. Let me get a template here. All right. So, what most people don't realize is that, and this happens really fast, by the way, is that as the projectile flies down the barrel, it starts out here. Oh, come on. It starts out here, flies down the barrel, and as it's flying down this barrel like this, the energy is moving from the back of the bullet to the front of the bullet. As that energy moves from the back of the bullet to the front of the bullet, it changes the way that the actual the ballistics is okay. It changes the way that the energy itself allows that bullet to travel through the medium, such as the atmosphere. Okay. Most of the time, people only think about, okay, well, the center of gravity is back here, and the ballistic sense is up here. It's like, a couple of millimeters difference on that bullet. And so since it's spinning, it's spin stabilized, you don't have to really think about it. But in the grand scheme of things, it does change how that bullet behaves going through the air. Sometimes, depending on which direction you're facing, because of the spin of the earth, because of the energy in relation to the spin, to the energy in the projectile itself, and the way that that energy is being related to the gaseous medium that is going through, it will also cause that bullet to do strange things in the air, like corkscrew, instead of flying straight. But anyways.
All right, foraging. Well, good night. Thanks for showing
Yeah.
up. I appreciate
Thanks for coming by, brother.
I'm gonna have to get because I'm getting. I got a lot of shit to do tomorrow too. I gotta make Joe's grandma spaghetti tomorrow. One thing I gotta do, and I got to finish an oil change. I think, this holistically, all that, most people think about if they're really into it is like sectional density and ballistic coefficients and shit like that. They're not paying attention to which way the earth is coming around.
Well, because they don't pay as close of attention to energy relation as I do. I pay attention to energy relation because, let me put it this way, Billy. I think about it in terms of where the energy is in relation to the particular section of the bullet itself.
What's your hold off? If you're taking the spin of the globe into account, what's your hold off at say 100 yards and 25 yards or whatever? What are you?
What's the gun I'm using? What's the caliber? What's the
I don't care
speed?
What's the most dramatic that you ever seen?
Most dramatic I've ever seen was with my pistol, but I could say 100 yards with my air rifle. I did see some sort of a difference in that between 100 yards north versus 100 yards south. We'll say my 50 caliber. It's a large caliber. It's got more possibility to be affected. When I was shooting the jugs, I actually shot 4 rounds and only hit the jugs twice. Those 2 rounds that actually hit the jugs were the last 2 rounds I shot, and it's because I had to take into account the direction I was shooting, the type of round I was shooting, also the amount of wind that it was fighting, and on top of that, where in the projectile the energy was in relation to at the time of leaving the muzzle to the time it was hitting the target. And if you pay attention to how the ballistics of the projectile go, those projectiles were doing this right at the end of their terminal travel. So they were actually starting to lose their energy, which meant that the energy in relation to the projectile was at the very front of the projectile. It was no longer at the back of the projectile where it starts
I
at.
was asking you, what was your extreme deviation?
My extreme deviation was
and
8.5 inches.
According to say south or north. I mean, you go east or west because one's going to go high, one's going to go low. Yeah, you know.
And I put a lot of emphasis.
You're shooting east, you're going to shoot low.
I put a lot of emphasis on
north,
sighting into the south.
Right. You're shooting south, you're going to shoot left.
I sight into the south, and then I check that math against the north, and then that way I have the information I need, the dope, to be able to turn around and say, okay, it's going to be this much higher going towards the east or this much lower going towards the west.
Well, dope doesn't have anything to do with that.
Dope is your previous, your data of previous engagement.
Yeah, it has.
Which means that if I shot to the south and I have a deviation, well, listen if you want to hear the answer. If I shot to the south and I have a deviation of 8 inches to the south, and then I shoot to the north and I have a deviation in the opposite direction of 8 inches to the north, then I know that I'm going to have 4 inches due to the dope of the north and south to the west or the east. See how that works?
I know exactly how it works.
But without that data of previous engagement, shooting at the north and the south, I wouldn't know east and west.
Well, if it affected you enough, you would think that it'd be a constant climb and a constant decline all the way around the horizon. But it's not for these little guns that we shoot. It's not. There's nothing to do with it. I'm telling you. I'm just saying. There's literally nothing to do with any of it. You could
whatever.
Maybe could blame it on it later. I really doubt it. We're not shooting far enough. I've often thought about right hand twist and left hand twist. You know, as far as like if I was shooting in Australia, do I want a left hand twist? Is it going to be better than a right hand twist up here in the northern hemisphere? There's not a lot of, you know, who to talk to about that would be Sam and Mark after work. You know those guys?
No.
They do all that long ass bullshit. They shoot 1.5 miles, 22, 250, all the way up to 375 shot, 416 shot attacks, 50 cals, all that bullshit. Maybe he'd be the person to ask about that. If there's a Coriolis effect that's affecting him he shoots like 1.5 miles, 2.5 miles and shit.
Oh, by the way, when I was shooting at the jugs out there in Blythe, it wasn't 100 yards; it was 150. It's the absolute limit of the pistol. The absolute limit of my rifle.
It was pretty nasty.
For a round ball.
Fucking blowing around like crazy.
Yeah, it was windy, but
is that video still available?
This is the rifle I was using at the time.
Yeah, I know you still got that right. Is that video still up, or did you have to take it down?
No, I believe that video is still up.
That's a good one to watch, guys. If anybody's watching.
Yeah, I went and took this rifle out and tested out the theory. You know, can you do swaged balls and and cast balls, and what's the deviation at distance, and what's the difference in shot parameter, and does a patch ball versus a non-patch ball make a difference, and does powder make a difference in an air gun? And yes, it does, by the way. But anyways.
Yeah, I think people ought to start getting warmed up to the idea of shooting air guns, because the way fucking shit's going, that might be all there's left to shoot.
Yeah, it might be the only options you got. Sadly enough, built black powder, cap and ball, and air guns.
Yeah, I'd just go right to air guns.
The air guns are going to be easier. I'm just going to say that much. They're going to be easier to do all that with. There's less legal issue, and it's just a fact
everybody wants to talk fucking hard ass and be ballsy and shit, but when it comes down to it, I guarantee everybody's talking about air guns all the time.
Well, here's the trip of it. And air guns just
pumps, I don't care. Brakes, I don't give a fuck. They're gonna be everybody's gonna turn in their shit. I've been laughing about this for fucking what, 3-4 years now. My channel name is Turn In Guns. Turn in all your fucking guns. People don't fucking get that, man. That's
I got it a long time ago.
Turn In Guns. Because everybody's gonna turn in all their fucking guns. They're not gonna stand up to the fucking drones and laser beams and all this. They're gonna be too scared. They're gonna be like, here's all my shit. Give me a fucking pellet gun and be happy like they did in England. It's been done already all around the world.
Yep.
Fucking dude.
I keep on telling people, this whole thing of, people, they want to sit there and tell me, well, yeah, whatever, dude, your air guns are garbage. I'm like, ha ha ha.
They're going to be asking you for fucking tips and tricks, because I guarantee you that's all there's going to be left. Yep. Remember your chat earlier, that dude came in and he said in 6 years your gun's going to be gone. I think he's fucking right.
Oh, I know that, what they think is going to happen is going to come to pass in some way, shape, or form. There's still going to be the rebels that go and, they rebel against it. I mean, me personally, I've been trying my damnedest to fucking get myself back to modern firearms.
3 fucking people are going to do that.
But you see, it's one of those. Yeah, no, if, let me put it this way. If the population itself will literally turn on you and fucking eviscerate your ass for having a firearm, then you're at overwhelming odds. You cannot fight that. But if the population itself turns around and says, wait a minute, motherfucker, you said we're only taking his guns, now you want to take our guns, it'll be a little different. There will be a little bit of an uprising.
I said
now, that being said, I didn't say an effective uprising, I said an uprising.
I wrote something down on a piece of paper earlier. I don't know what I did with it. Maybe I was talking to my mom earlier. I told her, I was like, I don't know. I'd have to call her up and ask her what the fuck I said. She'd be like not into that. But it was something about as long as we're divided, as long as we're, what the hell did I say? I thought it was brilliant. I wrote it down. That's how smart I thought it was, which probably isn't that smart. But As
Yeah.
long as we're divided, we're nothing, as long as we're united, we're everything. It was something along those lines. We're so divided now as a society. It's just I don't even. There's so many people that are just their brains are scattered. You're not going to
Yeah.
unite this anymore. It's like you run over the rose bush with your lawnmower. You're not going to put it back together.
Nope. You just have to let it grow back.
I don't know if it's going to keep. I don't know if it's going to grow back if you keep running over it with the lawnmower.
Well, that's the thing, Billy. It all comes back to life. Finds a way.
Yeah, but it's not always the way we would like it to be.
No, it's not. I'll put it this way. My uncle, when I was younger, my uncle of the same name, um, he told me straight to my face, if it was up to me, you would never have a firearm again in your life. And then this dumb motherfucker put his 22 Magnum, along with a whole bunch of freaking squirt guns, into his carry-on luggage to get onto a plane. He had all of his firearms confiscated because he did so.
Not very logical.
Right. Then he turned around and he said to me, you know what? I'm sorry I ever said that to you. It's wrong. I said, sucks when it's too late, isn't it? To which he had nothing to say. He could not respond because he knew that what he had told me was absolutely fundamentally wrong, and that because he didn't stand up for me when my rights were threatened, I was not willing to stand up for him when his were.
It wouldn't have mattered either way. They're going to have your shit if they want it or not. That's the point.
Yeah. Well, my point was, if he would have stood with me, he would have had a backer. He would have had a fighter in his corner. Instead, he had to fight it alone. Now, he got his firearms back. Okay. I'm still fighting to get my modern firearms back, as it were, the modern firearms right, per se. I'll never get my modern firearms back because they destroyed them already. But
I don't remember why you've talked about this before, and it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
What matters to me is that it shouldn't have happened in the fucking first place.
Right. No, I literally put my dick in a freaking mousetrap to try and save somebody else's life and got accused of the very crime I was trying to stop.
Yeah.
And in so doing, they took away my firearms, even though they could not stick me with it, and instead stuck me with a possession charge for something that happened years before, which was completely abhorrent in the grand scheme. It was a red flag law bullshit, and
they're lucky you didn't get too upset about that and hold them literally accountable for their actions.
Well, I could still. To this day, I still can.
I think that people are getting, well, I wish, and, I'm probably full of shit on this because I doubt anybody wants to give up their comfy fucking Cheeto bag and their fucking couch.
Well, Lord knows I
stand up for what's right, because you have the Constitution of the United States, you have the preamble to the Constitution, and you have the Bill of Rights, all saying that they can't fuck with you. All of the three, that is the highest law of the land.
Yeah.
You cannot challenge that.
Lord knows I love my fucking lazy boy.
You have God. Besides all of that, you have your inalienable right.
Like I said, Billy, Lord knows I love my lazy boy. All right. But at the same time, let me show you where I sleep.
I don't care where you sleep, dude.
Right there. On the floor.
Why are you sleeping on the floor for?
Ever since I was when I first signed up to militia and was out there in the training and whatnot, I've never been able to sleep in a bed again. Just it doesn't feel right. So to me, sleeping on a concrete slab is nothing. To other people, it's not the same.
Your back's probably in great shape.
Man, my back looks like a fucking question mark.
Oh no! Gosh, I would think the opposite. Very Japanese.
No, my back is all fucked up, man. Of course, most of that is due to injuries, but all the same. To me, it's not as big of a deal as it would be for other people. To me, I sitting in a jail cell waiting for them to freaking hear my case to figure it out for themselves, it's nothing to me. Just so long as I don't have to get into any fights with the dumbasses sitting there, that want to be in prison. I don't want to be in prison. I'm just sitting there because I've got no other recourse. I'm not paying fucking $1 million to, be able to go on my own OR. I'm not going to hand the courts $1 million fucking dollars so that I can sleep on the floor. That's what my point is. Other people, they don't have to, they don't, they're not in the same situation I am. They don't have that kind of, it's a luxury to sleep on a mat, on a freaking, a bench mat in an 8x10 cell. To them, it's, oh, well, I'm giving up my nice, cushiony, soft bed. I'm giving up all these niceties to go and have to fight for something that, in all reality, I wouldn't have to fight for anyways, because I can have these air guns, I can have these black powder guns and this, that, and the other. I can have a bow and arrow, I can have a crossbow. And so they're like, well, then what's the point of fighting for it? Because, what's the point of suffering if I don't have to suffer? My argument would be, any detraction of rights is abhorrent to the actual intention of the Constitution. And if you're not willing to stand up for one, then you might as well not stand up for any of them. That's why I'm working on getting my firearms rights back, instead of, oh, well, at the time I was on a level of, well, I've got these air guns, and this, that, and the other. They took my air guns away. They were trying to take everything away. And I fought back. I said, no, this is where the buck stops. The buck stops here, and we're turning it around. I will fight for my rights, because it's very fair and obvious that you give anybody an inch, they will take a mile. I stood up. Now, like I said, I'm still in litigation to get my modern firearms rights back, but everything else I have. And yeah, it took sleeping on a fucking blacktop basically for that.
Well, why do you still choose to sleep on the floor? I mean, if you're comfortable with it, I guess there's nothing wrong with it. But
two reasons. One, it's kind of just nostalgic and comfortable. But two, I don't consider myself to be a human being until such time as I am afforded the same rights as every other human being on God's green earth. How's about that?
So
because nobody's willing to stand there and tell me that I am human and therefore I have these inalienable rights, as far as the courts are concerned. Anyways, I know you will. I know anybody else who's got a fucking rock of good sense about him would. But
if I'm not worthy to be a human, then why the fuck should I sleep in a bed?
Yeah, well, you are human, and you deserve to sleep however you want.
Exactly. That doesn't mean that, they believe the same way as you do. As a matter of fact, if they had the choice, they would have us all sleeping on the ground. Metaphorically speaking.
I don't think it's metaphorically anymore, dude.
Yeah. Right about that.
I really don't I can't discuss too much how I feel about that because it will get me in trouble.
Yeah, it will. That's why I was saying, unless you're willing to actually go through the same shit, you're not going to go and risk that. You're just not. That's why I agree with you on that. The difference is that I'm willing to risk it. All for one and one for all. Death first. It's not good enough to say, well, I've got air guns and I've got black powder guns and I've got a crossbow and I've got, a full-size compound bow and I can I can make rockets and I can make explosives and I know how to do all this shit. It's not good enough. It's just not fucking good enough. Good enough is to be able to turn around and say, my granddad fought and damn near died so that I could have this right. And I'll be damned if you're going to take it from me. So, yeah. Sorry if I'm a little bit, bit of an asshole about it, but all honesty, I have a good reason. Most people, they would sit there and says, well, why don't you just go and do the process and all this? Well, it's been a long fucking process. You have no idea. And I still won't ever actually have modern firearms ever again in my life for one reason. And that is because of a improper diagnosis made illegitimately and then utilized as a freaking sharp tool through the red flag law bullshit. See, California, what most people don't realize is that California, their little red flag BS, their Baker's Act thing, the freaking 5150 shit, it's a federal law that if you are accused of a 5150 in the state of California, you can never purchase a firearm again in your natural born life. Notice how I didn't say charged. I said accused.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people lose their rights because they don't realize that. People don't realize that. Like, I want to get a marijuana card. Well, guess what? You just gave up, motherfucker. Smoke all the dope you want.
Actually, funny enough, that's not it. And
no, I understand.
Not anymore.
I'm just saying that's one example.
Yeah, but it's not an example anymore. That case actually went through.
Maybe in California, but not in Colorado.
No, that's federal now. That's SCOTUS. Ruled on Alaska.
But it doesn't matter, like you said.
But yeah, for me, it doesn't matter because mine was according to a 5150 hold. They will use any excuse to take away your firearms in any way, shape, or form.
That's right. That's right. That's what I'm saying.
And even if it's
no matter how
illegal, unlawful, and what was the other one? false accusation. Because I'll let y'all in on a little secret. Well, it's not so much of a secret as it's a fucking declarative fact. I was accused of being a danger to myself and others because I refused to do harm to an individual who directly threatened my father's life in front of me. That's what got me to 5150.
I don't know what 5150 means.
It means you are a danger to yourself and others and therefore must be placed on a 72-hour hold within a mental institution until such time as doctors understand for certain that you are not a danger to self or others. And if it is continued on to be a 14-day hold, then that is considered to be a conviction. Notice how I said accusation. When I first said everything, I was only held for 72 hours, in which I should have had my right to keep and bear arms back within the hour of being released. However, for 5 years afterwards, I could not purchase a firearm. Then, come to find out, even after that, because during the time that 5-year period was going on, California was pushing legislation through the federal courts in order to make it so that anybody who's ever been accused of that, not been convicted, but been accused of it, still cannot purchase a firearm in any other state in the union.
You know what the sad part of this is? You know, I've known you for long enough, and I know your demeanor and pretty good idea who you are. Of anyone that would possess an actual firearm and not be a threat to probably anyone else would be you. And yet here we are.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Whether I believe that, well, I know it's all bullshit. I know every bit of it's bullshit for a fact.
Yeah. Trust me, the sentiment is mutual. But the legalese behind
that,
it.
if there was any legitimacy to it, I'd be like, it'd be like, hey, go down to your FFL, I'll send you over a piece or something. It wouldn't be a big deal. Me knowing you the way I know you now, I'm pretty confident I could send you anything and not worry about it.
Yeah, because I'm not going to go out and commit a fucking crime with it.
Unbelievable.
The only reason why I want modern firearms is to go hunting, fishing, and be able to legally protect myself in the event that somebody's using a firearm against me.
Let's talk about who's handing out switches left and fucking right in Chicago, all at the same time.
Huh. Go figure.
Yeah.
Like fucking people. Yeah. And I've been harping on this since I was 19 years old when it happened. I said it was wrong. It was unlawful what they were doing. And I fought it. And I lost. The reason why I lost is mostly down to the fact that the evidence that I had accumulated got stolen by Blythe Police Department and Riverside County Sheriffs.
Well, it's a fucking game, dude. You have got inalienable rights. I don't. You can't. It's all fucking bullshit. Every fucking single bit of that. And I would be in trouble by advocating for people like you to get your rights back that you never gave up voluntarily in the first place. The whole fucking thing is shit to me. Bullshit.
Yeah. No, I never actually voluntarily gave them up in the first place. I was forced to sign a piece of paperwork while under the influence of drugs, of chemicals that were forced into my system by the doctors and the officers involved in the detainment. Wasn't even lawfully an arrest.
Yeah. So here we live in a world where people that even come to tour, we're getting to the point to where if anyone sympathized with you, they would lose their rights too, just because of that.
Yep.
That's how sick our society is getting right now, dude.
Yeah, if somebody were to sit there and tell, and say to anyone else other than me,
If anyone were to stick up for you, they are risking their lives.
yes,
Period.
that it is literally the case. If you were to stick up for me in any capacity of any kind of official capacity
That's exactly where
whatsoever,
we're going. Yep.
you would probably end up having your own sanity questioned and go through the same process as I did.
If you're not killed. That's how bad our society's gotten, dude. We're not in a good place.
And people wonder why I went and I wanted to be part of the militia and I wanted to stand up for people and defend people's rights and lives and well-being wherever I may go.
The couch is pretty comfortable, dude.
Yep. Couch is pretty comfortable.
Yep.
Lazy Boy was certainly fucking expensive.
It is literally illegal to even talk about this shit right now. See, when you were running around the countryside, it was kind of legal to fucking do something, or at least talk to each other about it.
Yep. Now, people like Firearms Policy Coalition and the Second Amendment Foundation, I have been straight out fucking denied any kind of aid, any kind of what would you call it?
They don't care about you, man.
Yeah, no, they were like, no, your case is absolute crap. We couldn't take up your case. I'm like, why? Dude, my case is so fucking airtight that it could not be lost. And they're like, no, you don't understand. It has to do with the fact that you were accused of, of being crazy. And because you were accused of being crazy, it's taboo to even think about trying it. Whereas these people who have felonies on their record, violent felonies even, have a better chance because it's not taboo to talk about it, because they weren't accused of being crazy. And then I turned around and I said to, several different actual just regular old average Joe gun owners, hey, you do understand this shit can happen to you too. And all it would take is somebody just one day getting kind of pissed at you.
It's going to. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, they've gotten it to the point where even if a sheriff's department or police department personnel or your next door neighbor, significant other, somebody who could bear a grudge against you has the slightest inkling, a suspicion that you may be a danger to yourself or others or intend harm to yourself or others, they can take you to the freaking loony bin without a warrant, without even suspicion. Let that sink in. They don't even have to have reasonable suspicion to take you to jail and take away all your guns and then force you to sign that piece of paper that says, I can't have my rights. And if you think I'm lying, test the theory.
Well, no, I don't.
I mean, I lived this. I went through it. My uncle told me right to my face, I don't think you should ever have guns back. and then realized how big of a oops that was when it happened to him over having a fucking pea shooter in his carry-on that he forgot that he put in there.
Yeah.
Because it was his normal EDC when he would go to and from work.
Well, you know, at one time you could just carry that shit on.
Yeah. And mind you, my uncle's in his like 60s.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sure that it hadn't deterred any crimes at all. So, you know, they make people crazy nowadays and use that as an excuse to fuck you over. That's what they do. That's what's
Oh, not
going
only
on.
do they make people crazy, dude, they don't even have to make you crazy. They just have to make you look like you are crazy.
Well,
That's
if
it.
you're a fucking straight shooter, you are fucking crazy.
You know,
If you're a straight
lose your
shooter,
temper.
you're a threat. You're a threat.
Yeah, here's one. Lose your temper in frustration. That's all it takes, because that's what they used against me was frustration. I was frustrated because I went and asked for help from my local Alcoholics Anonymous because I did not want to go and drink, I did not want to go and do drugs, and I did not want to hurt anybody. But because of all of those things compounding, I was flustered to the point where I was not necessarily thinking 100% clear, to the point where, you know, I was like, oh, well, you know, I'm going to be fine. Everything's going to be okay. I'll just live my life. It'll be all right. You know, I'll go sleep under a bridge tonight or something. Because my dad was literally going and getting fucking drunk off of his ass because somebody just threatened him to his face, and he thought, well, if I'm going to die, might as well fucking get drunk. So I didn't have my dad to fall back on. I didn't have my fucking halfway house to fall back on because they kicked me out. I didn't have the people at AA to fall back on. My sponsor's the one who called the fucking cops on me. Let that sink in, people. There's a reason I don't go to AA no more.
Well, you're not a drunk, though.
No, I'm not a drunk. I used to be a drug addict. I was heavy into freaking Vicodin. That's why I was in a halfway house in the first place. That's why I was going to AA, was because I used to have a very big problem with Vicodin. I don't have that problem anymore because I avoid it like the plague.
Yeah, that must have been a long time ago. I don't know you like that.
Yeah, no, I was 19 years old and had lost my construction job just recently because I slipped and fell and hurt my back.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. So I literally just lost my job. I had been cast out on the streets. I then went to go to a sober living, clean up myself and clean up my life, and went into a halfway house.
They spend more money to prosecute you than to actually figure out, hey, Blaine's an alright guy, let's help him out. Isn't that insane? This is your government for you. They're here to help you. You know.
Motherfuckers stole my only certified inheritance. My mom turned around and gave me everything that she inherited from my dad when he died, but the only thing that was enumerated to me in the will, my dad's Heritage Rough Rider 22 long rifle pistol that I used to go out all the time with and go coyote hunting and go rabbit hunting, carried on my hip, never shot at another fucking individual with ever in my life. The only fucking pistol that I was ever going to be given from my dad because he squandered all the rest of his guns. Yeah. State of California stole that and destroyed it. So, of course, yeah, I'm going to be a little bitter. I've got a reason to be.
I don't know.
At the same, I'm not going to go and take it out on anybody. I just learned a long time ago that doesn't help anything.
you're talking to me about something that could potentially save my life or defend my family's lives from evil, and you're gonna take that off of me. I just don't have a fucking tolerance for that.
Yeah.
I'm flipping out thinking about that. I am flipping the fuck out thinking about you, some stranger, coming to me and robbing me of my shit to fucking.
And think about this, Billy. They were police officers that did it at the point of a gun.
Unbelievable.
If that's not a reason to
Why doesn't
to
people
stand
wake
as a
up and
minute,
fucking realize what the fuck is going on in this country?
nobody's going to give a shit. Nobody's going to do a damn thing about it. Because oh well, you know, we've got to keep crazy people from having guns. I've got a better suggestion. How's about we arm the populace? Everybody, just every fucking buddy. 18 and older, you have a firearm.
Yep.
All right? And if somebody gets crazy or stupid and they want to go and start shooting people up, guess what? They get to greet God.
That's right. Nothing else has worked. Why don't we try that?
Right? What's so fucking crazy about that?
Nothing.
Oh, but no, I'm insane. I'm the crazy motherfucker that everybody needs to take guns away from because, you know, I'm going to go out there and commit a crime. I'm going to go out there and hurt people because I'm crazy. Let me put it this way. I've had that fucking Samyang big bore, that supersized fucking 50 caliber air rifle, since I was 26 years old. Right after they took away my 22 long rifle, which I literally carried as my Minuteman rifle. Bolt action 22. Never caused anyone harm with. Never actually shot at anyone with. Used it in order to procure food through the action of hunting for individuals who were in the group with me. I provided sustenance for others with it. That's all I ever did. And yet, I've had this 50 caliber air rifle with the same capabilities, the ability to knock a man dead in his fucking tracks. Never hurt anybody with it. Never used it to cause anyone harm. Never went after anybody with it. Fucking 25 caliber air rifles that I've had for years now. Never went after anybody with them. Never caused anybody harm with it. Never went and tried to start anything with them, tried to hurt anybody with them, nothing. Most I've ever done with those is pest control, target practice. Talk some shit on the internet. I've had this black powder pistol since my birthday. July 21st, this year. The most that I've done is have that thing on my hip while I go down to the grocery store and go and purchase groceries. So that in case somebody decides to rob the fucking grocery store, I could stop that son of a bitch from hurting anybody. And that's it. Otherwise, it's sat on my hip. Hasn't done a damn thing else-wise. I literally got that gun to fucking keep myself safe from bears while fishing. That's why, as I says, you know, no, they are not interested in keeping you safe. They were interested in keeping you safe. Every single human being on this fucking goddamn green earth would be fucking armed. And when I says armed, I mean armed with knowledge. And maybe a firearm if they chose so, but knowledge. But what can I say? You know, rantings of a madman.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to go. People don't realize that it's going to take blood. Nobody wants to do that.
No, I don't even want to do that. And I'll tell you now, I have more reason than anybody, but I don't want to.
I don't know. Something's going to have to happen.
I actually hate the idea of having to kill someone. I hate the idea of having to hurt someone. People don't realize that. They look at me and they say, oh, well, he's just an angry person. Yeah, I'm fucking angry. I got every reason to be. I got every right to be.
Well, you have a whole bunch of motherfuckers with badges and no morals coming straight your motherfucking shit out.
Yeah.
And a whole bunch of other people without any morals watching TV thinking that they're doing all right.
How many of those people would actually stand up and turn around and say, but it's
They're all
against
gonna
my
die.
constitutional rights?
They're worthless. They're what do you call that? Useless. No, what
Useless
do they call
eaters.
them? No.
Oh,
What's the
useful
definition?
idiots.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it took me a second to get what you were saying. You know, is it the useless eaters or is it the useful idiots?
Yeah, we're all useless idiots.
And the worst part is, and I argued this with the judge too, like, you know, did you know that that order actually extends to long blades? I can have air guns. I can have a bow and arrow. I can have a fucking machete. But I can't have a sword unless I make it.
It's ridiculous. It's all ridiculous. As long as you're complying with their bullshit, I guess it's all fucking fine.
See, I followed the law to the fucking letter of it. I even made it a point to shove that in different judges' faces. Like, you motherfuckers don't even have a foot to stand on because I actually followed the letter of the law.
Yeah, they don't care.
And they don't care. They're good. They're going to do whatever it is that their higher up dictator, whatever, does.
Nothing to them. They break the law every fucking day in and day out. I've done government work. I know exactly what it's like. You start the day off breaking the fucking law, and you end the day breaking the law. All fucking day long. That's all you're doing, is doing what other people aren't allowed to fucking do, and you're allowed to do it because you're working for the government. I've fucking done it. It's sickening. You can't fucking do that kind of shit and have any type of morals or wherewithal or be godly or righteous in your mind or heart or soul. And they're going to tell you got to run around with a bow and arrow, and you got a fucking air gun. You can have an air gun, and your air gun's a bigger fucking fatter ass caliber than what the fuck they're gonna come to your door to take it off of you with.
Yeah.
It makes no sense, man.
I mean, here's the crazy shit. You know, they're gonna come to my house to try and steal my air guns and my bow and arrow.
They'll kill
with
you.
Rifles that can't make it through the sandbags that my bow will shoot through.
Everybody wants to run their fucking faces, but in reality, when they show up 30, 40 fucking deep with fucking 15 fucking cars and a fucking tank fucking chasing them, you're not doing nothing.
Yeah.
You're not doing nothing. Your neighbors are not gonna run out of their houses in the middle of the morning going, oh my gosh, help out Billy. He's getting attacked by the fucking government. Let's all fucking rally out and stand them off like they did in Nevada or something. No,
Yeah,
dude. Did you see
they're
what
not gonna
happened
do
in
that.
Waco? Did you see the town rallying out saying, hey, I don't care if they're doing something we don't like. You don't have the right to do anything. No.
Nope.
They killed 70 some people fucking there, dude.
Women and children. Motherfuckers actually posed over their burning bodies.
The only fucking difference is today they'll have a whole bunch of cell phone footage of it.
No, back then. What's his name? Fucking the ATF fucker posed
I know
literally
it. I know
for a
that. I know
photo,
that.
for a fucking photo op over
I
the
know.
lifeless bodies of women and children.
Yeah. All I'm saying is the only difference between then and now is you're going to have a whole bunch of fat, lazy motherfuckers out there with their cell phones video. So you got it from every angle on the street. Nobody's going to go help them. Fucking ridiculous, man. Wow.
I kind of almost verify with my cousin with this, you know. Yeah, sure, you're gonna come for me, and you're probably gonna kill me. But I'm gonna tell you what. You're gonna have to sit there and explain to God or whatever the fuck's on the other side, and I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna just listen because you're gonna be there having to do it. Yeah, I'll be there too, but I ain't gonna have to say shit. That's the way as I'm gonna look at it. Like, yeah, no, you kill me all you want, but I'm gonna freaking pave the way with a few of you motherfuckers. You better bring a bunch of body bags, because it ain't just gonna be me.
I don't know.
I mean, what other option do I have left? That's the question that has been haunting me. What other options are left? When you have lost the ballot box and the soapbox no longer holds your weight.
I don't have to tell you nothing.
I'm just saying, you know, people don't understand what is already lost.
I have some suggestions, and I can tell you what I did to take measures before I got where I'm at now, but I'm not going to put it out there on the internet.
Yeah, I would ask you not to. Just a matter of, you know, I've been fighting this war since I was 18. Everybody else, they think that, you know, oh, well, it's just a joke when he says he's a Minuteman. No, I've been fighting this war since I was 18. The American people, in several different cuts of it, in several different ways, several different people have been fighting this war for over 250 years. So, in the grand scheme of things,
that makes you a bigger threat, dude.
Yeah. And only because I'm willing to use my voice. We've been fighting this war.
I seen your videos that you running up and down that fucking road on the border or whatever, where the fuck that was. That just makes you proactive. That makes you a threat.
Yep.
No one else is getting in their car and going down there in the middle of fucking nowhere going, hey, motherfuckers, I'm ready. No one's doing that. Even
nobody's got the balls to. They literally will wait until them motherfuckers is literally beating down their door and fucking raping their wives and their children. And they'll still do nothing.
That's what's going on.
They'll be sitting there when they're telling them, we'll let them eat cake. And they still will do nothing. And I would laugh at those sons of bitches because I'd say, you know what? France had more balls than you.
Yeah,
France had more balls than you.
unreal.
But yeah, like I said, I'm crazy.
If you were crazy, you wouldn't know that.
No, I know I'm not crazy, dude. I'm also not stupid. I sit there and I make a joke out of it because of the fact that to me it is a joke.
It is a joke. You damn well.
It's the most slapstick, unfunny joke that I've ever been a part of. And it's the only one I can never actually do anything about but laugh at.
I could sit here and fucking run my stupid mouth and say, "Oh, don't comply," and blah blah blah, and do this, and do that. I'm not fucking there backing your shit up. All these motherfuckers that want to run their fucking mouths, where are they?
Right.
They're not doing shit. They're not putting their fucking dick out on the line.
Yeah, that's why I said show up or shut up. Basically, they shut up instead of showing up.
Yeah, and even if they did show up, we ain't talking about fucking 10 people. We need about fucking 10 million people.
Yeah, they don't realize. People don't realize that the numbers alone would be more than the United States military themselves are capable of stopping if we all stood together as one.
Wow.
That will never happen, and I fully understand that, and that's why
Well,
it's just a matter of we've been fighting.
Going on. If that did happen, there's so much shit going on. You couldn't even pick up all the loose ends. It'd be a logistical fucking nightmare. All these fucking bureaucrats, lawmakers, and shit. And fucking I don't even know what the fuck, I'd hate to say what you'd have to do. I think the U.S. government's like 25 million people strong or some shit like that. If you count in all the fucking bureaucrats, all these unelected officials, all these fucking quasi faux policymakers, and everybody that works for that fucking agency, and all these motherfuckers, dude, it'd be impossible, man. It'd be crazy. Even if you dusted them all, you still have to have somebody to deal with foreign relations and fucking, dude, it'd be a fucking nightmare. It'd be the end. Well, it might as well be. It's already fucking close enough to the end of this fucking country anyways. What the fuck are you gonna do? I mean, let's get fucking real here, man. You got a whole bunch of ungodly motherfucking people running this fucking country into the ground, dude.
I would put it this way. The only reason why any other country would be so bold as to sit there and attack the United States or any other one of our allies is because our politicians are standing in between us and them.
Well, we as a people don't support all this bullshit that our government does, first of all.
No, we don't.
We, the people, do not support sending billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars to nations that have nothing to do with us.
I sure as hell don't support it. I mean, I've been fucking going hungry for the most part recently. Can't even afford to buy milk.
Yeah, but we have all this money. We have all this extra money. Oh, we found 6 billion extra fucking dollars. We'll send that to you anyways. To our enemies, to the enemies of this country.
Yeah,
Where are the morals of these people?
they don't have any. I mean, sorry, but I can't be sarcastic about it. They don't have any morals. If they had morality, there would be hundreds of people like me. When I was down on the border, there would have been thousands of people driving that same road with me.
No, it's illegal to
Instead,
do that.
Well, instead,
No,
I
they throw
couldn't.
you in jail for doing that shit.
Oh yeah. Well, no. I'll put it this way: you can still drive around down there. You can still drive around down there. But if one of the coyotes that's bringing these illegals over shoots at you, and you shoot back at them, and you hit them, no, you're not going to jail. They will literally deport your ass and let the fucking cartels take care of it.
Wow.
Just to keep their hands clean.
Wow.
There's a reason I left. It's not because I'm a coward of any sense. Far from it. I'm not stupid.
These are not Americans anymore, dude. People that live in this country are not Americans anymore. That's all there's to it.
Nope.
If you gave me an order to do something like that, I would tell you to fuck off and probably want to, I don't even know.
Yeah. Look,
If you told me to take one of my, come on, dude. Come on,
people
man.
shot at me. People shot at me and I fired back. And then I got a fucking phone call on my cell phone telling me, you're not legally allowed to fire back.
Yeah, they can do
And
that, but they can't fucking stop it in the first place. I
right.
see.
Literally fucking call me in the middle of the night, in the middle of motherfucking bumfuck Egypt, on my cell phone with a fucking, an all zeros number to tell me, you're not legally allowed to fire back, so you cannot fire back again, or we will come out and we will arrest you.
Yeah, but you're not going to do anything about the other motherfuckers, right?
I said, but these are not even American citizens, and they're coming here and firing on American citizens. And they said, that doesn't matter.
Yeah. What about
This is a
that?
presidential order.
Wow.
I said, all right. The border's
That's
lost.
what I'm saying.
gone.
These people that want to sit around being like, oh, I got God-given rights and I got all this bullshit. Yeah, you're full of shit, motherfucker. You don't have any
The
of
only
that.
God-given right you've got is the one that you're willing to die for.
And they're gonna kill you in the meantime.
They're going to kill you either way.
Yep, that's a fact.
You got two
I love
options.
it. This whole fucking
Die whining and on your knees, or die fighting.
I'm telling you, man, these people that fucking all these pro-gun 2A bullshit, that shit's coming to an end, dude. And there ain't none of them willing to fight for any of it. They're gonna watch it happen, and I know it for a fact because I fucking looked at history and I seen what people done in the past, and we're doing the same fucking shit.
It's all coming down to litigation now. It's all coming down to what did the court says. I'm like, wait a minute.
It's
You don't
already
have the
established.
self-worth and wherewithal to say that, wait a minute, just wait. You don't have the self-worth and wherewithal to say to yourself that you understand what the Constitution declaratively states to the point where you need somebody else to tell you.
Soon as you said understand, you're in the wrong. Soon as you said that word, understand, you are standing under. You are right away wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, because
You just
you're standing
admitted
under the
guilt.
authority of the United States Constitution.
You fucking just admitted guilt.
See, if you're standing under the authority of the United States Constitution, as you should be,
No, you should not be. The United States Constitution is a restriction on our government not to fuck with your God-given rights. You do
right?
not understand the Constitution. You overstand the Constitution because of God.
Okay. It's semantics, but same difference.
Not really. Not legally. It sounds like semantics, but legally, as soon as you understand, you are under that authority. It is the government's job to understand the Constitution.
But
Our
they
job
don't.
is to. There you go.
That's my point. They don't understand the Constitution. They don't work under the authority of the Constitution anymore.
That's right.
They think that
That's right.
they are the people who
That's
are outlined in the Constitution
And you got
rather than
millions.
the.
You have literally millions of officers that are officers to understand.
See, I've actually asked police officers, do you understand the Constitution of the United States of America? And they actually told me
No. Their
And you
job
know
is
what I said to them?
not understand that.
No,
If
they don't understand the Constitution of the United States of America. And that
If
they were
they
talking about
understood
that in both senses of the word. Okay, that's not just the legalese, but also in the educational academic term.
No. You're wrong. They could not hold their job if they understood that. Their job is not to understand.
Their authority is granted by the people.
No, it isn't.
If they're not willing to understand the Constitution,
their
by
authority
your definition, legally speaking.
Listen,
okay?
Their authority is granted by the corporation.
The corporation's authority is granted by the writ of Constitution and the consent of the governed.
You're out of your mind.
It's actually outlined there.
You're out of your mind, dude.
And that's why I got accused of being crazy.
Why?
Because I actually do know what I'm talking about.
Not that you're not convincing me of it. I'm telling you the truth. Their job is not to understand.
Telling you the facts. I don't give a shit about truth.
Okay,
truth has nothing to do with fact. Truth has to do with opinions based off of observation.
What?
That is actually the definition of truth. An opinion based off of observations. You want to talk about you want to talk about the legalese of it? Let's go about that. Truth is an opinion based off of observation. If we're going to go down that road, let's do that road.
All right. Look it up. I can't look it up right now. I'm just telling you how it works.
I'm just telling you the actual definition. Truth is an opinion based off of observations. Facts are verifiable realities. Those are the two differences there.
I'm not going to hold that. I'll double check it, but I'm not going to hold it. That really doesn't have too much of a bearing on our discussion right now, because what we're talking about is repression. We're being repressed by a corporation.
Yeah, we're being pressed into service again. You're correct about that.
I know I'm correct about it.
See, this is why I keep on turning around to people and saying, you do understand.
Because if you didn't understand,
You'd be free.
you wouldn't be repressed.
And now we're terrorists for saying that.
Oh, well, no, Billy. Here's
Maybe
the
not
difference.
today. Maybe not today, but soon
Here's
coming.
the difference. Because you worked in a governmental capacity in an office of government at some point in time, you actually have the ability, the political clout, to turn
I
around
don't.
and say, "Well, no, I was leading him into it."
Oh no, I don't have anything like that, dude. I worked for the Wyoming Game and Fish. That's a biologist type work. That has nothing to do with any of that bullshit.
Okay. Well, do you know what the standard nature of biology of the human body and brain is?
I don't.
It's psychology.
I'm not.
Psychology is a form of biology. And if we're going to get into that, well, then the reality of it is that psychology is a manner of operation in which, and this is actually real fact. Psychology is a manner of operation by which any operator may utilize as a weapon against those who would be seeking to do harm in some way, shape, or form, whether through verbal or physical attack against the government of the United States. Meaning that you could turn around and throw it all on me and say, no, I led him into that. I got him to say that, but I don't believe it.
I'm gonna stand by the truth, my friend.
Okay, well, you can have your opinion based on observation. That's fine.
No, it's not an opinion. It's the absolute truth. And I'm not gonna fucking sit there and say, "Oh, it's so and so's fault," or I fucking. Nah, dude. Facts are facts.
Yes, that's true. That's not just true, that's fact.
And if you don't like the way that I feel about certain subjects, uh, I don't care. I fucking don't care.
Takes a lot of balls to actually say that. Either that or a complete and utter loss of fuck to give.
Well, I wish I could say that maybe. Or maybe I wish I couldn't say that, but I give a fuck about my family and I give a fuck about my friends and I give a fuck about God and I give a fuck about my country. No one's going to sit there and tell me or lie. No one's going to sit there and lie to me and expect me to accept their lie as a truth. I refuse to believe that truth is an opinion. If you came at me and said you're a girl, I'm going to call you a liar. But that's
Well,
what
that's
society wants me to
because
do.
that is factual. You're not a girl.
Right, but society wants me to start thinking, society wants to tell me that if you say I'm a girl and you're not, I have to agree with you.
Are you a socialist?
I doubt it. I'm a fucking
Well, then why
recluse
does society matter?
because I have to go out into it once in a while.
But you're not a socialist, so why does society matter? That's my point. If
Society does not matter until society comes to me and says it does.
until you have to socialize with them, in other words.
No, until society comes at me with some bullshit fucking idea like I need a gun pointed right at my fucking head and some handcuffs thrown on me. That's
Well,
when society matters to me. And then they drag me into it. I don't want to be a part of it. I have to go
See?
shopping once in a while. I have to go get tires for the car once in a while. I have to go buy oil once in a while.
Yeah. We all have necessities.
Now, do I really have to go do that shit? That's subjective.
Well, by its very nature, it's a necessity. Which means that it is necessary for the continuance of the life that you lead.
It's funny
If
that you mention that because that is actually Congress's job is to make sure that I can go do that freely and not be fucking harassed.
yes,
I should be able to go over to Montana or Idaho or South Dakota and do commerce and then go back home and not be molested.
it is Congress' duty to define the laws within our nation and to uphold those laws. Now, that being said, if you're going to define those laws and then uphold those laws, you still have to base that on foundational law, which would mean that you have to understand, in both the academic and the legalese sense, the Constitution of the United States of America and the amendments which are there specifically to acquiesce to the rights of the people.
So where in that do you see that we need to go down to Haiti and take that country over and steal all their natural resources?
I don't.
Well, that's funny. Where in there do you see that we need to send all of our money collected by taxes, which is without representation, to a foreign country called Ukraine, while Hawaii is burning to the ground and not helping American citizens out? Quote unquote American citizens, by the way.
Well, according to the United States Supreme Court, taxation via any means other than what is appropriate and represented is theft and extortion under the threat of death or bodily harm by a government body.
You know, the best advice I think I've ever heard was when Jesus said, "Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's." If we gave the government back all of their
Funny,
fake money and made our own money, we'd be a lot ahead of the game.
you'd also be committing a crime according to the Constitution because it's their job to make the money. But beyond that, yes, Christ said, "Render to Caesar what is Caesar's." But didn't Caesar die on the Ides of March with a bunch of blades in his back?
I don't know, did he?
And the word render means quite literally to rend. Again, when you are rending something, that means you are severing it.
Right?
So to be severed again, he would be stabbed over and over and over and over again, wouldn't he not?
Well, he'd be separated from himself, or something would be separated.
Right.
If I rented a hog, I'd be skinning it, taking the fat off.
Okay. So you see what Christ was actually saying.
Well, I think he's right. well, we're not going to get out of this no matter what we do, uh, Blaine. There's no way because the crux of the matter is we had a garden at one time and we got kicked out of the garden, and nothing that we do is going to get us back into that garden until we die.
So, Blackwatch, Pontius Pilate was not Caesar. In fact, Pontius Pilate was a governo, a controller.
Yeah, that's. I'm not sure if I don't.
Sorry, not governo, a governus. He was actually a controlling hand in a particular region. He was a regent.
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe he means something else by when he says Caesar. He used a lowercase letter.
Yeah, see, Caesar was literally only utilized specifically for an individual in the direct action of government with the powers, the one who seized powers and control over the Senate.
Wasn't it?
Pontius Pilate was part of the Senate.
Yeah, it didn't Caesar actually ask his wife if Christ was guilty, and she said, "Let him go. He's not guilty."
Caesar. Not Caesar. No, Pontius Pilate asked the people. He asked the people. This man has committed no crime.
Yeah.
And since it is the feast of I shall present to you this man, Barabbas, who has committed crimes.
Good on
now,
you,
therefore, who would you rather that I go and then release?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm very learned in this subject, brother.
Well, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, like I said, I grew up in the fucking.
Look at Blackwatch. Isn't that great? See now when you talk about shit like this, she seems smart. When you're trying to convince me that Coriolis effects has to do with your bullet, you go. See, you're making up for it with me now. I know you're not dumb. You don't have to. What do you call that when you elaborate or embellish? You don't have to embellish, Blaine.
Smart guy. And that's why I don't embellish. I just.
You get on these.
If I do have to elaborate, of course, yes, I do. But I don't embellish anything.
The Hedron.
I'm not putting fringes on it. And I'm not, slapping lipstick on a pig.
Who are the Hedron?
Huh?
The Hedron. Who are the Hedron?
The Hedron. Those who are under the regional rule of.
Yeah, wouldn't that be like
what's his name?
Herod's
Herod, yes. Yes, the Hedron were they were the people who were under the legal jurisdiction of Herod.
Yeah. It wasn't Pontius Pilate or Caesar. It was who did
Pontius Pilate was, like I said, he was the regent.
Yeah, King
and
Herod.
It was his job to oversee any punishments that were meted out in the name of the Roman Empire.
Yeah. I think that's right. I could be completely wrong. It is getting late or early now.
Yeah. It is getting late. We've been at this for 6.5 hours. Well, I've been at it for 6.5 hours.
I really enjoyed my time here, man. Thanks for having me up.
Shit, man, it's been a blast. Anyways, I mean, like, I knew I was going to have to do the Freedom Forum either way, because specifically because Chad didn't even do the DBA. I said, well, shit,
What's
that really
that?
puts me on the spot. But
The DBA? What's that?
TBA, trial
Oh,
by axe.
oh, yeah. Yeah, he didn't do that tonight, huh?
Yeah.
That's all right.
Next time that they do the whole that we do the whole TBA, I want Governor Brown to be up there. The son of a bitch that signed into being the Baker Act.
What is the Baker Act? I've heard that like last couple days, last 3-4 days, the Baker Act. I have no idea what
Okay,
that is.
in the state of California and also in the state of Florida, if you are accused by a third party of being a danger to yourself or to others, or are accused by the police department of being a danger to yourself or others, and it becomes necessary, therefore, to incarcerate you within the confines of a mental health facility for 72 hours or greater, then automatically, for at least the period term of 5 years, the right to keep and bear arms is removed from your person. That is the
Wow.
substance of the Baker Act. There's more to it, yes, but that is the substance of it.
Who are the people affected by this?
Anybody who has ever in their lives been diagnosed, whether proper or improper, but with any long-standing mental health disorder.
So you're talking about like every fucking vet that came back that
Yep,
claims PTSD?
every single one of them.
Wow. I see where that's going.
Every single one of our veterans who came back from Iraq and Afghanistan that had any
Meanwhile,
inkling of
meanwhile,
PTSD.
meanwhile, they could pick up a fucking crazy off the street, throw him in jail overnight, and let him out the next day.
No. Here's the thing. Like I said, any long-standing mental health disorder. If
That's what
you've
I'm
ever been
saying.
accused of having
No,
schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or depression or anything that takes a medication
yeah, if you're
in order to
human,
treat it,
oh, I can
basically, yeah.
see where this is going, dude. I can totally see where this is fucking going.
Yeah, it's
Is
the
that
first step. It was literally the first step in gun confiscation from lawful citizens who are doing no harm to others. Just being accused of being a threat. This is where the term red flag law came from.
I was
The
just
Baker's
gonna
Act
say
was the first one.
that sounds like red flag laws on steroids.
Well, the Baker's Act was the first one. And it only applies as far as being able to be accused or charged in the state of, in the states of California, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts,
And
and Florida.
So the whole premises behind this act is to take your guns off of you.
Yep.
The whole act is shall not be infringed, but we're going
The
to infringe them.
whole premises of the act is the disarmament of those who would be deemed as a danger to society, yourself, or others.
every motherfucker that came back over from the sandbox.
Yep. Every person that came back from Vietnam. Every person that came back from Bosnia. Every person that came back from, you name the conflict, since 1978.
Yeah.
And that's just our veterans. That's not including law-abiding citizens who have an issue with depression or an issue with bipolar disorder, or have an issue where at one point in time they had a mental breakdown because life became overwhelming and frustrating for them. And so they were placed on a medication which caused them to have further symptoms, which caused them to have an improper diagnosis. And in this, I'm alluding to myself.
Unreal, man. Unreal.
Yeah, it does not take much to steal away your rights right under your nose and make it look as if they are doing the right thing. And the worst part is that those of us who have had to live it know it is wrong. Those of you who have not had to live it don't realize it's wrong until it's already creeping up on you.
Well, it's too
And
late.
it's too late to do anything about it.
Yeah. Surprise pop quiz.
It comes back to, the whole Pulp Fiction. Surprise, motherfucker!
I thought it was surprise, nigga.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say that word. Just because they come after me even harder.
That's like one of the best lines in cinema history.
Yeah. Dude, it's like in the history of movie, in the history of cinema. Surprise, motherfucker!
Dude, I don't know if I could watch that movie today, but I really enjoyed watching that movie back in the day. That was one of my favorite movies ever. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, that's my point. Like, you don't even know it's coming till it's already snuck up on your ass and is holding you by the ball sack.
That's crazy.
Folks ain't gonna know it. They ain't gonna feel it until they feel it. And then it's gonna be too late to do a damn thing about it. You mark my words and wait till it comes for you.
Like I said earlier, your neighbors are not gonna come out and help you.
Right.
I've already seen it before. I've already seen it happen too many times in history. If you look at my channel, I got tons of videos on there about history and all this, what we're talking about and how it's done.
It's happened dozens of times. And every single time it has happened when the population becomes complacent. Yeah, and then becomes compliant.
Yeah, and then they start starving and they can't do anything about it.
See,
you can't fight when you're hungry, man.
Yeah, my biggest issue is compliance. I'm not complacent in it, but I have been compliant.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Well, the other option for it, really, the other option was death. And at the time, I was 19 years old.
Oh, yeah, well, fuck. That's unfair.
Yeah, imagine. The world isn't fair.
Right. Yeah, when you were a little kid and your mama told you that the world wasn't fair, you should have said, "Well, it fucking ought to be."
Oh, I did. And I got my mouth washed out with a bar of soap.
All right,
Not
I'm gonna
because
go,
I
dude.
said something that was true, but because I freaking said the word fuck.
I had a little stepbrother that used to cuss all the time, and they decided to wash his mouth out with soap, and he just gargled that shit. He says, "I don't give a fuck," and that was it, man. That was it, man. He could cuss all he fucking wanted. Nobody else could. Nobody else was gonna gargle the fucking soap. He took the dish soap and just squirted it right in his mouth and gargled bubbles out of his face and said, "I don't fucking care. Fuck you." And it was over, man. Our parents, they just like, fuck it, fuck him, man. Just leave him alone. The
Can't do shit with it.
rest of you motherfucking kids better watch out. We'll get you. Yeah, well, fucking Kevin, man, he wasn't putting up with their bullshit. He's like, "Fuck you," and all he's seeing is soap, and he's like, "I'll eat it all. I don't care." He
See,
turned out to be a good
my mom didn't use the Dawn dish soap. No. I got the freaking the lava soap.
I didn't cuss. I never cussed. I was a kind
Oh,
of a
I got
good
a
kid.
mouthful of it. And
I was
the
kind of a
worst part
nerd.
is my grandma and my dad both turned around and looked at my mom and they said, "You're gonna make him blind. Why don't you just pull out a belt, woman?" My mom said, "I don't spank my children." My daddy said, "Well, I do. The fuck out of the way."
Right?
And my mom said, "John, the language is the reason why he's getting in the freaking mouth. He's getting his soap in the mouth. Don't you be saying it too." And my dad turned around and said, "Wait a minute. You're washing his mouth out with soap because he said the word fuck?"
I told my
Oh my
parents they were
God, you could
fucking
have heard a
stupid.
pin drop that day. Nobody said anything for the rest of the day. My grandma laughed her ass off, but nobody else said anything for the rest of the day.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, there's nothing like telling your parents how stupid they were for beating your ass for nothing. Because remember all those times you beat my ass? I didn't learn a fucking. I don't even remember why you did that shit. Dumbasses.
Oh well. You know, the only time that my dad ever beat my ass was for doing something where I earned it. And when I say I earned it, I mean I fucking earned it. Other than that, no. I never got to
Remember,
switch off my mom, my dad, or my grandma unless I fucking earned that shit. And when I says that, oh boy.
I'll tell you one of the best. I'll tell you one of the best ass weapons I ever got. I had a. What? I didn't have any money for the ice cream man one day. And I was a working kid. Like, I always had a job. I just didn't have money one day. And all the other kids seemed to had money and they went and got their ice cream and shit. And I had made my own bow and arrow out of bamboo because my uncle was a carpet layer and all the carpet rolls came on bamboo. They'd use bamboo to roll the carpet up on. So I had all this bamboo. So I fucking tied myself together a nice fucking bow and arrow. I split fucking bamboo to make the arrows and everything, man. It was pretty nice. And anyways, I was shooting at the ice cream truck because I couldn't buy any ice cream. So what better thing to do than take the fucker out, you know?
Got mad at the ice cream man because you couldn't buy ice cream off him.
Yeah, so I'm shooting fucking arrows and they're bouncing off of his windshield and shit. I could see it in my mind clean as day. And anyways, well, I didn't get caught doing that, but a few minutes later, my sister's like, "Hey, I'm telling Dad on you for fucking shooting the ice cream man with the bow and arrow." So I fucking bared down on her ass and fucking let one go, shooting at her head, dude. And it would
Ooh.
have hit her right between the eyes, but she shut the fucking bathroom door, and it fucking stuck in the bathroom door. So now I was like, "Fuck, I'm not gonna get away with this one,"
That one's coming in, the ass whooping coming in hot.
Oh yeah, baby. So I fucking disappeared for a couple days. I was out sleeping in fucking my neighbor's camper. He had a camper way out in the woods or some shit. Well, he lived way at the end of the road and shit. I was hanging out in his camper, and eventually I was like, "Fuck, I gotta go home." I was probably like fucking 13 or some shit. And I fucking went home, and I can't remember if the aerial was still sticking halfway through the fucking bathroom door or not. I don't think it was, but I tell you what, man, when my dad grabbed a hold of my ass, it was a fucking get it on, motherfucker. Woo! Nothing told me to move out of home more than that in my life.
There's been only a few times I've ever had my ass whooped by my dad. Only a few. And I can count off to you the reasons for every single one. First time, I was probably about like 3, 4 years old. And I punched my dad directly in the balls for trying to kick my dog. Now, it wasn't, like I was really swinging hard or anything like that. I mean, I was a fucking I was a mini-me, dude. I was tiny. But when you connect with a man's balls, it doesn't take more than about a pound of pressure.
It doesn't
Okay?
take shit, dude. Yeah.
Well, you could imagine how freaking lit up my ass got on that day.
Wow.
Now, the second one that I ever caught, I was about 5 years old. And I tried to go and steal a bottle of power bait maggots so we could do bluegill fishing.
Wow.
And boy, dear God, you could have heard me screaming from the store to our house.
Oh, you were kifing it out of the store.
Oh no, dude. I got caught in the store by my dad.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Wow.
I went and tried to put it up on the counter so it would get paid for too. That's what got me caught.
That's crazy.
I'd stuck it in my pocket, stuck it up on the counter so we could pay for it, and my dad caught me. And it was like, I told you, we're not buying this shit. You don't need to. Just use worm nibs. Go put it back. So I stuck it in my pocket. We got back to the house and it came out of my pocket. My dad found it.
Whoa.
We went right back to the store. My dad returned the item, made me apologize, and then he pulled out his belt and he whipped my ass every step of the way for a block and a half, walking back to our house.
That's bad.
No, I learned my lesson that day. Don't steal.
That never happened again, did it?
Not one time. No. Matter of fact, I actually busted other people's balls for stealing.
Right?
Because of that day.
Yeah.
Let me see here. The third and final time, I caught a fucking fly swatter handle across my back. Because I did some stupid shit. This was after we'd found out that I was allergic to bees. I went and I tried to kill a wasp with a fly swatter. And my grandma, who's also allergic to bees, caught me trying to do it. And she marched me over to my dad. My dad looked down at me, looked at the fly swatter in my hand, and then asked my grandma what happened, took the fly swatter out of my hand, reversed it around, and caught me a good stinger right across the ass cheek. And said, now, boy, ain't you glad that that was a fucking fly swatter and not that wasp sting in your ass? To this day, I will use poison first.
Wow. Hey, Grant's got a question for you, and that's an all right question too.
Blaine, if somebody were to false Baker Act on someone that doesn't need it, could that someone sue or find out who made the falsified claim? Well, because of the fact that you still have the right to know who made the claim against you, legally speaking.
Well, isn't that part of the
Yeah, in order to face in court, sort of thing. Yeah, that's due process.
Discovery.
You still have the right to know who accused you. However,
I think it's too late at that point.
First and foremost, it is too late at that point.
Yeah, it's just like we were talking about this earlier. Because you were accused of it, it doesn't matter if you're found innocent later. A lot of people are kind of barred out of certain jobs and shit over the same problem.
Yeah, that's another thing. I can never hold political office.
Yeah,
this is also part of the Baker Act. You can never hold political office, and you could never have a federal job.
Yeah, I guess the actual answer is like you don't really fucking know unless you got like 25, 30 grand to throw at the issue, because I don't know what it's going to take to get that expunged. I guess you'd be in a position to get it expunged off your record.
No, you can't. You can't. It's non-expungible.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. It's basically
it
sounds like a red flag law on steroids or something.
It is the original red flag law.
Yeah.
And it is so potent. Like I said, till my dying day, I will never be allowed to purchase a modern firearm because of that one. All of the other shit that has ever happened in my life, I've gotten through that legal crap and did it and beat it and all that. Because of the Baker Act infringement.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a way, or like 5 years or something, you should get all your rights back.
Yeah, all right.
State you're in, I think.
The state of California, they're not legally allowed to extend the Baker Act longer than 5 years unless there is mitigating circumstances. You know what the mitigating circumstances in my case were? See, if you're ever accused again, or if you're ever found to be in possession of a firearm of any kind.
Yeah, you're going to prison.
No. Between the period of the accusation and the end of that 5 years, or you purchase anything with a pistol grip.
Yeah, like a crossbow or something?
Like a crossbow?
Yeah.
Or an air pistol?
Paintball gun, fucking...
A Nerf disc gun?
Yeah, in Wyoming, it's the only reason I kind of know, I don't know about what this act entails, but
so
in Wyoming,
guess what I got my 5250 for?
What's that?
A literal fucking Nerf disc gun.
Yeah, I don't. That's a toy, isn't it?
Yep. It has a pistol grip on it.
You
That's
don't
what
know.
caught me at 5250.
Grant also says, how do you find out if you're Baker acted? I guess when they kick your fucking door down and steal all your shit.
No, this is how you know. The police show up to do the whole assessment thing. They place you in handcuffs or in the back of the vehicle. They drive you. No, they drive you down to the mental institution, wherever the intake place is.
Oh, yeah, the Baker Act. That has to do with the psychology bullshit, huh?
Yep. And then they sit you down with a doctor. The doctor does the assessment. The police officer hands you a piece of paper, and you are instructed to sign it. And you say, what if I refuse to sign this based on the grounds that it is unconstitutional and it is against my constitutional rights? I have the right to an attorney to be present for this. I should not have to sign this. The police officer at that point can utilize drugs and injection of those drugs in order to coerce you.
No way.
Yeah, way. The worst part is it's not considered duress when seen in a courtroom.
Wow.
Because I went back and I tried to fight it in a courtroom, and you know what ended up happening? The judge turned around and said, "You were not under duress, sir." I said, "I was under the influence of fucking Zoloft. I was blitzed out of my mind. Of course I was under duress because I was signing a piece of paperwork out of my particular capability to be able to understand that I had a pen in my hand." The judge said, "That doesn't matter because it's under the Baker Act. Duress doesn't exist under the Baker Act." Oh, and by the way, that was the beginning of all this shit with the 93 crime bill. Don't know if you guys know this, but that's how that got signed into being national law, to the point where if you're charged in one of those states that I had mentioned before with not just charged, but accused of in one of those states with the that have the Baker Act bill, then in that instance, in every other state in the union, you could never purchase a firearm.
I remember that. I remember the 93 crime bill. And you know what? I never paid attention to it because I was never a criminal, I guess, but.
Right. Nobody paid attention to it because it was all, no, that's for felons.
Right. Isn't that funny?
Amazing how they slip shit in the fine print, isn't it?
Funny? Wow.
Yeah. Because they slip that shit in, no matter where I go in the United States, I could move to another state out of California. I lived in fucking Florida for a while, mind you. I lived in fucking Texas for a while. Still couldn't purchase a firearm, legally speaking, of anything newer than 1890.
Well, they're working on doing away with that now.
Oh yeah, they've been trying to. Why do you think I got my fucking hands on a fucking black powder cap and ball pistol? And I said, fuck it, I'm getting ahead of this shit. Because I'm not an idiot. Nor am I crazy. I learned my lesson right out the fucking gate with their dumbassery, and I was like, okay, no, you're done. And if I have to, I will fucking literally disappear into the fucking woods. You'll never see my ass again unless you come hunting me down. And in that case, well, you'll enter those woods. You will not leave. 'Cause you gave me no other choice.
I think that if I ever had to run off into the woods, I'd get fat. I think I'd get way overweight.
I wouldn't.
I think
I wouldn't get overweight, but I would understand that I'd probably be in the best fucking health of my life.
right.
Hell, I did it
Probably
once in
not.
fucking California. I actually disappeared off into the woods in California when I was younger because people tried to kill me.
Huh.
After all that shit went down, and it'd been a couple of years, it'd actually been several years. It'd been over 5 years. And, I actually went to go and try and purchase a fucking 22 long rifle squirrel gun, Marlin Model 60. That's how I found out about this shit actually being a 5250 and extended.
Those are actually
Over a
pretty damn
fucking
good fucking
Nerf gun. Over a Nerf gun. That's how I
Yeah.
found out about it being extended. Was that after that 5 years was up, it was actually 6 years at that point in time. They had fucking tracked my ass down with a CCTV camera, picking up a Nerf fucking disc gun and playing around with it with my friends.
Wow. Wow. Can you imagine what they're doing today? I was just in the store the other day screwing around with a brand new rifle, and I kind of wondered about some of that shit because it's all online.
Oh yeah, it's all public fucking knowledge. That's why when I went and I bought all
No,
these
it's
air
not
guns, this
public
firearm
knowledge.
and whatnot.
I don't
It
think
says
it's public knowledge.
no. It's pretty much public knowledge if you've got the wherewithal to get it.
No, what
You
I
can
was
go
saying
and
is,
you
yeah,
can go and pick this shit up and get it right off fucking ATF website or whatever. It's archived footage of me fucking literally picking up a damn Nerf gun in a goddamn store, playing around with it with my friends for about 5 minutes.
and they fucking use that against you?
They slammed my ass to a point where when I went down to go and buy a fucking Marlin Model 60, Marlin Glenfield Model 60 at a Turner's. My background check came back as not only could I not have that firearm, but they were to hold me there until the fucking ATF showed up.
What?
Yep.
Did you leave?
Oh, I fucking fought my way out of that building.
Oh, I would have gone. I would have left. I wouldn't have stayed around.
I had to fight my way out of that building because they tried to hold me there
That's crazy,
against
dude.
my will.
Unreal. So you're so dangerous that you can't even look at a fucking gun, I guess, huh?
Yeah, but I could buy air guns. I could buy fucking black powder guns. Just can't buy a modern firearm. How retarded are these people?
Anything to get you to fucking obey them, I guess. I don't fucking know. I
No,
don't
the worst
fucking ever
part
want to
is,
live like that.
the worst part is that the guy who owned the fucking Turners, he saw what was going on, and he actually told the people who were trying to hold me there to let me go.
Yeah, I wouldn't have held you there.
Yeah, he stopped it. He's the only fucking motherfucker in the entire goddamn state that stood up for me the entire
Well,
time.
I don't know, all the truth about all the matters, but I don't give a fuck. I don't believe that your rights should be infringed upon. I believe that God, I don't. This is all bullshit, and I could possibly get in trouble. I could possibly get somebody knocking on the fucking door over this, but you know what? It's the
No,
fucking
not over that, not over this, but somebody could certainly turn around and say that they think you're crazy and send the
Well,
police to your front doorstep.
It's already getting to that point, you know.
This is why I keep on telling people you have no idea what is coming. You have no
I have a great
idea that it's coming.
Yeah, I know exactly what I fucking see the writing on the wall. There's no doubt about it, man.
That's why I chose to be bold. I chose to actually put it out there. Look, motherfuckers. Yes, I have these guns. Yes, I have these air guns. And no, you cannot have them. I chose to be bold because I decided at that point in time, well, they're going to kill me anyways. Just for wanting to be a free fucking American, they're going to kill me anyways.
You're a radical.
Might as well make it worth it.
You're a radical.
Yeah. You betcha. I'm an extremist. I'm so extreme because I want to be an upstanding, righteous, fucking legal American.
Yeah, you have incorrect opinions. You have incorrect opinions.
Yep. All that wrong think, Orwell.
And you're white, so you got to be a racist. I'm sure you are.
Yeah, I'm Cherokee. So I must hate the government and must be willing to go and commit such atrocities because my people were harmed hundreds of years ago. So I must be like all of these other people out there that are so easy to sway.
Yeah, they crowd them people up, didn't they? All for the greater good of who?
Yeah, and they says, well, no, don't worry though. We're doing this to protect society. We're doing this to keep you safe. Let me ask you something right quick. In all the years that you have known me, you've seen me here on YouTube, you've seen me, dicking around town and whatnot in the different cities in the couple of states that I've been in.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen my face show up in the news for anything other than false accusations?
I've never seen I don't pay that good of attention. No, dude, you're just a regular guy to me.
That's my point. I'm not going out and looking for trouble, but
No,
by
you're not.
God, I will protect myself and mine.
I think everyone would do that. Well, no, not everyone, but a man would.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't want men anymore.
I seen some of them. I was helping squash some of those idiots in your earlier broadcast that were like, guns are nothing but the devil and all this bullshit. And I'm like,
You're
wow,
schizo. You know how many fucking times I've been accused of being schizophrenic? I actually know what all is entailed in being schizophrenic.
I've been listening to you and talking to you for years, and you're the same motherfucker right now as you will be tomorrow, as you were yesterday. There's no, I don't know. That's just a cop out. When people tell you that shit, they don't have anything else left,
Yeah, they don't have any ammunition. They're just throwing out shit. They don't have any idea.
I wouldn't even entertain it, It's ridiculous.
The only reason why I did entertain it is because I've been accused of it before, and that was actually what started all this shit.
Yeah, but you're not. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not an idiot. There's, I've
Let me put it this way to you, Billy. My own uncle, when I was living out there in Blythe, my own uncle would come around and we'd all go out to the old rock pile and go shooting. And I'd be shooting his pistols and his rifles and his shotguns. The same motherfucker who is goddamn anti-gun for me, I'd shoot his guns.
Yeah.
My dad would be sitting there. My cousins would all be sitting there. My cousins would fucking come over like, Blaine, hey, you want to shoot my AK-47? Sure.
Were you any good at
You want to shoot
shotgun?
my Dragunov, man? You want to shoot my Glock 17? Here's a full mag, bro. Have fun. These are the same people. Well, in the same household as the person, mind you, that was against me ever having guns again in my life.
That's crazy.
And mind you, the 357 that I used to shoot all the fucking time was my Uncle Billy's 357 Colt Python.
This is the deal. This is the deal. This is the whole deal. And I see this over and over and over and over again because I fucking pay attention. And maybe there was something wrong with your fucking uncle. But no, let's not pay attention to that because he accused you. So when the fucking police show up, they point their finger at you and you're fucking the guilty party. And they're going to treat you like a fucking criminal no matter what. We had a call and you're going to jail and you didn't do fucking jack shit. And your crazy ass bipolar schizophrenic uncle gets to fucking wander around aimlessly in his fucking house while you pay the price for something you're not even fucking. Come on, dude. That's how it fucking works. I see it over and over and over again. And people get harassed. They get killed. Oh, we got a call. Well, don't come in. Boom, 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 boom. You're dead. Because somebody called.
And that right there is why I don't call.
Happens daily, man.
That right there is why I call the cops. I dial 4440, shoot up. Shoot, shovel, and shut up.
I seen a motherfucker
because at this point, I have no faith in police. None. They are literally fucking road pirates to me. They are literally, and you know, I've always said I respect a police officer that can actually keep his shit together. You know how many of those I've met in my entire life?
Good luck, man.
I can count them on one hand.
I seen this motherfucker. Check this shit out. Neighbor called. There's gunshots. I seen it here on the fucking internet. This is a fucking pretty ritzy fucking neighborhood. I'm talking fucking 1.5 acre yard, 6,000 square foot homes. Nice place. Nice places all around the whole neighborhood. Fucking got a gunshots, shots fired, whatever. Cops show up to this residence, and the first motherfucker that walks out the fucking door is the motherfucker that shot the guns, according to the cops. There's no guns. Nobody shot any fucking gun. It doesn't matter. He's going to jail. Boom, gone. Beat his ass up. Oh. I don't know if they pepper. I don't think they pepper sprayed him. Fucked him up.
You know what? I think that's that right there. That's a good outcome. You know, because he survived.
What if his kid fucking came out instead of him? They would have been on him. Where's the gun? You shot. Blah blah blah. The neighbors called. Here you. It wouldn't have mattered if his wife come walking up. Check this shit out. They fucking well, they have to let him go. I don't think they took him to jail, whatever. They had to let him go. He didn't want to give them their ID. They tussled and all this shit. And his wife's out there like, this sounds like the same people that called the fucking CPS on our kids. You see my boys over there running around. Nice. It's a rich neighborhood, dude.
Yeah.
So, anyways, they end up, I don't know, getting his ID off of him because they need his ID to determine if he shot gun in the air or whatever, which doesn't even look like even happened. These are yuppies, dude. Anyways, cops take off. Dude goes down there and files a fucking complaint against the cops to come and harass his family for fucking bullshit because the neighbors called. So the fucking cops show up fucking 3 months later and arrest his a wife because he's not home because they want to get him on some bullshit charge of fucking resisting arrest or interfering with a fucking interfering with investigation or some fucking shit. So they fucking he's not home. They take her ass down there fucking downtown until he shows up and then they let her go. And they arrest his fucking ass on bullshit charges. Because he filed fucking complaint on him for fucking coming and fucking harassing his family on some bullshit fucking charges because the neighbor called and decided, oh, somebody's over there shooting guns. Could have been a car backfiring, fucking firework. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah.
These weren't
Now,
fucking.
let me tell you the difference between there and here. My next door neighbor reloads his own ammunition. A former police officer, all right? One day he was out there in his backyard, popped off a few rounds, and I thought, oh shit, somebody's shooting a firearm. So instead of calling the police, I put my rifle on my back and I walked out front in my yard to go and check to see what the fuck was going on in case, somebody is in dire straits and I need to go and protect them and help them out, because they're my neighbors and I care. He comes walking out front and I asked, are you all right? Is everything okay? And he says, yeah, that's fine. I reload my own ammo. I was like, oh, okay. I just was wondering, and you have a good day then. Everything's all right. Walked back into my house, didn't have fucking nothing else to it. On the flip side of this, there's people that go and fucking literally they'll fucking go Karen mode.
Oh yeah.
For the same shit happening, not a half a block over on the fucking county lands. Mind you, it's not even city area anymore. It's the county. And these motherfuckers are walking up and down the street, coming to my door, beating down my door, saying, well, are you out there shooting guns? I'm like, dude, what the fuck? I don't even have a firearm. This is at the time, mind you. I didn't even have a fucking gun.
Yeah, don't answer the door. Don't even make it look like you ain't even home, dude. I would never.
Oh, no. I walked my ass out on the front doorstep. Sat there with my air rifle sitting up against the wall. And I was like, I just waited for him to walk over and say, were you out there shooting guns? I said, dude, I don't fucking own a firearm. You want to see my gun? It's an air gun. By all means, let's pop it off right here in a front walk. You can see it's not loud enough.
Well, that's the stupidest fucking shit you could possibly do.
I was ready to ride that shit all the fucking way. That's the difference.
You should never do it again.
I probably won't, and I haven't. But my point remains, I've never had to since. Because I was bold enough to take action the moment that shit went down, because I saw it coming.
It's ridiculous nowadays, dude. They want to kill you.
Oh, yeah, they do. You bet your ass they want to kill me. The difference is they're going to have to do a lot better than trying to falsely accuse me. Because I've already met up with the only police officer in town, and he knows who I am.
Don't open the door.
Yeah, I'm not anymore. No, I'll open up the kitchen window and stand back and be like, "You got a warrant? Go ahead and shove it through."
That was part of the fucking deal. That little story I was telling you. Why they arrested her, because they went to dude's house on it was Labor Day, or I don't know, it was a Memorial. No, it was Labor Day or something. He was at the store. He wasn't even home. They went to arrest him, and she opened the fucking door and said, "Hi, what's going on?" And they're like, "Oh, we're looking for fucking what's his name or whatever." And she said, "Well, he's not here." And the cop was like, "Well, we're gonna have to come in and check out." And she's like, "Oh, I gotta put my dogs up." And she shut the fucking door. Well, the cop took that as she slammed the door on my face before I could get my foot in the door. And he said that repeatedly. She shut the door before he could get his foot in the door jam to where she couldn't shut the fucking door. So that thing it was all big blowed up. They got cops at the back, cops in the front, waiting for her to come out.
Yeah, see, I'm not. That's the whole thing with me. Cops show up at my door. And they say, "Is such and such at this residence?" I'd be like, "Warrant?" "Well, we don't have a warrant." Like, then you don't have any reason or any righteous way. Have a nice day. "Well, we don't need a warrant. We got probable cause." That is not lawful reason for entry.
Listen, they don't give a
Goodbye.
fuck. If they had a warrant to kick down your door, they're not going to tell you about it. They're just going to kick your fucking door down. It makes
And then they'll shoot me dead, and you'll hear about me on the 6 o'clock news, and you'll know, hey, no, dude, this dude did not fucking do that shit because he's not the kind of person. So
listen
there.
to me, Blaine. When you're dead, it doesn't fucking matter what goes on. You're dead.
No, it doesn't. I'm dead. It doesn't matter to me.
Don't open up your door.
But it matters to y'all motherfuckers so that you have the clout and the ability to turn around and do something about it so somebody else in the future ain't got to deal with it. And maybe when I get, born back into another body, I might be able to enjoy it in the future.
Nobody cares. Dude.
So there.
I'm just saying, don't answer. Don't even make it look like you're not even home. Because if they
Can't
have
do
a
that.
fucking warrant, why?
Because I'm the only individual here.
How do you?
And that's actually a town-wide known fact. I'm the only individual here.
Why you gotta be home when they come over?
Because I'm the security guard.
Okay. Well, you go ahead and answer the fucking door. I'm not going to.
No, I'm not answering the door. I have a method for it. There's a kitchen window that faces the front walk. They can hand me that warrant writ through the kitchen window.
Okay.
Lawfully, that's still capable, and it's still answering and complying with a police officer without placing myself.
I guess you're just not going to get it, dude.
No, I'm not.
Warrant to come into your house.
If they have the warrant, then I do have to answer the door. If they don't have the warrant,
kick it in.
Then they can't come through the window because it's over the kitchen sink.
All right. Whenever your neighbors call on you, they don't have.
If my neighbors call on me, dude, what you don't understand is that I've got a lot of friends in this town now because I worked hard to get to that point.
Yeah.
So my neighbors would only be screwing themselves.
Well, good.
There are maybe 2 people in this entire freaking street that would even think of attempting something like that because the rest of my neighbors are actually at a point where they're like, you know what? He's not that bad of a dude. He's actually, he's not that bad. He cares about the rest of us. He goes out, he tries to, help the city, help the people. We're actually we're not gonna put up with this shit. Now, that being said, of course, everybody's a fucking coward. When the chips are down, everybody's a fucking coward.
Yeah, I know that for a fact.
But also at the same time, at that point, like I said, I'm dead and it doesn't fucking matter anymore.
Not to you, that's what I'm saying.
That's my point.
I just wouldn't, don't answer the door, dude.
Don't have a choice if they have a warrant writ. If they don't, then I do have a choice.
No, you have a choice if they have a warrant because they'll kick your fucking door in and you have time to get ready. If they don't have a warrant, they cannot kick your fucking door in and you don't have to talk to them. That's my
Exactly.
whole point.
Exactly. That's why I said I could open up the kitchen window. Do you have a warrant? No, sir. Goodbye. Click.
I don't know, dude. I guess I'm getting too fucking radical and too truthful to you.
No, it's a matter of you're. It's not so much that you're too truthful. It's that you're too. You got too much of a wild hair up your ass, and the alcohol is lending you bravery rather than brains. Let me
What
show
are
you, Billy.
talking about? I haven't been drinking.
Bullshit. Oh, let me show you, Billy. See that?
I'm drinking.
That
fucking
kitchen
water,
window
dude.
faces the front street.
That's Joe. Joe's drinking.
See, you can't actually get through that window. You actually can't climb through it. It's physically impossible.
No, it just sounds dumb. When the cops come knocking, just don't answer the door. That's all I'm saying. And you're like,
I don't
oh,
have
I
a
got
cho- I
kitchen
don't have a
window, I
choice.
can
It's
stick
my
my
job.
head out. Huh?
That's my job.
All right.
That's my job as a security personnel. I'm the only person on property, other than my mother, who only is here every once in a blue fucking moon. So, as the security person on site, as the agent of the property, it is my job to answer if there is a knock at the door.
How do we go from your neighbors calling with false allegations to you sticking your head out the kitchen window? I'll never know.
Because you asked about whether the cops, and there's the thing.
Yeah, don't answer the
If
fucking
you-
door. Don't fucking open the
Exactly,
motherfucking
but
thing.
look, there's the door.
Yeah,
The
you're
kitchen
sticking
window's
your
on
head
the
out
other
the
side of
window.
that wall.
And if they want you, they'll be like, "Oh, he's there. Kick the fucking door in." What?
See, if that's the thing though.
And you say that I'm
They
drunk
would
or
know
something.
I'm
That's
here
crazy.
anyways. They would know I'm here anyways. My truck's in the drive,
Alright.
dude.
All right, man. Fuck.
That's my point. There's no, you can't get around that sort of shit. It just doesn't work. Your car's in the driveway.
Right.
You're
Well,
there.
how do they know that Billy didn't come over and pick you up and take you fishing or something? They don't fucking know. They don't know.
Well,
the thing that
Billy,
you don't tell them.
because you did, let me put it this way. For me to go fishing with you, or for me to go fishing with anybody, I'd have to have a fishing license.
Maybe you went flying. I fly. Maybe I took you flying. What I'm saying
don't
is they
fly,
don't know
but
anything.
Dude, that's actually a well-known thing about me. I will not get in a plane.
Yeah, the cops know that. The cops know that you're home because
They
Billy's
do.
not around.
They do
Right.
know I'm home.
This is going downhill, man.
I drive or ride a motorcycle.
All I'm saying is people are getting in trouble because their neighbors are calling saying he's got a gun, and all you gotta do is pretend you're not home.
Well,
what's the
that
first thing
doesn't
Dwayne
work
does?
though.
Oh, I got a kitchen window. I'll stick my head out that. You got a warrant? Yeah, no, I don't need one now. I see your ass.
No, Billy, watch. Hey, got a warrant? No. Well, then get lost.
Yeah, fuck, man.
See that? Don't even need to stick my head out the window. That's my point, dude. You're thinking too far inside of a box. Think outside of the box.
No, I'm thinking like fucking like.
See, I don't have to do all of this and go, hi, you got a warrant?
Why would you? I just don't engage with them at all. My neighbors aren't.
That's my whole point, Billy. You don't engage with them because it's not your job.
Right.
It's my job. That's my actual job. Because
Degenerate.
I'm the security guard here.
You're a security.
There's actually valuable shit on this property. I'm here to make sure people don't break into the house.
All right, I guess
That's my job.
We're gonna have an impasse because you're not gonna understand what I'm trying to tell you. To fucking save your balls because you want to stick your head out the window. That's fine.
Well,
I don't care.
that's the difference, Billy. I'm not scared. Never
Well,
have been.
I am because I want.
Good.
I don't
Good.
want to deal with
That tells me a lot. If you're scared of the police, that tells me, one, you're never going to stand up to them, which means that you're always going to be their bitch.
Yeah, you can assume that. Maybe I'm scared what I'm going to do to them motherfuckers if they show up, right?
Or maybe you're scared that you will lose everything about your life, like your pilot's license, your driver's license, everything about, all the niceties that you've got. You're going to get shot at. Me?
Yeah.
It's my job to get shot at.
Well, that's crazy. I don't want that job.
Hey, believe it or don't, in every other situation than working for my mother, it pays really fucking good.
Well, maybe you're right. Maybe it is worth it, man.
Private security pays really fucking good.
I don't even know.
Let me put it this way. Before I was working for my mom, I was making the equivalent of $1,200 a week.
That's pretty good.
Just to sit on my ass and do abso-fucking-lutely nothing but drink beer and have a good day.
Dude, I'll fucking do that.
And if there was ever a tweaker to run up on the property, it was also my job to go and stick my foot so far up their ass that they could sit there and polish my toenails with their tongue. So, yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's a great fucking job.
What happened?
The flip side of it is I also had to deal with police officers. Couple different times.
You're losing me now.
A couple different times I had to deal with cops.
I'm taking a hard left, exit stage.
Pussy. Anyways, so when I dealt with
cops, I to be honest with you, I don't have a problem with them.
Yeah, neither do I most of the time. Yeah, I honestly don't have a problem with cops most of the time. It's that once in a fucking blue moon where they decide to be assholes. And that time, the only times that they've ever been assholes to me, they did not have a job very long. Because I know the law, because I use the law to my advantage, and because I am one hell of a fucking civilian lawyer. So
yeah, I'd just rather not engage with them especially if I'm at home.
See, I take pride in the fact that I scare cops into being actual cops and not these tyrants with a badge.
Yeah, that doesn't even make any sense to me. That you don't scare cops, first of all. I guarantee you that.
No, it's not so much that I scared that, okay. Quit taking my words literal. I push them mentally to a point where they have to follow the letter of the law or they will lose their badge. Which means they will lose their job, which means they will lose all their cushy this, that, and the other. Means they'll lose their house, all that other fun shit. All comes back to the fact that It's a certain intimidation factor that you have to have the ability to do so because you have the legal knowledge and standing. And being a private security guard, I do have that ability. Comes down a lot to attitude, patience, and knowledge. You got to have all three. You can't just have attitude and patience. You also have to have the knowledge. You can't just have the knowledge. You also have to have the attitude. Because if they sit there and they're assholes to you, you have to turn around and say, okay, well, name, badge number to your superiors on a card in my hand. You're legally obligated.
I don't
And
think,
yes, they are legally obligated.
yeah, I don't know.
They can refuse, and
Yeah,
if they
it
refuse,
depends what their
then they're
policy
acting
is.
under the color of law, which means that under Section 142 of the United States Constitutional Code, since they are acting under the color of law, they are no longer officers of the law and therefore citizens in the action of a crime.
Yeah, they're in the action of a crime anyways, but yeah.
Yeah,
right.
but still, once they're under the color of law instead of acting in law,
Well, if you want to challenge
there's
their
a
qualified
difference there.
immunity,
They lose their
and all
qualified
that.
immunity. That's the point. You have to make them lose their qualified immunity before you can actually deal with them on an equal playing field.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them as long as they don't show up to my house. I don't give a fuck, but I should, because they sure do
See,
a lot of hokey shit.
They do a lot of hokey shit, but see, that's why they don't show up to my house. They don't even pull me over. I'm not going out committing crimes like crazy or shit like that. I'm not even committing crimes in the first place. Let's be clear on that. Actually, not committing any fucking crimes.
Well, it doesn't
And not
matter
only
if
that,
your neighbor,
but the only
if your neighbor
police
calls on
officer
you.
in the
Okay.
town.
This whole thing started about the neighbor calling with false allegations against you and your homestead.
Right.
This whole
Which,
conversation started there, and my resolve was, don't answer the motherfucking door.
but see, Billy, this is not even it's a non-starter, is my point. It is a non-starter because the only neighbors that would do that already have complaints filed against them at the police department. It wouldn't
What?
matter.
You already have, what did you say? You already have complaints?
Yes, against them.
That's not good. At your home police there?
The police department here in the town I'm in has complaints filed against the only neighbors in the town here that would come against me.
Oh. So
because they did it to other neighbors.
Oh, good. Well, then they know that
So they're screwed. They can't do anything.
That's good.
That's my point. It's a non-starter.
Well, you didn't say that earlier.
I kept on trying to point that out to you. I kept on saying it wouldn't happen anyways.
Well, I'm terrible and I'm sorry, so fuck off. I don't know what to say.
No, you fuck off.
All right, I will fuck off. I'm just trying to stick up for my friend Blaine, saying, "Hey, if cops come over there."
No, you're not. You're trying to fucking browbeat me, dude, and I'm trying to point out to you there's no point in it. There's no point.
I'll give
they
up.
have no clout. My neighbors are not going to call the cops on me because they have no reason to. They have no ability to. And the cops around here, they know who I am. They know not to fuck with me. They know they're not going to get anything out of me. They know my history.
Well, I wasn't trying to browbeat you. I told you a story about some people that their neighbors called the cops on them, and
that's one group of folks,
and they were innocent.
Yeah. That's one group of folks, and it's in a different state.
I don't know where the fuck they were, but it was pretty nice, and man, they got fucked up.
Probably in California.
I don't know. It was a pretty upper class damn neighborhood, and what I think what was going on was they were a black family, and it was a white neighborhood. I think that's what really was going on.
Wow.
And I
See,
think that there was a neighbor that didn't like that, and they called the cops on him several times. But seeing as there's an incident report, i.e., someone calls the cops, they have to respond.
yes, they
And
do have to respond.
alls I was suggesting is please don't answer your fucking door, because I wouldn't want to see you getting fucked over by some bullshit like they were. I'm not
That's the thing, though.
browbeating you or nothing, and I don't care
Like
who
I
won't
said,
call the cops
I
on
don't
you.
have a choice. It is my job to do so. On top of that, because there's already complaints against the neighbors
Right,
for
that's
doing
great.
such things, and
Fantastic.
because we've already got on at the property that I'm at, we've already got a caseload set up because somebody broke into this property, and my name is on the property now as an agent of the property proper, meaning
Right.
that I am a security guard because
That's
this
good.
property's been broken
That's fine.
into. The police,
I-
if they do show up, they know, one, I'm here at all times. The only time I leave is for like 20 minutes to go get supplies, and then I'm back here. I have to be. That's part of my job. Secondarily, but more importantly, the only neighbors that have ever complained against anyone on the street row have done it multiple times to the point of creating false accusations and have been registered with the police department as
Yeah, you've explained all this to me.
trouble
I got it.
starters. You know, they're
I
considered
apologize.
firebrands.
I didn't know what
So
browbeating was. Now you're teaching me
yeah,
some more.
they're firebrands, which means that they're going to end up, if they call the police again on anybody for any reason other than there's a house burning down over here, they're going to jail for it. That's the big deal here.
Yeah,
The next door neighbor is a retired police officer on the one side. On the other side, the neighbor is not this side. Never mind. Across the street, actually, he's a gunsmith, former gunsmith,
Nice.
in high standing. So, you know, this place, this area around here, it's a whole different kind of fucking can of worms. The cops don't come up here.
Good.
The only time I've ever seen the police up here was actually for a welfare check due to the fact that somebody around here actually had a mental health issue and they were a danger to themselves, and they ended up calling the police on themselves.
Nice.
So no, they don't come up here.
Hey,
I've actually, I sit out in my backyard at night and I snipe rats with my air rifles.
Did I ever tell you about the time I found my neighbor dead?
Nope. And I probably don't
how-
want to hear about it.
You know how whenever you kill like a fly or a bug and they like cross their legs and shit? You ever notice that?
Yes, I've noticed it. I don't want to hear about it. Thank you.
All right.
Because what you don't know is I've actually seen somebody die like that. Thank you. No.
All right. Okay, man.
I literally do pest control in my backyard with an air rifle. Okay?
I was trying
If the
to shoot
police were going to
crickets
show
the
up
other
at my
day.
house for any reason whatsoever, they'd have done it by now.
Oh, I'm not saying that. I told you my little what I seen, and just I don't want you to fall into a trap.
Yeah, I'm not.
Because I tell you what, it didn't matter who come out of that house first. They were guilty, 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 and they weren't.
Yep.
They weren't.
Guilty until proven innocent, right?
Had nothing to do with them at all.
Oh yeah. No. If let me put it this way, if guns are discharged around here, we check each other out. We don't call the cops. We care enough to go and check out our neighbors and say if they're all right and they're still breathing. If they need an ambulance, we call an ambulance, but we don't fuck around calling the cops. Reason being, there's only one fucking cop in town anyways. The fuck is he gonna do but take a fucking goddamn day and a half to come up here?
I don't know. I have
No,
idea what
that's
he is.
why, no, we go and we check out our neighbors, make sure they're all right. There's a difference.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know. I'm just saying, don't fall into the trap.
No, I'm not gonna fall into the trap, bro. Like, dude, I
Be
lived
like,
in
"Where's
fucking
Blaine at,
Los
Will?"
Angeles,
His
man.
neighbors called the cops, and he stuck his head out the fucking kitchen window, and they tagged him.
Oh, dude, I lived in Los Angeles. I was a security guard in fucking Long Beach and Blythe, California. Okay?
I wouldn't even want to live there, let alone be a security guard there. That'd be fucked.
Yeah. So my point remains, I know how to deal with police. I'm actually really good at dealing with police.
I'm friends with
Cops
most
and I get along pretty well. Surprisingly enough, being that I'm a Minuteman.
Is that what she said?
No. She said, "How damn? How long has it been? Fuck."
Look, we've gone
Well-
all night long, man, stealing trees here. Joe Morgan is probably brushing his teeth by now.
Yep. It is 5 a.m. in the morning. It has been 7.5 fucking hours. Y'all,
It's time to
I've
go.
had fun. Thank you for coming by. I'm fucking done. I'm done. I'm starting to get crabby, and that's not conducive to the Freedom Forum. So,
All right, man. Catch you later, dude.
all right. Much love, Billy. Thank you for coming up, brother.
Thanks for having me, dude.
Sorry I got pissy with you. All right, y'all. I am gonna call it an evening. I'm gonna call it the day, I guess. I've been up all night doing it. Been at it with it. The day. That's all, folks. Basically, yeah, I'm tired, and y'all, it's been a good one. Y'all have a great morning. If you go down to church today, say a little prayer for me. I don't know. It's not like it's going to save my soul, anyways. Like I said, much love, y'all. God bless. Even though I don't personally believe in God and all that fun shit. I mean, I do believe in God, but I don't believe in God like most people. Anyways, y'all have a great day. I'm out.